Hi and welcome to the German beginner course. My name is Luca and in this lesson I want to tell you everything you need to know about the structure of the course. So let's go! The duration of the course will be 5.5 hours. We have 46 video lessons, of which 6 are conversation videos where we apply everything we learn in real-life conversation examples. We also have 35 quizzes and other exercises to make sure that you learn as much as possible in this course. Wherever possible, I try to make this course as interactive as possible. Plus, we also have a midterm test in the middle of the course and the final test at the end of the course in order to ensure your learning success. These tests will show you which topics you already understand and where you need further practice. And apart from that, we also have a lot of additional material like vocabulary lists, links to useful websites and other things, and most of them are downloadable PDF files. So you see, there's a lot of value and content in this course. But in order to make it as effective as possible, in the following lesson I want to give you some advice on how to get the most out of this course. Bis gleich! See you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. My name is Luca and in this lesson I want to show you how to get the most out of this course. So let's go! The first few tips are about the interface of Udemy. When you open a video lesson, you can probably already see that you have a lot of buttons that you can click on. And in the bottom left corner you have the play or pause button. So the button that looks like a triangle. You can use it to play and pause every video at every time. Right next to the play and pause button on the right hand side you can see a little rectangle with a number on it. Typically it's a 1 and an X and it shows you the speed of the video that you're watching. 1x is normal speed. But you can also use this button to make me talk faster or slower. So if you think that I'm talking too fast, just press this button and you can make me talk slower. And if you think that I'm too slow, just press this button and make it a little faster. It is all up to you. If you would like to jump back and forth in the video, just use the line above the symbols. And just as you're used to from other video platforms like YouTube for example, you can use this line to see where you are in the video and to navigate throughout the entire video. Just click on it and drag it wherever you like. Alternatively, you can also use these circled arrow symbols. You can find them close to the speed button that we talked about earlier. Then, without going into too much detail, we have another symbol on the right side, which is a little button with the CC on it. This button allows you to add or remove subtitles. And these subtitles are automatically generated by Udemy. If you want my advice, in most cases they are pretty good, but they're especially good when I'm talking in English. When I'm talking in German, however, they are sometimes wrong, so take them with a pinch of salt. But apart from the Udemy interface, I also have some other advice for you. For example, I can definitely recommend to do all of the quizzes and exercises that you have in this course. When you're learning a language, the more practice you get, the better. That's why I really encourage you to do as much of the course as you can and to not only watch the video lessons. The same also goes for our conversation classes. You can use these classes as a listening comprehension for example and can play them multiple times. Also, it often makes sense to pause the video and try to pronounce the words for yourself. I'm a native speaker of German, so if you're unsure about the pronunciation of a word, whenever I'm saying it, just press the pause button and try to repeat it. But of course, if you have a question, you can also write me. Here in this course we have a Q&A section for that, and you can write me a private message here via Udemy. I try to answer as fast and competently as possible and usually within 24 hours. So if at some point of the course you feel that you are lost, or if you have a question, don't hesitate to write me a message. And last but not least, the best piece of advice that I can give you is just have fun. And what I'm trying in this course is to make German as fun as possible for you. So now we've been talking a lot about learning German, but now it's actually time to get into it. So let's start learning German together. In our first lesson we start with greetings and goodbyes. Hi and welcome to your very first lesson. My name is Luca and in this lesson we will take a look at the greetings and goodbyes in German. So let's go! Just like in most languages, in German there's more than just one way to say goodbye or hello. And in this lesson we will go through the most used greetings and goodbyes in German. So let's start with the greetings. And we'll start with one of the most used greetings of all. It's the word Hallo. the German term for hello. Hallo. So as you can see, it is pretty close to English and we use it exactly in the same situations where you would use hello. But the pronunciation is a little different, so let's listen and repeat. Hallo. Hallo. And we even have an option that's a little easier, and it's hi. Hi. This greeting is used especially often among younger people, and we pronounce it exactly the same as in English. Hi. So far we have hallo and hi, and both are informal greetings. Let's look at some more formal greetings. And in German, these greetings depend on the time of the day. In the morning, for example, you say Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen, the German version of good morning. Guten Morgen. Listen and repeat. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. And then once we've reached noon or even afternoon, the typical greeting would be Guten Tag. Guten Tag. It literally means good day. Guten Tag. So that's basically our version of good afternoon. Listen and repeat. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. So far we have Guten Morgen and Guten Tag, good morning and good afternoon. But there's one greeting missing, and it's the greeting good evening, or in German, Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Listen and repeat. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. So as you probably can already imagine, Guten means good, and Morgen means morning, Tag means day, and Abend means evening. And that's how the most common greetings in German are formed. So we now have learned 2 informal greetings, Hallo and Hi, and 3 formal greetings, Guten Morgen, Guten Tag, and Guten Abend. With that in mind, let's now move on with the goodbyes. And here again, we have multiple possibilities, both in terms of formal goodbyes and informal goodbyes. Let's start with the informal versions. One very common way to say goodbye here is Tschüss. Tschüss. Which is basically a combination of all of the sounds that English speakers hate. So we have the SCH, our Ü, which is the U with the 2 dots on top, and a double S. So don't worry if you don't get it right the first time. And if you want to learn more on German pronunciation, check out my German pronunciation course. Let's listen and repeat. Tschüss. Tschüss. And there's another informal way of saying goodbye in German, and it's ciao. Ciao. This version actually comes from Italian, but now it's used pretty often, especially among younger people. So we have tschüss and ciao. So you now know 2 informal ways on how to say goodbye in German. But what about formal situations? Here I have 3 possibilities for you, and the first one can even be used in both formal and informal situations. But there's a catch. It is bis später. Bis später, which literally means see you later. Bis später. The problem with that is that if you use it, you actually mean it. So in German, you only say that if you know that you will see the other person again. But if you do, you can use it in both formal and informal situations. So let's listen and repeat. Bis später. Bis später. Bis means until and später means later. So literally it means until later. See you later. Bis später. And then finally we have 2 very formal ways of saying goodbye in German. And they are Wiedersehen and Auf Wiedersehen. Both mean something like hope to see you again soon. And the first one, Wiedersehen, is the shorter version, while Auf Wiedersehen is the long version. So Wiedersehen and Auf Wiedersehen. Listen and repeat. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. And the short version, Wiedersehen. Wiedersehen. Good, so now you know 5 ways how to greet someone in German and 5 ways how to say goodbye in German. Now it's time to practice all of that. Imagine you meet someone early in the morning, let's say on the street for example. How would you greet him or her in German? If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself before I give you the correct solution. The correct answer would be Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. You say Guten Morgen because it's early in the morning and because we said that it's a random person on the street. So you would generally use a more formal greeting. Guten Morgen. Good morning. Are you ready for another one? Imagine you meet a good friend in a cafe. How would you greet him or her in German? Again, if you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. In this situation, as it's a good friend, you would either say Hallo, Hallo, or Hi, just like in English. So either Hallo or Hi. Let's have one final example. Imagine you're on a business meeting in a German-speaking country and the business meeting is finally over. Your relationship to the other businessmen is very formal. How would you tell them goodbye in German? In this situation, you would either say Wiedersehen or Auf Wiedersehen. The two most formal ways to say goodbye that we learned in this lesson. So either Wiedersehen or Auf Wiedersehen. Good, and that's everything you need to know about the greetings and goodbyes in German. Congratulations, you survived your first German lesson. Are you ready for the next one? In our next lesson, I want to show you how to ask someone how are you in German and also how to answer this question. Bis gleich, see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. In today's lesson you will learn how to ask someone how are you in German and also how to answer this question. You will learn many different possibilities and we will practice everything in a dialogue at the end. So let's go! In German, asking someone how are you depends on the formality of the situation. In a formal situation, for example, you would ask Wie geht es Ihnen? Wie geht es Ihnen? In a more informal situation, on the other hand, you would ask Wie geht es dir? Wie geht es dir? Or you would use the short form Wie geht's? Wie geht's? It's like the difference between how are you and how are you. So, now that we know how to ask someone how are you in German, now we'll take a look at how to answer this question. If you're feeling good, you could say, for example, Mir geht es gut. Mir geht es gut. I'm feeling good. Listen and repeat. Mir geht es gut. Mir geht es gut. Alternatively, you can also shorten the phrase and simply say gut, good, gut. So if someone asks you, Wie geht es dir? You simply say gut. In a typical conversation, you would also add und dir, and you, gut, und dir, good, and you. Listen and repeat. Wie geht es dir? Gut, und dir? Wie geht es dir? Gut, und dir? Another way to answer this question is by simply saying super. Super, which means great or awesome. Super. Like in the last case, you can also add und dir? Super, und dir? Great. And you? Super, und dir? Listen and repeat. Wie geht es dir? Super, und dir? Wie geht es dir? Super, und dir? So, now you know what to answer if you're feeling good. But what if you don't feel that good? In this case, you could answer, for example, Mir geht es schlecht. Mir geht es schlecht. I'm feeling bad or I'm feeling not so good. Listen and repeat. Mir geht es schlecht. Mir geht es schlecht. So, if we make a whole conversation out of it, we can start with Wie geht es dir? And the answer is Mir geht es schlecht. Wie geht es dir? Mir geht es schlecht. In spoken language, it's more usual to shorten the whole thing and just say schlecht, bad, schlecht. Alternatively, you can also reply nicht so gut, not so good, nicht so gut. Listen and repeat. Wie geht's? Nicht so gut. Wie geht's? Nicht so gut. Very good. A more neutral possibility would be to say so la la. So la la, which means something like so so. So la la. Listen and repeat. Wie geht's? So lala. Wie geht's? So lala. Very good. Let's practice all of that with a little dialogue. In this dialogue we will meet Max and his friend Sandra. Let's listen what they say.
Hi Sandra, wie geht es dir?
Hallo Max, mir geht es gut und dir?
Mir geht es auch gut, danke.
Did you understand everything they said? If not, don't worry. If yes, great, awesome job. Let's break it down piece by piece. In the first sentence, Max says, Hi Sandra, wie geht es dir? Hey Sandra, how are you? Hi Sandra, hey Sandra, wie geht es dir? How are you? Sandra replies, Hallo Max, mir geht es gut. Und dir? Hello Max, I'm fine. And you? Hallo Max, hello Max, mir geht es gut. I'm fine. Und dir? And you? Max answers, mir geht es auch gut, danke. I'm fine too, thanks. Mir geht es auch gut. I'm fine too. Danke, thanks. If you would like to repeat the dialogue, just jump back a minute or so and listen to the dialogue again. Alternatively, you can also read it out loud, which will help your pronunciation. Alright guys, that's it for this lesson. In our next lesson, we will move on with thanking someone. There you will learn the German terms for thank you, you're welcome and please. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson you will learn how to thank someone in German and you will also learn the German terms for please and you're welcome. Plus at the end of the video we will have a little practice session. So make yourself ready and let's go! In German the simplest way to say thank you is to say danke. Danke. If you want to give it a little more strength you can also say Dankeschön. Dankeschön. The schön at the end means nice. However, it's more common to simply say danke. If you want to respond to that, you can say bitte. Bitte. It means you're welcome. Like with danke, with bitte we also have a longer and a shorter version. The shorter version is bitte and the longer version is bitte schön. Bitte schön. However, bitte is much more common. Little side note. Bitte doesn't only mean you're welcome. It can also mean things like please, for example. That's the reason why many Germans who try to learn English mistake please for you're welcome and vice versa. There are even some memes on websites like 9gag, for example, that make fun of the different meanings of bitte. As you can see, bitte can be used in a ton of situations. But don't worry, it's not as difficult as it seems. And you already know the two most important meanings, please and you're welcome. So you can see that danke and bitte are two very important words. In fact, if you just want to say thank you or you're welcome in German, danke and bitte is definitely enough. However, as we already have seen before, there are different possibilities to say this. We've already seen examples of Dankeschön and Bitteschön. But there are also other varieties like Danke sehr, Danke sehr and Bitte sehr. Bitte sehr. Two other very important phrases are vielen Dank, in order to say thank you, and gerne, in order to say you're welcome. This may seem like a lot right now, but as I said before, the two most important words that you need to know are danke and bitte. So let's listen and repeat. Danke. Danke. And the same with you're welcome. Bitte. Bitte. Very good. So, now that we know how to say thank you and you're welcome in German, let's practice a little. Imagine your best friend gives you a bunch of flowers. What do you say to say thank you or thanks in German? Give it a try. The answer is danke. Of course, you could also say Dankeschön or Danke sehr, but danke would be the most common answer. Let's have another one. We stay with the example from earlier on. In this case, in return, you give him or her a little present. Your friend answers with Dankeschön. What do you say in response? Think about it. In this case, you could answer Bitte or Bitteschön. But Bitte sehr or gerne would also be correct. Not that difficult, right? Don't worry too much about the difference between Bitte, Bitteschön or Bitte sehr. It's all correct. And that's already it for this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. In our next lesson, we will take a look at the question "What's your name?" in German and also how to answer it. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's lesson, we will take a look at how to ask someone for their name in German and also how to answer this question. So let's go! In German, if you want to ask someone "What's your name?", you have two possibilities. You can either ask "Wie heißt du?", "Wie heißt du?", which is the more common version and it can be translated with "What are you called?", "Wie heißt du?", heißen means to be called, "Wie heißt du?", and the other less common version would be "Wie ist dein Name?", "Wie ist dein Name?". As you can see, the second version is a lot more similar to English, and it's definitely also correct, but to my German ears it sounds a little bit weird. So if you can, try to use the first version. Wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? You can answer this question by either saying Ich heiße, for example, ich heiße Luca, or mein Name ist, as in mein Name ist Luca. Here there's no real difference between the two, so both are pretty common. You can either say Ich heiße, or mein Name ist, So now you can try it out for yourself. What is your name? Wie heißt du? Or wie ist dein Name? You can tell me in our next exercise. And once you're done with the exercise and the corresponding quiz, we will move on with the question "Where are you from?" in German and also how to answer it. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson, we will take a look at how to ask someone "Where are you from?" in German and also how to answer this question. You will learn country names, city names and a lot more. So let's go! So in German, if you want to ask someone "Where are you from?", you have two possibilities. You can either ask "Wo kommst du her?", "Wo kommst du her?", or you can ask "Woher kommst du?", "Woher kommst du?". Both sentences mean basically the same. They ask "Where are you from?". So if you want to answer this question, in English you would say "I'm from." In German, this "I'm from" is "Ich komme aus." Ich komme aus. And then after that you can add country names, city names and whatever you like. For example, if you're from Germany, you could say Ich komme aus Deutschland. Ich komme aus Deutschland, the German term for Germany. The same of course also goes for other countries. Let's say you're from France. In this case you could say Ich komme aus Frankreich. Ich komme aus Frankreich. Or if you're from the US, you could say Ich komme aus den Vereinigten Staaten. Or Ich komme aus den USA, if you want to use the short form. Ich komme aus den USA or Ich komme aus den Vereinigten Staaten. Or one last example, let's assume you're from China. In that case, you could say Ich komme aus China. Ich komme aus China. I'm from China. If you want to learn the German term for your country, don't worry. I've added a list in the additional material where you can find all of the German terms for country names. So no matter whether you're from Europe, Africa, America or Asia, you can find your country name there. As I already said, the same also goes for city names. Let's take Berlin as an example, the capital of Germany. If you're from Berlin, you could say Ich komme aus Berlin. Ich komme aus Berlin. I'm from Berlin. Or if you're from Hamburg, the second largest city in Germany, you could say Ich komme aus Hamburg. Ich komme aus Hamburg. I'm from Hamburg. As you can already see or hear, some cities have a different pronunciation in German than they have in other languages. This doesn't only go for German cities, it also goes for cities outside of Germany. Let's take London for example. In German, London is called London. London. So I'm from London is Ich komme aus London. Ich komme aus London. But don't worry, not every city has a different name in German than in English. Some cities only have minor differences. For example, let's take Sydney, the largest city of Australia. The German term for Sydney is Sydney. So if you want to say I'm from Sydney, you would say Ich komme aus Sydney. Ich komme aus Sydney. And the same also goes for other cities like New York or Washington, for example. Got it? Great! Let's practice that in a few examples. We'll start with the example of Mark. Let's listen what Mark has to say. He says, Hi, ich heiße Marc und ich komme aus Berlin, der Hauptstadt von Deutschland. So let's break this down piece by piece. First he says, Hi, ich heiße Marc. Hi, my name is Marc. And he adds, und ich komme aus Berlin. And I'm from Berlin. Hi, ich heiße Marc und ich komme aus Berlin. Hi, my name is Marc and I'm from Berlin. And then he adds, der Hauptstadt, the capital, von Deutschland, of Germany. Der Hauptstadt von Deutschland, the capital of Germany. Hi, my name is Marc and I'm from Berlin, the capital of Germany. So you can see, Hauptstadt is the German term for capital. Die Hauptstadt, the capital. So let's listen to it one more time. Hi, ich heiße Marc und ich komme aus Berlin, der Hauptstadt von Deutschland. Ready for another one? This time we have Annika. Let's listen what Annika has to say.
Hallo, ich heiße Annika und ich komme aus Wien, der Hauptstadt von Österreich.
Alright, let's break this down again. Annika starts by saying, Hallo, ich heiße Annika. Hi, my name is Annika. Und ich komme aus Wien. And I'm from Vienna. Und ich komme aus Wien. And I'm from Vienna. And then she adds, der Hauptstadt von Österreich. Die Hauptstadt, as you now know, means the capital. So, der Hauptstadt von Österreich means the capital of Austria. The capital of Austria. Hallo, ich heiße Annika und ich komme aus Wien, der Hauptstadt von Österreich. Hi, my name is Annika and I'm from Vienna, the capital of Austria. As some of you may already know, German is not only spoken in Germany but also in other countries like Switzerland and Austria. Let's listen to Annika again.
Hallo, ich heiße Annika und ich komme aus Wien, der Hauptstadt von Österreich.
Did you understand everything she said? If yes, great! Alright guys, that's it for today. In our next lesson, our topic will be Do You Speak, where you will learn how to ask someone whether he or she can speak your language. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson, you will learn how to ask someone if they speak your language. You will also learn the German names for different languages and we will practice everything in a little dialogue at the end. So let's start. In English, if you want to ask someone if they speak your language or any other language, you normally ask, do you speak French, for example? Or do you speak Chinese? Or do you speak English? So what you need is the phrase, do you speak? And in German, there are two possibilities to translate that. We have an informal version and a formal version. Let's start with the more common formal version. The formal version of do you speak would be sprechen Sie, as in sprechen Sie Deutsch, for example. Do you speak German? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? But, as I already mentioned, there is also an informal version. And that version is using the structure sprichst du, for example, sprichst du Deutsch? Do you speak German? Sprichst du Deutsch? So you use sprechen Sie in formal situations, especially if you don't know the person, and sprichst du if you already know the person a little bit. And then you can add the German term for the name of the language. For example, Deutsch, German. Sprichst du Deutsch? Or sprechen Sie Deutsch? But you can do the same thing with any other language as well. For example, sprechen Sie Englisch? Or sprichst du Englisch? Do you speak English? So English is the German term for English. English, English. And French in German is called Französisch. Französisch. So if you want to ask, do you speak French? You either ask, sprechen Sie Französisch? Or sprichst du Französisch? Sprechen Sie Französisch in formal situations and sprichst du Französisch in informal situations. And then as a final example, let's take Spanish. Spanish in German is called Spanisch. Spanisch. And here again we have the two possibilities, either sprechen Sie Spanisch, sprechen Sie Spanisch, or sprichst du Spanisch, sprichst du Spanisch, and you can use the same structure for any language out there. In order to make it easier for you, I compiled a list with all of the German country terms and the corresponding languages, and you can find it as a downloadable PDF file in the additional material of this lesson. So in a normal conversation, if you want to ask someone whether he or she speaks your language, you normally start with excuse me, in German Entschuldigung, Entschuldigung, And then you move on with sprechen Sie and the German term for the corresponding language. For example, sprechen Sie Deutsch, or sprechen Sie English, or sprechen Sie Spanish, or basically any other language. And then the other person will either say ja, yes, ja, or nein, no, nein, ja or nein. Let's look at that more closely in a little dialogue. In this dialogue, we will meet our friends Max and Sandra again. Let's listen to their conversation.
Entschuldigung, sprechen Sie Französisch?
Nein, tut mir leid, aber ich spreche Englisch.
Did you understand everything they said? Let's listen to the dialogue one more time.
Entschuldigung, sprechen Sie Französisch?
Nein, tut mir leid, aber ich spreche Englisch.
So Max is asking Sandra, Entschuldigung, sprechen Sie Französisch? Excuse me, do you speak French? Entschuldigung, excuse me, sprechen Sie Französisch? Do you speak French? And Sandra answers, Nein, tut mir leid. No, sorry, aber ich spreche Englisch. But I speak English, or but I can speak English. So the whole dialogue in English would be, Excuse me, do you speak French? No, I'm sorry, but I speak English. Dialogues like these are a great way to see how language is actually used in practice. That's why throughout this course we have many more of these dialogues. And in our next lesson, our first conversation lesson, we even have a larger one. And there you will also meet Max and Sandra again. Bis gleich, see you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will practice everything we've learned so far in a little dialogue. So let's go! In today's dialogue we will meet our friends Sandra and Max again. Let's listen what they say.
Hi, ich heiße Sandra. Wie heißt du?
Hallo, mein Name ist Max. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen.
Mich auch. Wie geht es dir, Max?
Mir geht es gut, danke. Und dir?
Auch gut, danke.
Wo kommst du her?
Ich komme ursprünglich aus Paris, aber jetzt wohne ich in Berlin. Und du?
Ich komme aus Berlin. Wow, du bist aus Paris. Wie cool. Sprichst du Französisch?
Ja, ich spreche Französisch, Deutsch, Englisch und Spanisch.
Super.
Did you understand everything they said? If yes, awesome job. If not, don't worry, we'll break it down piece by piece. The dialogue starts with Sandra saying, Hi, ich heiße Sandra. Wie heißt du? Hi, my name is Sandra. What's your name? Max answers with, Hallo, mein Name ist Max. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen. Hello, my name is Max. So, freut mich, dich kennenzulernen means nice to meet you. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen. Sandra answers, mich auch. Wie geht es dir, Max? Nice to meet you too. How are you, Max? Mir geht es auch gut, danke. Und dir? I'm fine too, thanks. And you? To which Sandra replies, auch gut, danke. I'm fine too, thanks. Or me too, thanks. Then Max asks, wo kommst du her? Where are you from? Sandra answers, ich komme ursprünglich aus Paris, aber jetzt wohne ich in Berlin. Und du? I'm originally from Paris, but now I live in Berlin. And you? So, ursprünglich means originally. Ursprünglich. And the phrase, aber jetzt wohne ich in Berlin means, but now I'm living in Berlin. Or, but now I live in Berlin. Max replies, ich komme aus Berlin. Wow, du bist aus Paris, wie cool. Sprichst du Französisch? I'm from Berlin. Wow, you're from Paris. Cool. Do you speak French? Sandra answers, ja, ich spreche Französisch, Deutsch, Englisch und Spanisch. Yes, I speak French, German, English and Spanish. To which Max simply replies, super, great, or awesome. So, now that you know what they say, let's listen to the dialogue again.
Hi, ich heiße Sandra. Wie heißt du?
Hallo, mein Name ist Max. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen.
Mich auch. Wie geht es dir, Max?
Mir geht es gut, danke. Und dir?
Auch gut, danke.
Wo kommst du her?
Ich komme ursprünglich aus Paris, aber jetzt wohne ich in Berlin. Und du?
Ich komme aus Berlin. Wow, du bist aus Paris. Wie cool. Sprichst du Französisch?
Ja, ich spreche Französisch, Deutsch, Englisch und Spanisch.
Super.
This time I'm sure that you've understood a lot more than the first time round. If you want to practice a little more, listen to the dialogue again, or you can read the dialogue out loud. This will both help you to learn the phrases in the text and also to improve your pronunciation. Alright guys, that's all for today. In our next lesson we will move on with our first grammar topic, which is personal pronouns. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon! Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at the personal pronouns in German. This video is the first one of our new section Grammar 1, where you will learn your first grammar topics in German. So without further talking, let's start with the personal pronouns. Let's go! So what are personal pronouns? A personal pronoun is a short word that we use as a simple substitute for a person or a group of people. In English they are I, you, he, she, it, we, you and they. As I already mentioned, they are used as a short word in order to substitute a specific person or a group of people. Take the sentence Tim is running, for example. In this case, you could substitute Tim with the personal pronoun he. So you would get the sentence he is running. And you can do the same thing for the other personal pronouns as well. So now let's look at their German counterparts. The Personalpronomen, personal pronouns. Let's start with the first one, I. In German, I means ich. Ich. As in, ich heiße Luca. My name is Luca. Ich heiße Luca. If you translate it literally, it would be I am called Luca. So the I in this case is ich. And ich is our Personalpronomen or personal pronoun. The next one, you, in German is called du. Du. Pretty similar, right? Now we have what is known as the third person singular. He, she and it. He in German is called er. She can be translated with sie and it means es. So we have er, sie and es. He, she, it. So far we have ich, du, er, sie and es. I, you, he, she and it. So now let's take a look at the plural forms. First of all, we have the English personal pronoun we. We in German means wir. Wir. Pretty similar, right? Wir. The next one is a little more difficult. It is you. So the plural form of you. And the plural form of you in German is called ihr. Ihr. So we have wir, which means we, and ihr, which means you. So now there's only one form missing, one personal pronoun, which is the German equivalent of they. The German equivalent of they is sie. Sie. And that's already it. Those are all of the personal pronouns in German. So let's repeat them one more time. We have ich, du, er, sie and es for the singular forms, and wir, ihr and sie for the plural forms. Ich, du, er, sie, es, I, you, he, she, it, wir, ihr and sie, we, you and they. The personal pronouns are the basis for other grammar topics that are still to come in this course, especially for the verb forms, so make sure to learn them. As always, a good help to learn them by heart is the quiz after this video, which will be all about the personal pronouns. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next lesson we will take a look at the question words in German, so words like who, what, where, when and why. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will take a look at the question words in German. So let's go! So what are question words, you ask? Question words or Fragewörter are words like where, what, when, why and how. They kind of introduce a question. In German it's exactly the same. So let's look at their German counterparts. So let's start with where. Where in German is wo. Wo. As in, where is it? Wo ist es? Wo ist es? The second question word is what. In German, what means was. Was? What? Pretty similar, right? The next one is even more similar. It's the word when. The German translation of when is wann. Wann. Almost the same. You only swap the I sound with an A sound and tada, you have the German word. Wann instead of when. The next word is a little more difficult. It's the question word why. Why? In German, why means warum. Warum? This one is definitely one of the tougher question words. The same also goes for our next question word, which is how. How in German can be translated with wie. Wie. Do you remember? The German translation of the phrase how are you is wie geht es dir or wie geht's. So wie means how. As you can probably see, all of these German question words or Fragewörter start with a W. That's why in German they're also called W-Fragen or W questions. W-Fragen. Let's look at some more W-Fragen. This time we have the words who, how much, how many, and whose. Let's start with who. Who in German means wer. Wer. If you still remember the German question word for where, you can see that those words are kind of messed up because where in German means wo and who in German means where. Those are kind of false friends. So be careful, but once you know about that, it's actually pretty easy to remember. Wer means who and wo means where. Up next we have how much. How much in German means wie viel. Wie viel, as in wie viel Wasser möchtest du? How much water would you like? Wie viel, how much. How many, on the other hand, means wie viele. Wie viele. The difference between wie viel and wie viele, or how much and how many, has to do with countable nouns. If, for example, you take milk, milk is not countable. That's why you say, how much milk would you like? Wie viel Milch möchtest du? If you take a bottle of milk, on the other hand, this is countable. That's why you say, how many bottles of milk would you like? Wie viele Flaschen Milch möchtest du? So always ask yourself, is it countable or is it not countable? But if you know the difference between how much and how many, you also know the difference between wie viel and wie viele, because it's exactly the same. Now let's come to our final question word. It's one that is not used that often, and it's the word whose. Whose in German is called wessen. Wessen. So let's repeat all of the question words or Fragewörter one more time. In the first row you can already see the two words where and who. As I already mentioned, they are kind of messed up in German because where means wo and who means wer. Below that you can also see all of the other question words. So let's repeat all of them one more time. We had where, wo, what, was, when, wann, why, warum, how, wie, who, wer, how much, wie viel, how many, wie viele, and whose, wessen. So wo, was, wann, warum, wie, wer, wie viel, wie viele und wessen. Don't worry, you don't need to learn them all at once, but this slide is great to come back to if you have difficulties with one of these question words. That's why I've also attached it for you in the additional material to this lesson, so feel free to check it out. Alright guys, that's all for today. In our next lesson we will take a look at the possessive pronouns in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon! Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will take a look at the possessive pronouns in German. So let's start! So you probably still remember the personal pronouns that we had 2 lessons ago. This time we use possessive pronouns. But what are possessive pronouns or Possessivpronomen in German? Possessive pronouns or Possessivpronomen are used to say that something belongs to someone without mentioning that person. For example, if you say that's his stuff instead of that's Marcus's stuff. In this case, you substitute Marcus's stuff with his stuff. So his is the possessive pronoun. So let's look at the English possessive pronouns first. In English they are my, your, his, hers and its in the singular forms, and our, your and their in the plural forms. So my, your, his, hers, its, our, your, and their. Now let's take a look at their German counterparts. The German counterpart for my is mein or meine. Whether you use mein or meine depends on the grammatical gender of the word that you're referring to. If you have meine Mama, for example, a word that you will learn in one of the next videos, you use meine because Mama is a female word. It's die Mama. Therefore, you use meine. If, on the other hand, you have a male word, you use mein, as in mein Papa, for example, my dad. Der Papa, the dad, indicates that it's a male word, therefore you use mein, as in mein Papa. Keep that difference in mind when we walk through the other possessive pronouns, because the same also goes for them. The German counterpart for your is dein or deine. The rules when to use dein and when to use deine are exactly the same as with mein and meine. Now let's take a look at the German translation for his. It's sein or seine. Sein or seine. Hers, on the other hand, is ihr or ihre. Ihr or ihre. And for its, you can again use sein and seine. Sein and seine. Let's now move on with the plural forms. Let's start with our. Our in German means either unser or unsere. Unser or unsere. Your, so the plural form of your, in German means euer or eure. Euer or eure. And finally we have their, which means ihr or ihre. Ihr or ihre. That's a lot of input, I know, but the more you read those words, the easier it gets to use the right words. So let's repeat them one more time. We have mein or meine for my, dein or deine for your, sein or seine for his, ihr or ihre for hers, again sein or seine for its, unser or unsere for our, euer or eure for your, and ihr or ihre for their. If you want to get more practice, I encourage you to do the quiz after this video. Alright guys, that's enough for today in our entire section of Grammar 1. In our next section, Essentials 2, we will move on with new vocabulary topics, with words like numbers, families, animals, and a lot more. In the next lesson, we will start with the numbers. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon! Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at the numbers in German. We will start with the numbers 1 to 20. So let's go! The word number in German means Zahl. So the plural, numbers, in German is called Zahlen. Zahlen. Let's start with the first few. The first number is 1. Eins. Eins. It is followed by the numbers 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let's count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. After 5, we move on with 6. 6. Then we continue with 7, 8, 9 and 10. So let's count together from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. As you can see, many of these numbers are actually quite similar to the ones in English. For example, 10, 10 or 9, 9 or also 4, 4. Don't worry too much about the pronunciation unless you want to sound like a native. If, for example, you say zwei instead of zwei, people will usually understand you, so don't worry. So let's repeat them one last time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Let's do some maths. Everybody knows how to calculate 1 plus 1, right? But how do you calculate that in German? Let's do the same thing in German. As we can see, 1 in German is called eins. So the whole thing would be 1 plus 1 ist gleich equals 2. 2. 1 plus 1 ist gleich 2. Let's have one more. In English, this one would be 3 plus 4 equals. In German, we have 3, 3, plus 4, 4, ist gleich 7. 3 plus 4 gleich 7. 3 plus 4 equals 7. You may have already noticed that the plus sign in German is called plus. Plus, plus. The equals sign, on the other hand, is called gleich or ist gleich. Keep that in mind when we take a look at some more maths exercises. So now that we know the numbers 1 to 10, let's practice a little. I have some maths exercises for you. However, the calculation is not written in numbers, but in German words. Please give the answer in German words as well. Let's start with 2 plus 3 gleich. 2 plus 3 gleich. I'll give you some time to think. If you like, you can also pause the video. So, 2 means 2, plus, plus, 3 means 3, equals, do you know it? 5, 5. 2 plus 3 gleich 5. 2 plus 3 equals 5. Let's have one more. This time we have 1 plus 8 gleich. 1 plus 8 gleich. Again, I'll give you some time to think. Do you know it? If you convert it into numbers, you get 1, 1, plus, plus, 8, 8, gleich, equals, so 1 plus 8 equals, do you know it? 9. 1 plus 8 gleich 9. 1 plus 8 equals 9. Let's have one final example. In this case, our task is 4 plus 6 gleich 4 plus 6 gleich. So, converted into numbers, it would look like this. 4 plus 6 equals 4 plus 6 gleich. Do you know it? 10. 10. 4 plus 6 gleich 10. 4 plus 6 equals 10. Good job! Let's now move on with the numbers 11 to 20. We'll start with 11. 11 in German is called 11. 11. It is followed by 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20. So 11 and 12 are 11 and 12. Quite similar, right? And then we move on with 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19, which is almost like 13, 14, 15. Do you see the pattern? The 10 at the end is the equivalent to the teen at the end of the English digit. Alright, so let's count together. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One more time. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One more thing, we already had the plus and equal sign, and this time we will add one more. The minus sign, or in German, minus. Minus. So with that in mind, plus, gleich and minus, we can move on with some more calculations. Let's practice. The task is basically the same as the last time. I'll give you a simple math exercise that is not written in numbers, but in German words. Please give the answer in German. Let's start with 14 minus 2 gleich. 14 minus 2 gleich. I'll give you some time to think. So, if you convert it into numbers, the task would look like this. 14 minus 2 equals 14 minus 2 gleich, do you know it? 12. 14 minus 2 gleich 12. 14 minus 2 equals 12. Let's take a look at another one. This time we have 6 plus 12 gleich. 6 plus 12 gleich. Do you know it? Converted into numbers, it would look like this. 6 plus 12 equals 6 plus 12 gleich 18. 18. 6 plus 12 gleich 18. Let's have one final example. This time, if you can, try to give me the answer directly in German without first converting into numbers. So, let's go. The task is 7 plus 9 gleich 7 plus 9 gleich. Do you know it? 16. 7 plus 9 gleich 16. 7 plus 9 equals 16. Well done. If you still need more practice, check out the quiz after this video. It will give you a great opportunity to practice the numbers that we've just learned. And that's it for today. In our next lesson, we will dive a little deeper into the topic of numbers. There you will learn numbers like 100, 1000 and many others. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this video we will dive a little deeper into the topic of numbers. You will learn the numbers from 20 to 100 and from 100 to 1000. So let's go! Let's continue where we left off in the last session. So as you now know, the German term for 20 is 20. 20. Now let's move on with 30. 30 in German is 30. 30. It is followed by 40, 50 and 60. As you can see, all of these numbers are built up in the same way. They all start with the German number for the left digit. For example, 3, 4 or 5. And then you simply add a zick. So you get 40, 50 or 60. And Germans also tend to pronounce it zich instead of zick. So 40, 50, 60. By the way, in English the structure is almost the same. 30, 40, 50, 60, 30, 40, 50, 60. Now that we know this, let's continue with 70. The German term for 70 is 70. 70. It is followed by 80, 90 and 100. 100. 100. Almost the same as in English, right? Now, if you add one more zero, you get 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000. Let's take a look at some example numbers. We will take 24 and 32 as example numbers. In German, they are 24 and 32. As you can see, both numbers start with the German term for the second digit, like the 4 in 24 and the 2 in 32. It is followed by an und, the German word for and. Und. Then finally you add the value of the first digit, in this case 20 and 30, 20 and 30. So you kind of switch sides. 24 becomes 24 and 32 becomes 32. So if you would translate them literally, they would be 4 and 20 and 2 and 30. So let me repeat this one more time. You first take the second digit, then you add an und, which means and then you add the value of the first digit, for example 30 or 40. Let's practice that a little. We'll start with the number 54. 54. So we start with the second digit, which is 4 in German, 4. Then we add the und then we take the first digit, which is 5 or 50 in this case. So the number overall is 54, 54. 54. Let's have another one. This time our number is 71. I'll give you some time to think. Do you have it? The correct answer would be 71. 71. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. Let's have another one. Our next example is 89. 89. If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. So 89 would be 89. You take the second digit, which is 9, add an und then you add the value of the first digit, which is 80. So 89. Let's have a more difficult example. This time we have 132. 132. In this case, we start with the first digit, which is 100. 100. And then things are exactly like before. You take the last digit, which is the 2 or 2 in 32. Then you add the and then you take the second digit, which is 30. 132. 132. Got it? Great. Then I have one final example for you. It is 466. 466. Got it? So this time, again, we start with the first digit, which is 400, 400. And then things are exactly like before. We have 66, 66. 466, 466. As you can probably imagine, practice is key to learning this. I had the same problems when I was learning English and also had to switch the numbers the other way around. So don't worry if you're making mistakes at first. German people would usually also understand you if you switch the numbers. But of course it's better to do it right. I mean, if I would say 4 and 70 instead of 74 because I wouldn't know any better, it would sound pretty wrong, right? But there still could be a fair chance that people could understand me. Alright guys, so now that we know the numbers, it's time to apply that. And we will start applying it by taking a look at the question, how old are you in German, and how to answer it. This will be the topic of our next lesson. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Now that we know about the German terms for numbers, it is time to apply all of that. Let's imagine someone were to ask you, how old are you? In German, this question would be, wie alt bist du? How old are you? Wie alt bist du? And just like in English, you can answer, I am years old. Or in German, ich bin Jahre alt. For example, if you're 3 years old, you can say, ich bin 3 Jahre alt. Ich bin 3 Jahre alt. Or if you're 18 years old, you can say, ich bin 18 Jahre alt. Ich bin 18 Jahre alt. And if you're 43 years old, you can say, ich bin 43 Jahre alt. Ich bin 43 Jahre alt. So you see, you say, ich bin, which means I am. Then you add the number. And then you just add Jahre alt, years old. Wie alt bist du? Ich bin 13 Jahre alt. Or wie alt bist du? Ich bin 24 Jahre alt. Not too difficult, right? Now it's your turn. In our next exercise, please write down in German how old you are. If you're not sure about the number, you can always come back to the 2 videos about numbers. And once you're done with the quiz and the exercise, we will move on with the topic of families. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this video we will take a look at the German terms for family members and families. You will learn the German terms for mother, father, brother, sister and many more, so let's go. Let's start with our title. A family or the family in German is called die Familie. Die Familie. In this family, for example, we have a mother, a father and 2 sons. Let's translate that into German. The German term for mom is die Mama. Die Mama. You can also call her die Mutter, which would be like the mother. Die Mutter. So die Mama or die Mutter. Then we have the dad, which in German would be der Papa. Der Papa. Or der Vater. The father. Der Vater. So you can either call him der Vater or der Papa. The difference between Mama and Mutter and Papa and Vater is kind of the same as in English between mom and mother and dad and father. Let's move on with the children. We'll imagine that the family on the picture doesn't have 2 sons, but a son and a daughter. The German term for the son is der Sohn. Der Sohn. And the German term for the daughter is die Tochter. Die Tochter. Pretty close to English, right? Der Sohn, the son, and die Tochter, the daughter. As you know, a son and a daughter can also be referred to as the siblings. In German, the siblings are called die Geschwister. Die Geschwister. and die Geschwister consist of der Bruder, the brother, der Bruder, and die Schwester, the sister. Die Schwester. Again, very close to English. The brother, der Bruder, and the sister, die Schwester. Don't worry too much about the articles. This will be a topic for a later video. Let's take a look at the older generation. In German, you would call them die Großeltern, the grandparents. Die Großeltern. You've probably already noticed this weird letter that I highlighted in blue. It is called scharfes S or sharp S, and it can be pronounced like this. S. In German, we have different S sounds, for example, Z or S or S. The sharp S always represents the hardest of them, the S, as in Großeltern. So as you probably know, the grandparents consist of the grandmother or grandma and the grandfather or grandpa. In German, the grandmother is die Großmutter, or you can use the more common term, die Oma, which would be like the grandma or granny, die Oma, and the grandfather is called der Großvater, or the more common term, der Opa, the grandpa. So we have die Großmutter and der Großvater, or die Oma and der Opa. Großvater or Großmutter is the formal version, and Oma or Opa is more informal. However, it's much more common to use Oma and Opa, even in formal situations. So, now that we know the German terms for mother, father, brother, sister, grandma, and grandpa, let's practice all of that. Please translate the following sentence. I have 2 siblings, 1 brother and 1 sister. You can pause the video and try for yourself. Got it? Great! The correct answer would be: Ich habe 2 Geschwister, einen Bruder und eine Schwester. Ich habe 2 Geschwister. I have 2 siblings. Einen Bruder, 1 brother, und eine Schwester, and 1 sister. Let's have one more. This time our sentence is: I live with my mom, my dad, and my grandma. I live with my mom, my dad, and my grandma. If you like, you can again pause the video and try for yourself. Alright, so the correct solution in this case would be: Ich wohne mit meiner Mama, meinem Papa und meiner Oma. Ich wohne mit, I live with, meiner Mama, my mom, meinem Papa, my dad, und meiner Oma, and my grandma. Ich wohne mit meiner Mama, meinem Papa und meiner Oma. If you need more practice, feel free to do the quiz after this video. And that's all for today. In our next lesson, we will move on with some more family terms. There you will learn the German terms for aunt, uncle, cousin, and many, many more. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching, und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson, we will dive a little deeper into the topic of families. You will learn the German terms for words like aunt, uncle, cousin, and many more. So let's go. So let's start with something that we've already learned in the last lesson. The mom, as you know, in German can be either called die Mutter or die Mama. Die Mutter would be like the mother and die Mama would be like the mom. The father, on the other hand, is called der Vater or der Papa. Der Vater, the father, or der Papa, the dad. Mama und Papa, so mom and dad, are die Eltern, the parents. Die Eltern. And the Eltern or the parents usually have children, Kinder. In this example, we have 1 child, das Kind. Das Kind. So let's repeat. Die Mama und der Papa sind die Eltern. Sie haben ein Kind. So far, so good. Let's take a look at the family tree. Let's imagine that the person at the bottom is you, or du in German. Then the 2 persons above you would be die Mama and der Papa, which, as you now know, are die Eltern. Mama and Papa are die Eltern. If we move a little further upwards, we have your Großeltern, your grandparents, Großeltern. They consist of your Opa, Grandpa, and your Oma, Grandma. If you're lucky, you still have 2 of each. So your Großeltern are the Eltern of your Eltern. Your grandparents are the parents of your parents. So we have Mama, Papa, Oma, and Opa. But how do you call the parents of your grandparents? In English you would call them your great-grandparents. In German we call them Urgroßeltern. Urgroßeltern. They consist of your great-grandfather, Uropa, and your great-grandmother, Uroma. So we have Mama, Papa, Oma, Opa, and Uroma and Uropa. So far so good. By the way, this type of diagram is called a family tree, or in German, der Stammbaum. Der Stammbaum. Let's look at another Stammbaum. As you can see, this one is a little more complex. Imagine that you're the person that I marked with the arrow down there at the bottom. Don't worry, we'll only look at the bottom left area that I highlighted in blue. So let's start with the obvious stuff. The two persons above you that I highlighted in blue are your parents, or deine Eltern. Deine Eltern. Captain Obvious strikes again, but what about their brothers and sisters? In English you would call them your uncle and your aunt. In German, at least the term for uncle is pretty close. Your uncle in German is called dein Onkel. Dein Onkel. Your aunt, on the other hand, is called deine Tante. Deine Tante. Little fun fact, small corner shops in German are also called Tante Emma Laden. So Auntie Emma shops. Tante Emma Laden. Funny, right? So we have uncle and aunt. Onkel und Tante. Good, but what about their children? How are they related to you? As you probably know, in English you would call them your cousins. The German translation is actually pretty close. It is dein Cousin for your male cousin and deine Cousine for your female cousin. Dein Cousin, your male cousin, deine Cousine, your female cousin. So you can see both words, the English and the German, are quite similar. That's because they both have the same origin, the French word cousin or cousine, which also means cousin, or cousin und Cousine in German. So let's summarize the words that we've learned in this video and the video before. We'll start with the mom. In German, die Mama. Die Mama. Then we also had the dad, which in German means der Papa. Der Papa. Die Mama und der Papa. The mom and the dad. The more formal versions of these words are the mother, die Mutter, and the father, der Vater. Die Mutter and der Vater. Now let's have a look at their offspring. The son in German is called der Sohn. Der Sohn. The daughter, on the other hand, is die Tochter. Die Tochter. So we have der Sohn and die Tochter. If we then take a look at the parents of your parents, so your grandparents, we have the grandma, die Oma, and the grandpa, der Opa. Die Oma and der Opa. We also learned that the parents in German are called die Eltern and the grandparents are die Großeltern. Die Eltern and die Großeltern. And we also learned that the child in German is called das Kind. Das Kind. The plural form, the children, is die Kinder. Die Kinder. Das Kind, die Kinder. Do you know the chocolate sweet Kinderschokolade or Kinder Surprise? Now you know what that's all about. Then we also had the uncle and the aunt. The German term for the uncle is der Onkel. Der Onkel. And the aunt is called die Tante. Die Tante. Their children, so the cousins, in German are either called die Cousine if it's a female cousin and der Cousin if it's a male cousin. So die Cousine and der Cousin. As you can see, those are a lot of new words, so I'll encourage you to do the quiz after this video in order to get more practice. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In the next video we will take a look at the different terms for animals in German. There we'll take a look at pets, farm animals, wild animals and many more. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this video we will take a look at the German terms for animals. We will take a look at pets, wild animals and farm animals. So let's go! The German term for animals is die Tiere. Die Tiere. We are now going to distinguish them into pets and wild animals. So pets in German are called Haustiere. Die Haustiere. They are animals like rabbits, cats and dogs. Wild animals, on the other hand, are called die wilden Tiere in German. Die wilden Tiere. They are animals like polar bears, elephants and snakes. Let's start with the pets or die Haustiere in German. No video about pets would be complete without man's best friend, the dog. In German, der Hund. Der Hund. Another very popular pet is the cat. Die Katze. Die Katze. So we have der Hund and die Katze. Now let's have another one with long ears and a small tail. It's the rabbit. Der Hase. Der Hase. The next one is even smaller, but it has a long tail. It's the mouse, or in German, die Maus. Die Maus. Pretty similar, right? Let's have another one. It has feathers and it can fly. It's the parrot or der Papagei. Der Papagei, the parrot. A little anecdote from my childhood. As you know from the last two videos, the German term for dad is der Papa. And when I was younger, I always thought if there is a papagei, there also would need to be a mamagei, because you know, papa means dad and mama means mom. But it turns out there's only a papagei and those words have nothing to do with each other. But it's still funny sometimes how children think. Our next pet cannot fly, but it can swim. It's the fish, or in German, der Fisch. Der Fisch. Let's practice. Please translate the following sentence into German. I have two pets, a cat and a dog. You can pause the video and try for yourself. Got it? So the correct translation would be: Ich habe zwei Haustiere, eine Katze und einen Hund. Ich habe zwei Haustiere. I have two pets. Eine Katze, a cat, und einen Hund, and a dog. Ich habe zwei Haustiere, eine Katze und einen Hund. Let's have another one. My grandpa has a parrot, 4 rabbits, and 10 fish. Again, you can pause the video and try for yourself. My grandpa has a parrot, 4 rabbits, and 10 fish. The correct solution would be: Mein Opa hat einen Papagei, 4 Hasen und 10 Fische. Mein Opa hat, my grandpa has, einen Papagei, a parrot, 4 Hasen, 4 rabbits und 10 Fische, and 10 fish. With these sentences you can practice the numbers, animal terms and family vocabulary. Great, so let's move on with our next group of animals, the farm animals, or in German, die Bauernhoftiere. Die Bauernhoftiere. Long word, right? The word consists of 3 parts. The first one, Bauer, means farmer. Hof is the German term for yard, and Tiere means animals. So Bauernhoftiere means something like farmer yard animals, if you translate it literally. One example for a Bauernhoftier is the horse, or das Pferd. Das Pferd. Another one would be the pig. Das Schwein. Das Schwein. By the way, Schwein is also a pretty common swear word in German. So if somebody calls you a Schwein, that's not a good sign. Our next farm animal or Bauernhoftier cannot be used as a swear word. It's the cow, or in German, die Kuh. Die Kuh. Almost the same as in English, right? Die Kuh. The next one is a little more difficult. It's the chicken, or in German, das Huhn. Das Huhn. Another difficult word is the German translation for donkey. Der Esel. Der Esel. Finally, we have a word that is a little easier again, and it's the German term for sheep. Das Schaf. Das Schaf. The sheep. So we have das Pferd, das Schwein, die Kuh, das Huhn, der Esel, and das Schaf. So again, let's practice. Please translate the following sentence. The farmer has 1 horse and 2 cows. The farmer has 1 horse and 2 cows. If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. The correct answer is: Der Bauer hat ein Pferd und 2 Kühe. Der Bauer, the farmer, hat ein Pferd, has 1 horse, und 2 Kühe, and 2 cows. Let's have another one. The next sentence is: I have 3 pigs, 20 chicken and 1 donkey. You can pause the video and try for yourself. So, the correct solution would be: Ich habe 3 Schweine, 20 Hühner und einen Esel. Ich habe 3 Schweine, I have 3 pigs, 20 Hühner, 20 chicken und einen Esel and 1 donkey. Let's move on with the wild animals. In German, die wilden Tiere. Die wilden Tiere. We'll start with a very large one. It's the elephant, or in German, der Elefant. Der Elefant. Up next, we have the king of the jungle, the lion, der Löwe. Der Löwe. As you can see, this O letter with the 2 dots on top is pronounced Ö. Ö. You can find more about that in our video on the Umlaute, Ä, Ö and Ü. So for now, it's just important that the animal is pronounced Löwe. Up next, we have the snake, die Schlange. Die Schlange. Little fun fact, a queue, for example in front of a shop, is also called Schlange in German. So if, for example, a German tells you that at the supermarket there was a very long snake, am Supermarkt gab es eine sehr große Schlange, he actually means at the supermarket there was a very long queue. But that's just a little side note. Let's take a look at another wild animal. It lives in the forest. And it's the fox. In German, der Fuchs. Der Fuchs. Almost the same as in English, right? The same goes for the next animal, which is der Bär. The bear. Der Bär. And finally, we have our last animal for today. The deer, or in German, das Reh. Das Reh. The Reh is probably the most common wild animal that you can come across when you're in Germany, Austria or Switzerland. Alright guys, that's enough about animals. In our next lesson we will take a look at the different colors. This will also allow us to practice some of the animal terms that we just came across. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our course. In this video we will take a look at the German terms for colors. So let's go! Let's start with our title. The German term for colors is die Farben. Die Farben. As you know, there are many colors in our beautiful world, but we'll start with the basic ones. Let's start with red. Red in German is rot. Rot. Pretty similar, right? You will see that most color terms in German are actually quite similar to the ones in English. Let's move on with the next one. It's green, or in German, grün. Grün. As you already know, the U with the 2 dots on top is pronounced Ü, as in grün. Up next we have blue, in German, blau. Blau. And then finally we have yellow. Yellow in German is gelb. Gelb. So we have rot, red, grün, green, blau, blue, and gelb, yellow. Let's have a look at some example sentences. In this case, we have an apple, and if we want to say the apple is red, in German this would be der Apfel ist rot. Der Apfel, the apple, ist rot, red. Pretty easy, right? Let's have one more. This time we have the snake is green. The snake is green. If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. The snake is green. So from our last video, you know that the snake in German is called die Schlange, and now you know that green means grün. So the sentence would be die Schlange ist grün. Die Schlange, the snake, is grün. Green. Die Schlange ist grün. Easy, right? The next one is a little more difficult. As you can see, we have a picture of the sun. If we now wanted to say the sun is yellow, what would we say in German? I'll give you a little hint. The German term for the sun is die Sonne. Die Sonne. So now, with that in mind, what would the sentence look like? The correct translation would be die Sonne ist gelb. Die Sonne, the sun, is gelb. Yellow. Die Sonne ist gelb. Now let's have one final example. As you can see, we have a picture of the sky. If we now wanted to say the sky is blue, what would we say in German? If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. Again, a little hint, the German term for the sky is der Himmel. Der Himmel. So with that in mind, the correct solution would be der Himmel ist blau. Der Himmel, the sky, ist, is, blau, blue. Der Himmel ist blau. Great, so now let's move on with some less common colors. We'll start with black. Black in German means schwarz. Schwarz. This is probably one of the hardest ones. As you know, the opposite of black is white. And white in German is called weiß. Weiß. So schwarz means black and weiß means white. Our next color is often seen in nature. The soil, for example, has this color. It's brown, or in German, braun. Braun. Again, very similar, right? Braun, brown. The same is also true for our next color, which is orange, or in German, orange. Orange. As you can see, the writing is exactly the same, only the pronunciation is a little different. Orange instead of orange. And the next one is even easier because both the spelling and the pronunciation are exactly the same. It's pink. Pink. Pink in German is exactly the same as pink in English. Alright, our next color is a little more difficult and it's purple. Purple in German is called lila. Lila. Imagine you're singing a song. Lila, purple, lila. Easy, right? Now we come to our last two colors for today. The first one is gray. Gray in German means grau. Grau. As you can see in German, if you have the letter A followed by a U, you have an Au, so it's pronounced Au, as in grau. Our final color for today is turquoise. Turquoise, which in German means turquoise. Turquoise. Again, the spelling and the pronunciation differ slightly, but it's almost the same word. Turquoise, turquoise. Let's practice what we've just learned with a rainbow. Rainbow in German means Regenbogen, and as you know, a Regenbogen consists of many colors. On the outer layer we have red, rot, rot. One layer below we have a mixture between red and yellow, which is orange, or in German orange, orange. Then below that we have yellow, gelb, gelb. Then in the middle of our rainbow we have green, or grün, grün, which is followed by turquoise, turquoise, or hellblau, light blue, hellblau, light blue. As you can see, hell means light, as in hellblau, light blue. After turquoise or hellblau, we have blue or dark blue, which in German would be blau or dunkelblau. Blau, blue, dunkelblau, dark blue. So as you can see, dunkel means dark, as in dunkelblau, dark blue. Finally, on the inner layer we have lila or purple. Lila. Lila and gelb are probably the hardest ones to learn. The other ones are pretty similar to English. Let's repeat them one more time. We had rot, red, orange, orange, gelb, yellow, grün, green, türkis, turquoise or hellblau, light blue, blau, blue or dunkelblau, dark blue, and lila, purple, lila. Great! As always, feel free to do the quiz after this video. It will help you a lot practicing the terms for all of these colors. And that's all for today. I hope you've enjoyed it. In our next lesson, Conversation 2, we will practice everything that we've learned so far in this section in a little conversation. There we will meet our friends Max and Sandra again. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will practice everything we've learned so far in this section in a little dialogue. So let's go! So in this lesson we are gonna meet our friends Sandra and Max again. Let's listen what they say.
Max, wie viele Geschwister hast du eigentlich?
3, einen Bruder und 2 Schwestern. Und du?
Keine, ich bin Einzelkind. Hast du Haustiere?
Ja, ich habe einen Hund und eine Katze. Und du?
Ich habe einen Papageien.
Cool, welche Farbe hat dein Papagei?
Mein Papagei ist rot. Welche Farbe haben dein Hund und deine Katze?
Mein Hund ist schwarz und meine Katze ist braun. Sie sind wirklich süß.
Mein Onkel hat auch einen schwarzen Hund. Der ist auch total süß.
Cool.
Did you understand everything they've said? If not, don't worry, we'll break it down piece by piece. In the first sentence, Sandra asks Max, Max, wie viele Geschwister hast du eigentlich? Max, how many siblings do you have? Max answers, 3, einen Bruder und 2 Schwestern. Und du? 3, one brother and 2 sisters. And you? Sandra answers, keine, ich bin Einzelkind. Hast du Haustiere? None, I'm an only child. Do you have any pets? So as you can see, ich bin Einzelkind means I'm an only child. As I already mentioned, Sandra then asks Max, do you have any pets? Hast du Haustiere? Do you have any pets? Max answers, ja, ich habe einen Hund und eine Katze. Und du? Yes, I have a dog and a cat. And you? Sandra replies, ich habe einen Papagei. I have a parrot. Ich habe einen Papagei. To which Max replies, cool, welche Farbe hat ein Papagei? Cool, what color is your parrot? Cool, welche Farbe hat ein Papagei? Sandra responds, mein Papagei ist rot. Welche Farbe haben dein Hund und deine Katze? My parrot is red. What color are your dog and your cat? Max says, mein Hund ist schwarz und meine Katze ist braun. Sie sind wirklich süß. My dog is black and my cat is brown. They are really cute. As you can see, the sentence Sie sind wirklich süß means they are really cute. Sie sind wirklich süß. If you translate it literally, süß means sweet. Sandra says, mein Onkel hat auch einen schwarzen Hund. Der ist auch total süß. My uncle also has a black dog. It is also really cute. So, der ist auch total süß means it is also really cute. Total in this case is a synonym for wirklich, so really. Finally, Max answers cool, as in cool, awesome. So let's listen to the dialogue again. This time try to understand as much as you can. If you like, you can either stick to the text or you can try to listen to the dialogue without looking at your text. It's your choice. So let's listen to the text one more time.
Max, wie viele Geschwister hast du eigentlich?
3, einen Bruder und 2 Schwestern. Und du?
Keine, ich bin Einzelkind. Hast du Haustiere?
Ja, ich habe einen Hund und eine Katze. Und du?
Ich habe einen Papageien.
Cool, welche Farbe hat dein Papagei?
Mein Papagei ist rot. Welche Farbe haben dein Hund und deine Katze?
Mein Hund ist schwarz und meine Katze ist braun. Sie sind wirklich süß.
Mein Onkel hat auch einen schwarzen Hund. Der ist auch total süß.
Cool.
Did you understand everything they said? If yes, great! If you like, you can also use this dialogue and read it out loud. It will help you a lot, not only with your pronunciation, but also with learning the words that are in the text. And as always, you can also practice by doing the quiz after this video. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next section, we will move on with some more grammar topics. In our next lesson, we will start with the negative statements in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's video, we will take a look at the negative statements in German. So let's start. First of all, what are negative statements? Negative statements are used to express an opposing idea. This can be things like I totally disagree, but it can also be easy things, like just a negative form of a normal sentence. Let's take, for example, the sentence I have a dog. This is a positive statement because you have the dog, right? Now, if you want to convert this sentence into a negative statement, you would say I have no dog. So you would insert a no. I have a dog versus I have no dog. Or you could say I don't have a dog. I have no dog or I don't have a dog. Now, what you've just performed is called a negative statement. So you would use the word no or don't in order to negate the sentence. In German, you would do it similarly. I have a dog in German would be Ich habe einen Hund. Ich habe einen Hund. And if you wanted to make a negative statement out of it, you would say Ich habe keinen Hund. Ich habe keinen Hund. I have no dog. The word keinen has the same function as the words no and don't in English. Not too difficult, right? If you want to form negative statements, you need to use negative words. They are words like no, nobody, nothing, never, none, and not. And these negative words are also used in German. No, for example, means nein. Nein. Never, on the other hand, means nie. Nie. Up next we have not, which means nicht. Nicht. Our next word even has two translations. Nobody can be translated with either niemand or keiner. So nobody can be niemand or keiner. The next one is a little more difficult. None can be translated with both kein and keine, depending on the following word. Then finally we have nothing, which in German means nichts. Nichts. Good, so now let's repeat our negative words in German. We had nein, which means no, nie, which means never, nicht, which means not, niemand or keiner, which is the German equivalent of nobody, kein or keine, which means none, and nichts, which means nothing. So nein, nie, nicht, niemand or keiner, kein or keine, and nichts. Of course, you don't need to learn them all by heart, but it's good to understand them, because, as you know, there's a big difference between I have a dog and I don't have a dog, right? Let's have a look at some example sentences. We'll start with the example from earlier. If in German you wanted to say I don't have a dog or I have no dog, in German you would say Ich habe keinen Hund. Ich habe keinen Hund. As you can see, keinen and no mean the same thing. They are the negative words that make our statement a negative statement. Alright, let's have another one. Let's imagine that you have a cold or that you have fever. In this case, you could say something like, I feel sick. Or if you want to say it as a negative statement, you could say, I don't feel well. I don't feel well. In German, you would say, mir geht es nicht gut. Mir geht es nicht gut. I am not well, or if you want to translate it literally, it is not going well. So as you can see, those little words are actually really important. I will give you some more practice sentences in the quiz section after this video. There you can find both translation exercises and exercises where you need to convert a positive statement into a negative statement and vice versa. As always, if you have any questions, feel free to write me a message and I will try to answer as quickly as possible. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next lesson we will take a look at two of the most important verbs in German. The verbs sein, to be, and haben, to have. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this video we will take a look at two of the most important verbs in German, sein and haben, to be and to have. So let's go! Throughout the video we will conjugate both verbs and we will practice everything in a few example sentences. So let's start with our first verb, the verb sein, or in English, to be. Sein. As you already know, the personal pronouns in German are ich, du, sie, es, wir, ihr, and sie. We will now try to conjugate the verb sein. That means that we try to find the corresponding form of the verb sein for each of these personal pronouns. Let's start with ich. In English you would say I am, and in German you say ich bin. Ich bin. For example, if you wanted to say I am 17 years old, in German you would say ich bin 17 Jahre alt. Ich bin, I am, 17 Jahre alt, 17 years old. Ich bin 17 Jahre alt. Let's now move on with the second personal pronoun, du. In English you would say you are. In German you say du bist. Du bist. Let's take the sentence you are my brother, for example. In German you would say du bist mein Bruder. Du bist, you are, mein Bruder, my brother. Du bist mein Bruder. Let's move on to the third person singular, which in German is sie, and es. In English you would say he, she, it, is, and in German you say sie, es, ist. So you basically just add a t. Sie, es, ist. Let's look at some example sentences. If, for example, you wanted to say he is 21 years old, you would say ist 21 Jahre alt. ist, he is, 21 Jahre alt, 21 years old. Or if we wanted to form a sentence with the sie, we could say, for example, she's my sister. Sie ist meine Schwester. Sie ist, she is, meine Schwester, my sister. Sie ist meine Schwester. Or finally, if you want to have an example sentence for es ist, you could say, es ist ein schöner Tag. It's a beautiful day. Es ist, it is, or it's, ein schöner Tag, a beautiful day. Es ist ein schöner Tag. So far we have ich bin, du bist, and sie es ist. So now let's move on with the plural forms. We move on with wir. In English you would say we are. In German you say wir sind. Wir sind. For example, the sentence we are a happy family in German would be wir sind eine glückliche Familie. Wir sind, we are, eine glückliche Familie. A happy family. Wir sind eine glückliche Familie. So as you can see, glücklich means happy, and as you already know, Familie means family. So we have two more forms to come. Our next one is you are, or in German, ihr seid. Ihr seid. One possible example sentence would be, ihr seid toll. Like, you are great, or you are amazing. Ihr seid toll. Now let's come to our final form, which is they are, or in German, sie sind. Sie sind. One example sentence could be, sie sind meine Haustiere. They are my pets. Sie sind, they are, meine Haustiere. My pets. Sie sind meine Haustiere. Great. Let's move on to our next verb, the verb haben. In English, to have. Haben. The personal pronouns stay the same, so we can jump right in. The first person in English would be I have, and in German it is ich habe. Ich habe. It is followed by du hast, sie es hat, wir haben, ihr habt, and sie haben. So far so good. Listen and repeat. Ich habe, du hast, sie es hat, wir haben, ihr habt, sie haben. Now again, let's have a look at some example sentences. An example sentence for ich habe could be, for example, ich habe einen Papagei. I have a parrot. Ich habe, I have, einen Papagei, a parrot. Ich habe einen Papagei. If you like, you can pause the video and read it out loud. By the way, you can do that with any of our example sentences. Let's move on with du hast. An example sentence for du hast could be, for example, du hast zwei Katzen. You have two cats. Du hast, you have, zwei Katzen, two cats. Du hast zwei Katzen. Great, so for our next form I actually have three example sentences because we have three personal pronouns, sie and es. So I have one for each. So as you know, the form is sie es hat. And one of the example sentences is hat einen Apfel. He has an apple. Hat einen Apfel. He has an apple. Good. The next one would be sie hat zwei Schwestern. She has two sisters. Sie hat, she has, zwei Schwestern. Two sisters. Sie hat zwei Schwestern. And finally, we have an example sentence that is a little different, and it's es hat funktioniert. Es hat funktioniert, which means it worked or it has worked. As you can see, haben in this case has a different meaning because it's used as an auxiliary verb. So in this case, it doesn't say anything about possession like it normally would. Alright, let's move on with the plural forms. We'll start with wir haben. Here we have the example sentence, wir haben 3 Hunde und 2 Papageien. Wir haben, we have, 3 Hunde, 3 dogs und 2 Papageien and 2 parrots. Wir haben 3 Hunde und 2 Papageien. We have 3 dogs and 2 parrots. Alright, up next we have the example sentence for ihr habt. Our example sentence is, ihr habt einen Bruder. Ihr habt einen Bruder. You have a brother. And finally we have sie haben. Sie haben, as in, sie haben 2 Katzen. They have 2 cats. Sie haben 2 Katzen. Good. So now that we know both verbs, let's compare them to another. Good. So again we have the verbs sein and haben, to be and to have. And if we take a look at their forms, we can see that they share some similarities. As you can see, when you take a look at the second person singular, they both end in st. Du bist and du hast. And the same also goes for the third person singular, which means sie es ist and sie es hat. Here both end in a T. Sie es ist, sie es hat. Then with the plural forms, you can also see that in the first and in the third person plural, the verb is the same. Wir sind and sie sind, and the same also goes for haben. Wir haben and sie haben. So that's another similarity. Now the problem with both verbs is they are what is known as unregelmäßige Verben or irregular verbs. Unregelmäßige Verben. This means that some of their forms differ from the norm. You will learn that in more detail in some other videos because I both have a video on the regular verbs and one on the irregular verbs. So for now, let's just only focus on the verbs sein, to be, and haben, to have. So let's repeat both verbs one more time. We'll start with sein. Ich bin, du bist, sie es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, and sie sind. One more time, listen and repeat. Ich bin, du bist, sie es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, sie sind. Now we'll do the same thing with haben. We had ich habe, du hast, sie es hat, wir haben, ihr habt, and sie haben. Listen and repeat. Ich habe, du hast, sie es hat, wir haben, ihr habt, and sie haben. Alright, those two verbs are really important. They occur in almost every sentence, which is why it's really important to learn the forms properly. If you want to have more practice, you can use the quiz after this video, and it's also not a bad idea to learn these verb tables by heart. As always, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anything, and you can also write me a private message. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next lesson we will move on with the definite articles in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at the definite articles in German. So let's go! In English, definite articles or bestimmte Artikel as they are called in German are pretty easy because there's only one, the. In German, unfortunately, this is a little different because this is probably one of the hardest things that there are in the German language. We don't have just one definite article, but three definite articles, der, die and das. And whether you use der, die or das depends on the grammatical gender of the corresponding word. For example, der is the definite article for masculine words. Let's take der Bruder for example, the brother. As you know, the brother or der Bruder is a male person, which is why it has a male gender and you use the definite article der. Die, on the other hand, is used for feminine words. Let's take die Schwester for example. This is an easy example because as you know, the sister or die Schwester is a female person, which is why its grammatical gender is also female. So you use the definite article die Schwester. Finally, we have das, the definite article for gender-neutral words. It is mainly used for things, for example, das Auto, the car, das Auto. Not too difficult, right? Der for masculine words, die for feminine words, and das for neutral words. The problem, or das Problem in German about this, is that it's not always that way. There are many exceptions to this rule. Let's take the table for example. The table is a neutral word because it's a thing. So if you follow the rules, it should be das Tisch. The problem is, it's not das Tisch, it's der Tisch. So the table in German doesn't have a neutral gender, but a male gender. So it's der Tisch. Weird, right? The same can also go in the other direction. If you take the fork for example, which is also a neutral word, if you follow the rules, it should also have the definite article das. But it doesn't. It has the definite article die Gabel, because in German the fork or die Gabel is a feminine word. Weird, right? And the problem about this is that there's no real logical explanation for these exceptions. Most of the time it has historical reasons, so you would need to be a linguist in order to make sense of it. So the easiest way to properly learn the articles is to learn the article to each word. So for example, if you learn the word die Gabel for the fork, you learn that it's die Gabel. And the same also for all the others. Now the good thing is that in more than 70% of all cases the rules are correct. So if it's a masculine word, you actually have the definite article der. If it's a feminine word, you actually have the definite article die. And if you have a neutral word, you use the article das. But as I just mentioned, that's not always the case. Another problem are theoretical concepts. There is not really a proper grammatical gender for concepts. So it depends. For example, the rule in German is die Regel, but the law, which almost means the same, is das Gesetz. So in one case you use the feminine gender and in the other case a neutral gender. The rule, die Regel, the law, das Gesetz. But don't worry, not everything is that difficult. Like I said, those are just a few exceptions, but as I said, those exceptions make it a lot more difficult. Most words though have a logical explanation for their grammatical gender. So that's all for now. In our next lesson we will take a look at the indefinite articles in German. Don't worry, those ones will be easier. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's lesson we will take a look at the indefinite articles in German. So let's go. The indefinite articles or unbestimmte Artikel in English are or in, depending on the following word. In German, we also have two indefinite articles, zwei unbestimmte Artikel. We have ein for masculine and neutral words and eine for feminine words. For example, if you have der Bruder, the brother, a masculine word, the indefinite article would be ein. So you have ein Bruder. If you have a feminine word on the other hand, like die Schwester for example, the die would be converted into eine and you have eine Schwester. Ein Bruder and eine Schwester. Ein is the indefinite article for male or neutral nouns and eine is the indefinite article for female nouns. Finally, if we have a neutral word like das Auto for example, the indefinite article would be ein. Das Auto would become ein Auto. The car would become a car. Das Auto, ein Auto. So as you can see, the male word der Bruder becomes ein Bruder and the neutral word das Auto becomes ein Auto. So as I already mentioned, we have ein for male and neutral words. Die Schwester, a feminine word, on the other hand becomes eine Schwester. So eine is the indefinite article for feminine words. Unlike to what we saw in the last video with the definite articles, in this case we don't have any exceptions for this rule. So the indefinite articles are a lot easier. Got it? Great! Let's practice that. In the following exercise I will give you a word with its definite article and I would like you to convert it into the same word with an indefinite article. For example, if I give you the word der Apfel, the apple, you should convert it into ein Apfel, an apple. You just need to follow the rule that der and das become ein and that die becomes eine. Alright, so let's go! We'll start with die Tante. Die Tante. If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. So, with die Tante, we have the definite article die, which indicates that it's a feminine word. So if we want to use an indefinite article instead, we would need to use eine. Eine Tante. Die Tante becomes eine Tante. Great! In the next example, we have das Tier. Das Tier. Again, you can pause the video and try for yourself. So, if we follow the rules, das would need to be converted into ein, so the whole thing would be ein Tier. Das Tier becomes ein Tier. Up next we have der Tisch. Der Tisch. Again, please convert the definite article into an indefinite article. So, because der indicates that it's a masculine word, we use the indefinite article ein. So, der Tisch becomes ein Tisch. Ein Tisch. We have two more to come. Up next we have die Katze. Die Katze. I'll give you some time to think. So, die Katze is a feminine word, so if you convert it into an indefinite article, we would use eine Katze. Eine Katze. Great! And finally we have das Kind. Das Kind. So if you would like to convert the child into a child, in German you would use ein Kind instead of das Kind, because das indicates that it's a neutral word, and as we learned before, if we have a masculine or a neutral word, we use ein. So the whole thing would be ein Kind, a child. Perfect! As always, if you need more practice, I encourage you to do the quiz after this video. As you can see, if you use this rule, it's pretty easy to determine the correct indefinite article in German. In our next lesson, we will move on with the plural forms in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will take a look at the plural forms in German. You will learn the plural forms for nouns, definite articles and indefinite articles. So let's go! Let's start with the plural forms, or how to form a plural in German. For that you use the singular form of the word that you would like to convert into plural, and then you add the plural ending. Depending on the word, this can be n or or s. Or r. So you add an n, en, I, s, r or er. For example, if you have the word Kind, you use the plural ending er. So you get the plural form Kinder. Das Kind, die Kinder. Let's take a look at when to use which plural ending. As you have seen, we have the endings s, n or en, I, r or er. Let's start with the easiest one, the ending s. S is used when a noun ends in a vowel or y. For example, the plural of Opa, grandpa, is Opas. So you just add a s. Opas. That one is not too difficult. Whenever you see a vowel at the end of a word, you can add a s and you have the plural form. Unfortunately, the next one is a lot more difficult. It's the ending n or en. This ending is used if the word ends in one of the following syllables. I, ent, ant, ont, ist, jor, in, jon, ik, heit, keit, schafft, tät, or ung. For example, if you have the word Student, student, which ends in ent, you would use the ending in, so the plural form would be Studenten. Der Student, die Studenten. This is probably the hardest form to learn. I would recommend you to, depending on what learning type you are, to learn these endings by heart, or to not learn them at all and to learn the article with each individual new word that you learn. For example, if you learn the word Wort, word, you learn that the corresponding plural form is Wörter, words. The same also goes for the other two endings. It's your choice whether you want to learn these rules by heart or if you want to learn the plural form with each word individually. The plural ending I, or in German is used for nouns that end in the syllables ich, ihr, ich, ing and as well as many single syllable nouns. For example, Freund, friend, a single syllable noun, becomes Freunde. So you simply add an Freund becomes Freunde. Or let's take an example for the first case. Here we have Friseur, for example, hairdresser, which has the ending Here the plural form would be Friseure, hairdressers. So you simply add an Friseur becomes Friseure. Good, let's come to our final plural ending. This one is a little easier again. It's the ending r or er, r or er. This ending is used for many single syllable neuter nouns, so only for neuter nouns. So only for nouns that have the article das. For example, das Kind. Das Kind, the child, would become die Kinder, the children. So far so good. If you want my advice, the first and the last ending are not too difficult, so it would make sense to learn the rules for those two categories. The other two are a lot more difficult, so here I would prefer to learn the plural forms with each new word individually. But it's up to you whether you learn the rules or whether you learn it with each word individually. Good! Now let's have a look at the plural forms of articles. Luckily, this one is a lot easier. If you have the singular form of a definite article, for example, so der, die, or das, the plural form would always be die. Die. So the plural form for all of the definite articles is the same, no matter whether the grammatical gender of the corresponding word is masculine, neuter, or feminine. You always use die. The same goes for the indefinite articles ein and eine. The plural form of these two articles is viele. Viele. So die is the plural form for definite articles and viele is the plural form for indefinite articles. I'll give you one example. If you have eine Katze, for example, a cat, and would like to convert it into a plural, you would need to use the plural form of the indefinite article, so viele instead of eine, and you would need to add the plural ending. So we have viele Katzen. Eine Katze becomes viele Katzen. Great! Now let's have some more examples. Let's start with das Kind. Das Kind. If we wanted to get the plural form of das Kind, we would need to convert the definite article das into the plural form of das, which is die, and we would need to add the corresponding plural form. Now, as I already mentioned, the plural form of das Kind is die Kinder, because das Kind is a one-syllable neuter word, so it gets the ending r or er, in this case er, so das Kind becomes die Kinder. Good, let's have another one. This time we have der Hund. Der Hund. The plural of der Hund is die Hunde. Die Hunde. Again, we have a definite article, so der becomes die in the plural form. So we only need to add the corresponding plural ending. Now comes the harder part for me as a teacher, because there's no logical explanation why the plural form of der Hund is die Hunde. It's an exception which probably has historical reasons. So keep in mind, the plural of Hund is Hunde. Der Hund becomes die Hunde. Now let's take a look at the dog's best friend, a cat, or eine Katze. The plural of eine Katze is viele Katzen. Viele Katzen. Eine becomes viele because it's the plural of the indefinite article, and Katzen is the plural of Katze. Katze is a word that ends with an so it gets the plural ending en. Katzen. Good, we're halfway done. 3 more examples to come. The next one is der Tisch, the table. Der Tisch. The plural of der Tisch is die Tische. Die Tische. As you know, we use the plural form for definite articles die because der is also a definite article, and Tische gets the plural ending I or because Tisch ends in ish, which requires the plural ending or en. In this case, Tische. The same also goes, for example, for the plural form of fish, Fische. Good. The next one is a little more difficult. It's the German term for a house. It's ein Haus. Ein Haus. The plural form of ein Haus is viele Häuser. Viele Häuser. So let's start with the easy part. Ein is an indefinite article, so it gets the plural form viele. Now we have 2 difficulties. The first one is that there is no rule that says that words that end in S require an R or ER, as in Häuser. And the second thing is that, as you probably already noticed, the A in Haus has become an Ä in Häuser. Now again, unfortunately, there's no logical explanation for this. But this case actually doesn't happen that rarely. For example, let's take our last one. Ein Glas would become viele Gläser. Viele Gläser. So again, the easy part, ein becomes viele because it's an indefinite article. But now again, we have the same thing like with house. We get the ending ER, Gläser. And we have the problem that the A in Glas is converted into an Ä in Gläser. For cases like these, it's actually the best to learn the plural form for each individual word and not the rules. So, for example, if you learn the word das Haus, the house, you learn that its plural form is die Häuser or viele Häuser. The more words you know, the easier it gets for you to guess which one is the right form. I know that's a lot right now, but as always, practice is key. That's why in our next lesson, Conversation 3, we will have a lot of practice for all of the things that we've just learned. We'll practice negative statements, definite articles, indefinite articles, and plural forms. We'll also meet our friends Sandra and Max again. So keep practicing and danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will practice everything we've learned so far in this section in a little dialogue. We will practice topics like possessive pronouns, plural forms, definite articles and indefinite articles. And we will meet our friends Sandra and Max again. So let's go! So as I just mentioned, in this dialogue we will meet our friends Sandra and Max again. Let's listen to their conversation.
Hi Max, hast du eigentlich Haustiere?
Ja, ich habe viele Haustiere. Eine Katze, ein Pferd und 3 Hunde. Und du?
Ich mag Hunde. Ich habe einen Hund und 2 Mäuse.
Toll. Wie heißen dein Hund und deine Mäuse?
Der Hund heißt Ernie und die beiden Mäuse heißen Kiki und Veruschka.
Das sind ja lustige Namen.
Wie heißen deine Haustiere?
Die Katze heißt Coco und das Pferd heißt Igor. Meine Hunde heißen Kara, Blackie und Enya.
Cool!
Did you understand everything they said? If yes, great! Let's break the conversation down piece by piece. In the first sentence, Sandra asks Max, Hey Max, hast du eigentlich Haustiere? Hey Max, do you have any pets? Max answers, ja, ich habe viele Haustiere. Eine Katze, ein Pferd und 3 Hunde. Und du? Yes, I have many pets. A cat, a horse and 3 dogs. And you? Ja, yes. Ich habe viele Haustiere. I have many pets. Eine Katze, ein Pferd und 3 Hunde. A cat, a horse and 3 dogs. Und du? And you? Sandra answers, ich mag Hunde. Ich habe einen Hund und 2 Mäuse. I like dogs. I have a dog and 2 mice. Max responds with, toll. Wie heißen dein Hund und deine Mäuse? Great. What are the names of your dog and your mice? Sandra responds, der Hund heißt Ernie und die beiden Mäuse heißen Kiki und Veruschka. The dog's name is Ernie and the 2 mice are called Kiki and Veruschka. Das sind ja lustige Namen, says Max. Those are funny names. Sandra asks, wie heißen deine Haustiere? What are the names of your pets? To which Max replies, die Katze heißt Coco und das Pferd heißt Igor. Meine Hunde heißen Kara, Blackie und Enya. The cat's name is Coco and the horse is called Igor. My 2 dogs are called Kara, Blackie and Enya. Sandra answers, cool, which means cool. Great, now that we know what they say, let's listen to the dialogue again. This time, please focus on the definite articles and the indefinite articles in the text. You can also pause the video in order to get more time. And you can also find a PNG file of this dialogue, which you can print out in order to highlight it yourself. So enough talking, let's listen to the dialogue again and focus on the definite articles and indefinite articles. Let's go!
Hi Max, hast du eigentlich Haustiere?
Ja, ich habe viele Haustiere. Eine Katze, ein Pferd und 3 Hunde. Und du?
Ich mag Hunde. Ich habe einen Hund und 2 Mäuse.
Toll. Wie heißen dein Hund und deine Mäuse?
Der Hund heißt Ernie und die beiden Mäuse heißen Kiki und Veruschka.
Das sind ja lustige Namen.
Wie heißen deine Haustiere?
Die Katze heißt Coco und das Pferd heißt Igor. Meine Hunde heißen Kara, Blackie und Enya.
Cool!
Good! Did you find all of the indefinite articles and definite articles? Great! So, just so you remember, the indefinite articles are ein, eine and viele. In this text we have 4 occasions where they appear. Viele Haustiere, eine Katze, ein Pferd and einen Hund. They are now highlighted in green. Now let's look at the definite articles der, die and das. In this dialogue they appear 4 times. They are now highlighted in blue. Der Hund, die Mäuse, die Katze and das Pferd. So 4 indefinite articles and 4 definite articles. Alright, we're now gonna listen to the text a 3rd time. This time, please focus on the possessive pronouns, so mein, dein, and so on, and on the plural forms. I'll give you a little hint. There are 4 possessive pronouns in the text and 10 plural forms. Can you spot all of them?
Hi Max, hast du eigentlich Haustiere?
Ja, ich habe viele Haustiere. Eine Katze, ein Pferd und 3 Hunde. Und du?
Ich mag Hunde. Ich habe einen Hund und 2 Mäuse.
Toll. Wie heißen dein Hund und deine Mäuse?
Der Hund heißt Ernie und die beiden Mäuse heißen Kiki und Veruschka.
Das sind ja lustige Namen.
Wie heißen deine Haustiere?
Die Katze heißt Coco und das Pferd heißt Igor. Meine Hunde heißen Kara, Blackie und Enya.
Cool!
Did you find all 4 possessive pronouns? They are now highlighted in red. They are dein Hund, deine Mäuse, deine Haustiere and meine Hunde. Your dog, your mice, your pets and my dogs. Good! And finally, let's look at the final task. Did you find all of the plural forms? All 10 of them? Let's check. They are now highlighted in blue. They are Haustiere, Haustiere, Hunde, Hunde, Mäuse, 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 Namen, Haustiere, and again Hunde. If you spotted all of them, you did a really good job. Alright guys, that's enough for today in our entire section of Grammar 2. In our next section, Repetition 1, we will repeat all of the topics that we've come across in the past 20 sessions in order to prepare you for your midterm exam. In our next session, we will start with countries and nationalities. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's lesson, we will repeat the German terms for countries and nationalities. So let's go! This session, like all of the other repetition sessions, is meant as a little recap. So we will go over the topics that we've already covered, but a little quicker. So if you want to have it more in depth, you can also rewatch the other videos. So let's jump right in. As you already know, in German, if you want to ask someone, where are you from? You have 2 possibilities. You can either ask, wo kommst du her? Wo kommst du her? Or you can ask, woher kommst du? Woher kommst du? You can answer this question by saying, ich komme aus, I'm from, Ich komme aus, and then you add the name of your country or your city. You could say, for example, ich komme aus Deutschland. I'm from Germany. Ich komme aus Deutschland. Or ich komme aus Frankreich. I'm from France. Ich komme aus Frankreich. Or ich komme aus den Vereinigten Staaten. I'm from the US. Ich komme aus den Vereinigten Staaten. Or ich komme aus den USA. Or ich komme aus China. I'm from China. Ich komme aus China. And you can of course also do the same thing with all of the other countries out there. In the additional material to this video, you can find a detailed list with all of the German country names, languages, and so on. Now let's move to nationalities. If, for example, you wanted to say, I am German, for example, you would say, ich bin Deutsch. Ich bin, I am, Deutsch, German. In this case, German is an adjective, which is why it's written with lowercase letters. But you could also use it as a noun. In this case, you would say, ich bin Deutscher or ich bin Deutsche, depending on your gender. So, ich bin Deutscher if you're male, or ich bin Deutsche if you're female. The same goes for other languages as well. For example, if you wanted to say, I am French, you would say, ich bin Französisch. Ich bin Französisch. Or you could use the noun, which would be, ich bin Franzose if you're male, and ich bin Französin if you're female. Ich bin Franzose, ich bin Französin. If you're Spanish, for example, you could say, ich bin Spanisch. Ich bin Spanisch. Or again, you could use the noun, which would be, ich bin Spanier, or ich bin Spanierin, depending on your gender. Ich bin Spanier if you're male, and ich bin Spanierin if you're female. And the same also goes for other languages. It's more common to use the nouns, Deutscher, Deutsche, Franzose, Französin, and Spanier, Spanierin, but you can also use the adjective, which would be Deutsch, Französisch, or Spanisch. Let's take another example. This time we have Chinese, which would be Chinesisch if you use the adjective and Chinese or Chinesin if you use the noun. Ich bin Chinese or Ich bin Chinesin, depending on your gender. Little fun fact, in German, if someone doesn't understand what you're saying, you could say, spreche ich Chinesisch? Do I speak Chinese? Which means something like, why don't you understand me? Okay, let's move on. If you're American, for example, you could say, ich bin amerikanisch. Ich bin amerikanisch. Or you could use the noun, I am an American, ich bin Amerikaner, or ich bin Amerikanerin. As I already mentioned, the second one, so the noun, is more common. And finally, if you're Russian, you can say, ich bin Russisch, or ich bin Russe, ich bin Russin, depending on your gender. Ich bin Russisch would be the adjective, and ich bin Russe or ich bin Russin would be the noun again. Good, now let's take a look at languages. As we've already seen, with languages it's pretty similar as with nationalities. If you want to ask someone, do you speak you say, sprechen Sie sprechen Sie or sprichst du depending on the formality of the situation. And then you add the name of your language, which is pretty much the adjective that we've already seen with the nationalities. For example, for German it would be Deutsch. Sprechen Sie Deutsch or sprichst du Deutsch? For English it's English, and for French it's Französisch. And for Spanish it's Spanish. So those are exactly the same words as the adjectives that we've just come across with the nationalities. They are formed in the following way. Take Deutschland for example, the German term for Germany. We now take the first syllable, Deutsch, and would usually end a sh, but because it's already ending with a sh, you don't add another sh. So we have Deutsch. Good, let's take Spanish as another example. Spain in German is called Spanien. Spanien. So the first syllable is Span. Now if we want to have the language, we take this first syllable and add a ish. So the corresponding language is Spanish. Spanish. Pretty similar as in English, right? Speaking of English, the German term for England is England. England, and the corresponding language is English. English. Let's have 3 more examples. China in German is called China, and the corresponding language is Chinesisch. Chinesisch. Russia is Russland, and the corresponding language is Russisch. And finally, Japan in German is called Japan, and the corresponding language is Japanisch. Japanisch. Good. As you can probably see, the first letter of the languages is not written in capital letters as it is in English, but in lowercase letters. Then the second thing that is striking is that all the languages end in sh. So almost the same as in English, but we don't write them with sh, but with sch. So if you wanted to use this in a conversation, you could start by saying Entschuldigung, excuse me, Entschuldigung. Sprechen Sie Deutsch or English or Spanish, for example? And then this person could answer with either ja, yes, or nein, no. Not too difficult, right? Entschuldigung, excuse me, sprechen Sie, and then you add the language. As I already mentioned in the additional material to this video, you can find a list with all of the German country names and the corresponding languages. In our next repetition lesson, we will move on with the numbers and family terms in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's repetition session, we will repeat the German terms for numbers and families. So let's go. Let's start with the numbers, or Zahlen in German. Let's start with the numbers 1 to 10. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Let's repeat them one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good, let's move on with the numbers 11 to 20. We'll start with the number 11, which is 11 in German. Then we move on with 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Good, let's move on with the fun part. We already had the German term for 20, which is 20, and now we'll move on in steps of 10. So 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 and 100. One more time. 20, 20, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50, 50, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90 and 100. 100. If you add one more zero to 100, you get 1000. In German, 1000 or 1000. 1000. Great, let's move on to some more complex numbers. Let's take these two numbers for example. In German they are 24 and 32. 24 and 32. These numbers are built up in the following way. They start with the German term for the second digit, so the 4 and 24 and the 2 and 32. Then you add an und, which means and then we move on to the German term for the first digit, which is 20 in the case of 24 and 30 in the case of 32. So we get 24 and 32. Good. Let's repeat that. So you start with the second digit, then you add an und, and then you move on with the first digit, which is something like 20, 30, 40, and so on. Good. Let's move on with the family terms. As you already know, the German term for the family is die Familie. Die Familie. And a typical family consists of die Mama, die Mutter, the mother, der Papa, der Vater, the father, der Sohn, the son, and die Tochter, the daughter, die Tochter. So we have die Mama or die Mutter, der Papa or der Vater, and der Sohn and die Tochter. As you know, der Sohn and die Tochter are also called die Geschwister, the siblings, die Geschwister. They consist of the brother, der Bruder, and the sister, die Schwester, die Schwester. Let's have a look at the family tree. As you can see, the person at the bottom is you, or du in German. Then the two persons above you are your Eltern, your mom and your dad. Eltern, parents. One stage above you have your grandparents, or Großeltern in German. Großeltern. Die Großeltern are die Großmutter, or better known as die Oma, the grandma, and der Großvater, or der Opa, the grandpa. Die Großmutter, the grandmother, die Oma, the grandma, der Großvater, the grandfather, and der Opa, the grandpa. Good, but what about the parents of your grandparents? They are called Urgroßeltern. Urgroßeltern, great-grandparents. Alright, let's summarize the family vocabulary that we've had so far. We had the mom, die Mama, the dad, der Papa, the mother, die Mutter, the father, der Vater, the son, der Sohn, the daughter, die Tochter, the grandma, die Oma, the grandpa, der Opa, the parents, die Eltern, the grandparents, die Großeltern, and we had the child, which in German means das Kind, and the plural, the children, which in German means die Kinder. Das Kind, die Kinder. If you take a look at an even larger family tree, you can see that you also have uncles and aunts. The German term for your uncle is dein Onkel. Dein Onkel, your uncle. And your aunt in German is called deine Tante. Deine Tante, or die Tante if you want to say the aunt. So we have Onkel, uncle, and Tante, aunt. And their children are called your cousins in English. In German, this depends on their gender. Your male cousins are called dein Cousin, your cousin, or your male cousin, and deine Cousine, your female cousin. Cousin, Cousine. So let's summarize. We had the uncle, der Onkel, der Onkel, the aunt, die Tante, and we had the female cousin, die Cousine, and the male cousin, der Cousin, die Cousine, der Cousin. Very good. We've got one more repetition session to come. In our next lesson, we will move on with the German terms for animals and colors. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our final repetition session before the midterm exam. In this lesson, we will repeat the German terms for animals and colors. So let's go. As you know, the German term for animals is die Tiere. Die Tiere. And now we can distinguish in die Haustiere, the pets, and die wilden Tiere, the wild animals. Die Haustiere, like for example the rabbit, the cat or the dog, and die wilden Tiere like the polar bear, the snake and the elephant. Let's take die Haustiere for example. Pets, die Haustiere. Here we have der Hund, the dog, die Katze, the cat, der Hase, the rabbit, die Maus, the mouse, der Papagei, the parrot, and der Fisch, the fish. But those are just a few examples, so let's repeat them one more time. Der Hund, die Katze, der Hase, die Maus, der Papagei, and der Fisch. Let's move on to die Bauernhoftiere, the farm animals, die Bauernhoftiere. Here we have das Pferd, the horse, das Schwein, the pig, die Kuh, the cow, das Huhn, the chicken, der Esel, the donkey, and das Schaf, the sheep. So, das Pferd, das Schwein, die Kuh, das Huhn, der Esel, and das Schaf. Finally, we have a few examples for the wild animals, or die wilden Tiere in German. Die wilden Tiere. We have der Elefant, the elephant, der Löwe, the lion, die Schlange, the snake, der Fuchs, the fox, der Bär, the bear, and das Reh, the deer. So, der Elefant, der Löwe, die Schlange, der Fuchs, der Bär, and das Reh. As you know, there are many more animals, but those are just a few examples. Now let's have a look at their colors and colors in general. We'll take the example of a rainbow. On the outer layer we have rot, or red. Then if we move on, we have orange, orange, gelb, yellow, grün, green, türkis, turquoise or hellblau, light blue, blau, blue or dark blue, dunkelblau, and lila, purple. So let's repeat them one more time. Rot, orange, gelb, grün, türkis or hellblau, blau or dunkelblau, and lila. Apart from that, we also have some other colors like schwarz, black, weiß, white, braun, brown, and orange, orange. Schwarz, weiß, braun, and orange. Good, let's practice both the animal terms and the terms for colors in some example sentences. Our first example sentence is, the snake is green. Please translate the sentence into German. The snake is green. So, the snake in German is called die Schlange, means ist, and green means grün. So the whole sentence is, die Schlange ist grün. The snake is green. Die Schlange ist grün. Let's have another one. Our next sentence is, the fox is red. The fox is red. If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. So, the German term for the fox is der Fuchs, is, as we know, means ist, and red is the German term for rot. So, the fox is red means der Fuchs ist rot. Der Fuchs ist rot. Good, let's have one final example sentence. This time our sentence is, the rabbit is white. The rabbit is white. In German, this sentence would be, der Hase ist weiß. Der Hase, the rabbit, ist white, weiß. Der Hase ist weiß. Awesome, good job. And that's all for our repetition video on animals and colors. Now it's time for your midterm test. In our next video, I will tell you everything you need to know before taking the test. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this video, I will tell you everything you need to know before taking the midterm test. Don't worry, it won't be as difficult as you think. So, your midterm test consists of 20 questions, which are either multiple choice, where you have to tick the right answer, or tick the box questions, where there can be multiple possible answers. Those questions will cover all of the topics that we've had so far. So, all of the grammar topics, all of the vocabulary topics, and also some of the conversation topics. If you feel like you have a deficit in one of the areas, don't worry, you can retake the test all of the time. But of course, it would also make sense to repeat those things first before you take the test. So for example, if you feel like you're not well prepared when it comes to the animal terms, you can repeat that, for example. But don't worry, as I already mentioned, you can repeat the test multiple times. Overall, you need 60% to pass the test. So, of all the 20 questions, you need to answer 12 correctly. But don't worry, if you were prepared, you will see that most of the questions are actually fairly easy. Don't be nervous about taking the test, rather use it as a means to analyze your strengths and your weaknesses. This test will show you your learning progress and it will show you the areas where you still need some more work. So enough about the test. I'm sure you will do a great job. I wish you viel Glück, good luck and see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at the German umlautes of the letters Ä, Ö and Ü. The A with the 2 dots on top, the O with the 2 dots on top and the U with the 2 dots on top. It's the first video of our new section Grammar 3 where we will go more into depth into some more grammar topics. So grab yourself some popcorn and let's go! So as I already mentioned, the umlaute are the letters Ä, Ö and Ü, the vowel sounds with the 2 dots on top. They can be divided into lange Umlaute or long umlauts and kurze Umlaute or short umlauten. As with the vowels, this has to do with their length. For example, if we take the word Mädchen, girl, we see that it's a long umlaut, Mädchen. If we take the word Hände on the other hand, the German term for hands, we have a short umlaut, Hände. Mädchen, Hände. One is long, one is short. Hände, Mädchen. Mädchen, Hände. Can you see the difference? And the same of course also goes for the other umlaute as well. Now we'll go through them each individually. We'll start with Ä. Ä is the A or A with the 2 dots on top. You can find it for example in words like erzählen, to tell, and Äpfel, the German term for apples. Erzählen, Äpfel. Here we already have examples for both the long and the short form. In erzählen we have a long umlaut, erzählen, and Äpfel on the other hand is a short umlaut, Äpfel. Also we can see that the letter Ä is often used in verbs and in the plural forms of nouns. For example, der Apfel becomes die Äpfel and der Mann, the man, becomes die Männer, the men. Also using the umlaut Ä. When it comes to the pronunciation of this letter, just think of the English term bat. And now use the same pronunciation as in the Ä from bat and use it for Äpfel, for example. This would be an example for the pronunciation of a short umlaut. If you have a long Ä sound, use the same sound but stretch it a little longer. Bat, bat, bat. It's not exactly the same sound, but it comes really close. Let's come to our next letter, which is Ö, the O with the 2 dots on top. The pronunciation of Ö is probably the hardest one of all of the 3 umlaute. That's because there's no real equivalent in English. You can try to make it by pursing your lips halfway in a circle, as if you're trying to say O, but somewhere in between O and Ä, so Ö. Don't worry if you struggle at first, because this is probably one of the hardest ones. If however your native language is Turkish or Hungarian, you will be very fine, because this sound also exists in your language. Funny side note, if you look carefully and with a little creativity, the Ö looks a little bit like a frog. In German, der Frosch. Der Frosch. Its plural form, die Frösche, even contains the Ö sound as well. Die Frösche. Die Frösche is also a perfect example for a short umlaut, the short Ö. You can also find Ö in other words, like for example, schön, the German term for beautiful, and öffnen, the German word for to open. Schön is an example for a long Ö, because you stretch it. Schön, beautiful. Öffnen on the other hand uses a short Ö. Öffnen. Finally, we have the letter Ü, which, if you look carefully, looks a little bit like a smile. You can find it, for example, in words like Frühstück, breakfast, and Tür, door. The word Frühstück is a perfect example because it contains both a long Ü and a short Ü. Frühstück. The first Ü is a long Ü sound and the second one is a short one. Frühstück. The Ü in Tür, on the other hand, is again a perfect example for a long Ü sound. Tür. Ü is the most common umlaut. It can be found in many nouns, especially in their plural forms. When it comes to its pronunciation, it's again a pretty tough letter. However, you can start by trying to pronounce an E and then rounding your lips, so you get something like E. And this point where you finally end up is something like the Ü sound. Ü. So round your lips and close your mouth a little more and you get the Ü. Again, this sound is pretty difficult for English speakers because this sound doesn't exist in your language. If, however, you speak Dutch or Turkish or any other language that contains this sound, this will be a lot easier for you. So let's repeat our umlaute one more time. We have Ä, Ö and Ü. So the first one, our A or A with the two dots on top, is called Ä. Listen and repeat. Ä. The next one, the O with the two dots on top, is called Ö. Listen and repeat. Ö. Ö. And finally we have the U with the two dots on top, which is our Ü. Listen and repeat. Ü. Ü. As always, practice is key, but this topic, although it may seem a little difficult, is actually one of the things that most people learn pretty quickly. So don't worry, I'm sure you will make it. Alright guys, that's all for today. In our next lesson we will move on with the verbs in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at the verbs in German. You'll both learn some important verbs and also how to conjugate them. So let's go! Verbs or Verben in German are formed by taking the root of a verb and then adding the ending en. For example, if you take the verb sitzen, to sit, you have the root of the verb, which is sitz, and then you add en, sitzen. The infinitive of the verb. The same, of course, also goes for the other verbs. For example, rauchen, to smoke, consists of the root rauch, smoke, and then you add the ending en, rauchen, to smoke. Not too difficult, right? Now let's have a look at how to conjugate these verbs. Let's first take a look at it in English. We'll start with the verb to say. As you know, to say is conjugated in the following way. We have the form say for all of the forms except for the third person singular, which is he, she, it, or in German sie, es. In the third person singular we add a s, so we have says. So you can see that English is a pretty easy language when it comes to conjugating verbs. German, on the other hand, unfortunately is not that easy. Let's take the corresponding German verb as an example. It is sagen. Sagen. As you can see, we have the root of the verb, which is sag, and then we have the ending en, sagen. Now let's conjugate the verb. We have ich sage, du sagst, sie es sagt, wir sagen, ihr sagt, and sie sagen. So the endings are st, t, n, t, and again n. Those endings are the same almost all the time, so let's repeat them one more time. We have for the first person singular, st for second person singular, t for third person singular, n for the first person plural, t for the second person plural, and again n for the third person plural. So you basically just take the root of the verb and then add those endings. For example, if we have the verb gehen, to go, we have the following endings. Ich gehe, du gehst, sie es geht, wir gehen, ihr geht, and sie gehen. Actually not that difficult, right? You just need the root and then add the corresponding endings, and tada, you have the conjugated verbs. The hard thing is to know the corresponding ending. Let's take another verb as an example. This time we have the verb schauen, to watch. It is conjugated in the following way. Ich schaue, du schaust, sie es schaut, wir schauen, ihr schaut, and sie schauen. Not as easy as in English, but still a lot easier than in other languages like French or Spanish, for example, where you have different categories of verbs which have different endings. Now, all of the verbs that follow these rules are called regular verbs. They make up about 95% of all of the verbs in German. The problem is that the remaining 5% are actually some of the most important verbs in German. Those verbs are called irregular verbs. They are verbs like sein, haben, fahren, essen, and many others. Overall, we have about 200 verbs in German that are irregular verbs. But if that sounds a lot right now for you, English even has 238 irregular verbs and French even has 570 irregular verbs. So 200 isn't that bad, isn't it? I mean, that's a lot, and somehow people manage to speak these languages too, so you will be fine with German as well. In an earlier video, we've already come across two of the most important irregular verbs, which are sein, to be, and haben, to have. They are conjugated in the following way. While haben is actually pretty regular and only the first person singular is a little different, sein is pretty confusing. It has three irregular forms in singular. Bin, bist, and ist. It is probably the most confusing of all of the irregular verbs in German because it has three irregular forms. The problem is that it's also one of the most important verbs in German. By the way, to be, the English equivalent, is also an irregular verb in English. Like haben, most of the other irregular verbs only have one person that differs from the norm. But there are also some other irregular verbs where there are two persons that are different, or even three. But it's always the singular persons. The plural persons are always regular. For example, if we take the verbs essen and fahren, to eat and to drive, we can see that both the second and the third person singular are irregular. With essen, this is due to the change from the letter E to the letter I. With fahren, on the other hand, the difference is the A becoming an Ä in du fährst and sie es fährt. This second change from A to Ä or from another vowel to an umlaut is actually one of the most common changes in irregular verbs. Although this may sound difficult, keep in mind that it's the only thing that changes. All of the rest stays the same. So once you understand that, everything else is a piece of cake. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next lesson we will move on with the modal verbs in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at the modal verbs in German. So let's get started. So what are modal verbs? Modal verbs are verbs that express ability, necessity, obligation, permission or possibility. In German they are the verbs müssen, können, dürfen, sollen, mögen and wollen. Let's break them down piece by piece. We'll start with müssen. Müssen or to need to is conjugated in the following way. Ich muss, du musst, sie es muss, wir müssen, ihr müsst and sie müssen. So as you can see, müssen is an irregular verb. This is also the case for all of the other modal verbs in German. They are all irregular verbs. However, as you learned in the last video, in irregular verbs the plural forms are still regular. So wir müssen, ihr müsst and sie müssen are exactly as in regular verbs. So the only forms that we need to look at are the singular forms. So ich muss, du musst and sie es muss. As you can see in these forms, the letter Ü becomes an U, as in muss, and the endings are a little different, especially in the first and in the third person singular. Like all of the other modal verbs, müssen is a very important verb, so it's very important that you know how to conjugate it. Let's move on to the next one, können. Können or to be able to is conjugated in the following way. Ich kann, du kannst, sie es kann, wir können, ihr könnt and sie können. Like müssen, können is also an irregular verb where the plural forms are regular but the singular forms are kind of messed up. Here we don't use the Ö as in the infinitive können but an A or A as in ich kann, du kannst and sie es kann. Plus, just like with müssen, the first and the third person singular also have different endings that they usually would. Ich kann and RCS kann. So we have müssen, to need to, and können, to be able to. Let's move on to modal verb number 3, dürfen. Dürfen, or to be allowed to, is conjugated in the following way. Ich darf, du darfst, RCS darf, wir dürfen, ihr dürft, and Sie dürfen. Just like the other two, dürfen is an irregular verb where the singular forms are kind of different. As you can see, in the singular forms, the Ü in dürfen becomes an A, as in ich darf, du darfst, and RCS darf. And again, we can observe that the ending in the first and in the third person singular is also different than it usually would. Ich darf and RCS darf. So we have ich darf, du darfst, and RCS darf. I'm allowed to, you're allowed to, he, she, it is allowed to. Moving on to our next modal verb, we have sollen. Sollen, or to ought to or should, is conjugated in the following way. Ich soll, du sollst, RCS soll, wir sollen, ihr sollt, and Sie sollen. This verb is still irregular, but a little less than the other ones we had before. Here the root stays the same, so the root in the singular forms and in the plural forms is the same as in the infinitive. The only thing that changes is that still the first and the third person singular is irregular. Ich soll, RCS soll, so there is a different ending than there usually would be. We have two more verbs to come. Our next one is mögen. Mögen, or to like, is conjugated like this. Ich mag, du magst, RCS mag, wir mögen, ihr mögt, and Sie mögen. This time again we have a verb where all of the singular forms are irregular. Ich mag, du magst, and RCS mag. In these cases the root changes. The Ö from mögen becomes an A or A in ich mag, du magst, RCS mag. Plus, as in all the other modal verbs that we've seen so far, the first and the third person singular use a different ending than they usually would. So ich mag and RCS mag. As always, the plural forms stay regular, so we have wir mögen, ihr mögt, and Sie mögen. And finally, we have our last modal verb, which is wollen. Wollen, or to want to, is conjugated like this. Ich will, du willst, RCS will, wir wollen, ihr wollt, and Sie wollen. Just like with the verb mögen, the singular forms of wollen are very irregular. We have ich will, du willst, and RCS will. So the O in wollen is changed into the I or I in will, willst, and will. Plus, as we now already know, the first and the third person singular have a different ending than they usually would. Ich will and RCS will. So let's repeat that. We have 6 modal verbs in German. They are müssen, to have to or must, können, to be able to or can, dürfen, to be allowed to or may, sollen, to ought to or should, mögen, to like, and wollen, to want to. Now let's have a look at their usage. Modal verbs usually require another verb. For example, or zum Beispiel, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. Ich kann Deutsch sprechen. In this sentence we have the form kann, the first person singular of the modal verb können. Ich kann. We also have the infinitive of the verb sprechen, which is at the end of the sentence. So, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. Because kann or können is a modal verb, it requires another verb. In this case, the verb sprechen. Let's have another example. Our next sentence is ich will einen Apfel essen. Ich will einen Apfel essen. In this case, we have the modular verb wollen, or the first person singular will. Ich will einen Apfel essen. We also have the verb essen in the infinitive. So they actually belong together. Will essen, want to eat. The modal verb wollen or will requires another verb. In this case, the verb essen. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what the person wants. So, ich will einen Apfel essen means I want to eat an apple, or I would like to eat an apple. As in the examples before, modal verbs can express ability, necessity, obligation, permission, or possibility. Without them, it would be pretty difficult to express these things, which is why it's very important that you know them and that you know how to conjugate them. Among all of the irregular verbs in German, these 6 verbs plus the verbs sein, to be, and haben, to have, are the most important ones. So if you would like to know which irregular verbs out of all the 200 ones in German you would need to learn, I would recommend you to learn at least these 8. The more, the better. Great! I know that was a lot today, and as always, if you have any questions, feel free to write me a message and I will try to answer as quickly as possible. Also, I encourage you to do the quiz after this video to get more practice with the modal verbs. In our next session, we will move on with the difference between du and sie, a difference that many English speakers struggle with. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. In this lesson, we will take a look at the difference between the 2 German relative pronouns du and sie. This difference is especially difficult for English speakers because this difference doesn't exist in your language. But once you know the difference, it's actually not that difficult. So make yourself ready and let's go! First of all, let's take a look at the difference between du and sie. In English, both words du and sie mean you. The difference is that du is informal while sie is formal. So in an informal situation, for example, if you're talking to a friend, you use the informal version, so du, and in a formal situation, for example, if you're talking to a teacher or an elderly person who you don't know, you use the formal version, which is sie. This distinction is not something that's specific to German, it also exists in other languages as well. You can also find it in the difference between tu and vous in French, or between tú and usted in Spanish. The differences are not exactly the same in these languages, but it's pretty close. As we've already learned, each personal pronoun has its corresponding verb ending. Du, for example, has the verb ending st. St. Sie, on the other hand, has the verb ending in. In. For example, zum Beispiel, if you take the verb kommen, to come, you can either have the informal version, du kommst, with the ending st, du kommst, or the formal version, sie kommen, with the ending in, sie kommen. As you've probably already noticed, sie, unlike all of the other personal pronouns, is written in capital letters. That's because that way it can't be confused with sie kommen, which is for the third person plural. This form is written in lowercase letters. So sie in uppercase letters is the formal version of du, and sie in lowercase letters is the third person plural. Both in English would be translated with you, but in one case you in singular form and in the other case you in plural form. Sie with capital letter is also known as Höflichkeitsform. Polite form. Höflichkeitsform. Let's have a look at that in a little example sentence. Take the sentence, do you speak German, for example. In an informal situation, for example, if you're talking to a friend, this could be translated by Sprichst du Deutsch? Sprichst du Deutsch? Do you speak German? So you use the personal pronoun du. In a formal situation, however, the question would be Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? So in this case, you would use the Höflichkeitsform, the relative pronoun sie. So although in English this sentence would be exactly the same, do you speak German? In German, there's a little difference depending on the formality. As I already mentioned, the personal pronouns are also used with their corresponding verb endings. So in the case of du, we have sprichst, and in the case of sie, we have sprechen, so st in the one case and n in the other case. Let's have a look at another example. This time we'll have another question. The question, what do you want? In an informal situation, in German, this question would be, was willst du? Was willst du? Again, we use the personal pronoun du because it's an informal situation. In a formal situation, on the other hand, the question would be, was wollen Sie? Was wollen Sie? Just as in the previous example, you can also see that the verb endings correspond to the personal pronouns du and sie. In the informal sentence, we have du willst or willst du with the ending st. In the formal sentence, on the other hand, we have the ending in wollen Sie. So you can see that the rules that we've just learned also go for W-Fragen, W questions, as what, for example. So you can see, compared to other grammatical topics that we've had so far, this one is actually fairly easy. Especially if your native language also makes a similar distinction. If you don't know which one of the two to use, you're safer if you use the formal version, however it's becoming increasingly popular to use the informal one. So the Höflichkeitsform Sie is mostly used if you talk to elderly people who you don't know, or if you talk to persons who rank above you. For example, your boss or your teacher. But even that is slowly changing, and among young people it's already common to use du if you're talking to your boss. But not always, so beware. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next lesson we will move on with another repetition session, where we will repeat both the definite articles and the indefinite articles in German. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will repeat everything we've learned about the German articles, a topic that causes many problems. So let's go. Let's repeat everything we've learned about the articles. Let's start with the definite articles, or bestimmte Artikel in German. As you know, they are der, die and das. Der is used for masculine nouns, die is used for nouns with a female gender, and das is used for nouns with a neutral gender. So unlike English, where we use the for each and every case, in German we have 3 definite articles which depend on the gender of the corresponding word. Almost the same goes for the indefinite articles, or unbestimmte Artikel in German. In English, they are a or n, depending on the word that follows. In German, here we have ein for male or neutral nouns, and eine for female nouns. So eine for masculine and neutral, and eine for feminine. So our definite articles are der, die and das, and our indefinite articles are ein and eine. Alright, let's now move on with the plural forms of the articles. This is actually the easiest part of it all, because we only have one form for all of the definite articles and one plural form for all of the indefinite articles. In the plural, the definite articles der, die and das always become die. Die. So no matter whether you have der, die or das, no matter the grammatical gender, we always have die in the plural forms. It's kind of the same for the indefinite articles. As you know, the indefinite articles in German are ein and eine, and their plural form is always viele. Viele. So the plural of der, die and das is die, and the plural of ein or eine is viele. Now let's take a look at that in a little example. If in the singular we have eine Katze, a cat, the corresponding plural would be viele Katzen. Viele Katzen. We use viele because, as we've just learned, eine is the singular form and the plural form of an indefinite article is always viele. Then we have Katzen, which is the plural of Katze, the German term for cat. Great, let's practice that in some more examples. We'll start with das Kind, the child. Das Kind. We'll mainly focus on the articles. So das Kind in the plural becomes die Kinder. Die Kinder. So das becomes die because das is a definite article and the plural of definite articles is always die. Let's move to the next one. Der Hund. This time you can try it out for yourself. Der Hund. Please convert it into the plural form. Don't worry about the plural of Hunde. It's more important that you know the plural of der. So, again, we have a definite article, and as you know, definite articles in plural always become die. So the plural of der Hund is die Hunde, the dogs. Der Hund becomes die Hunde. Good. The next one is eine Katze. Eine Katze. Again, if you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. Please convert it into the plural form. This time we have the indefinite article eine. And as you know, indefinite articles in the plural always become viele. So our plural is viele Katzen. Eine Katze becomes viele Katzen. Many cats. Awesome. Let's have 3 more. The next one is der Tisch, the table. What's the plural form of der Tisch? It is die Tische. Die Tische. Der is a definite article, so it becomes die, and the plural of Tisch is Tische. So the plural of der Tisch, the table, is die Tische, the tables. Our next example is the German translation of a house. In German, ein Haus. Ein Haus. But what's the plural of ein Haus? Do you know it? It's viele Häuser. Viele Häuser. Ein is a definite article, so in the plural form it becomes viele, and Häuser was one of the exceptions that we've seen in our plural video. Ein Haus becomes viele Häuser. And finally we have ein Glas, a glass. I'll give you a little hint. The plural of ein Glas is formed exactly the same way as the plural of ein Haus. So if you like, you can try for yourself. So, ein becomes viele and Glas becomes Gläser. So the plural of ein Glas is viele Gläser. Viele Gläser. Good job, guys. If you need more practice, I encourage you to do this quiz after this video, or if you like, you can also repeat the quizzes after the video about indefinite articles or the video about definite articles. And that's it for this video in our entire grammar section. In our next section, food and beverages, we will move on with vocabulary about food, beverages, eating out, meals and many more. In our next lesson, we will start with the different terms for food. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's lesson we will take a look at the German terms for food. You will learn words like meat, vegetables and many others. So let's go! Let's start with our title. The food in German is called das Essen. Das Essen. The corresponding verb in English to eat in German is essen. Essen. It's an irregular verb and it's conjugated like this. Ich esse, du isst, sie es isst, wir essen, ihr esst, and sie essen. So you can see that the second and the third person singular are irregular, the rest is regular. Essen is a very important verb, especially when you're at a restaurant, for example. Great! Now that you know the German term for food, let's have a look at some actual food. We'll start with fruits. The German term for fruits is das Obst. Das Obst. Fruits or das Obst are, for example, the apple, in German der Apfel, die Banane, the banana, die Banane, die Orange, the orange, die Orange, or the Ananas, the pineapple, die Ananas. So we had das Obst and we had the examples der Apfel, die Banane, die Orange and die Ananas. Of course, there are also many other fruits, but those four will give you a good start. As you can see, most of them are pretty similar to English. The only two that are different are das Obst for the fruit and die Ananas for the pineapple. Now let's move on to another group of food. In this case, the vegetables or the vegetable. In German, das Gemüse. Das Gemüse. Here we have, for example, die Kartoffel, the potato, die Kartoffel, die Karotte, the carrot, die Karotte, die Tomate, the tomato, die Tomate, and der Salat, the lettuce, der Salat. Here it is important to note that the German terms for the lettuce and the salad are the same, der Salat. So let's repeat that one more time. We have das Gemüse for the vegetables and we had the examples of die Kartoffel, die Karotte, die Tomate and der Salat. Now let's move on with something a little less green, something more bread-like, like bread for example. The German term for the bread is das Brot. Das Brot. And if you look at the smaller bread, a bread roll for example, in German this would be called das Brötchen. Das Brötchen. The ending chen is a so-called diminutive. It makes the Brot a little smaller, so Brötchen is like a small bread, a bread roll. Let's have a look at something that is a little more sweet. The cake. in German, der Kuchen. Der Kuchen. Fun fact, in Germany there's even a little town in the Bavarian forest that is called Kuchen. Up next we have something that's typically German. It's the pretzel, or in German, die Brezel. Die Brezel. Good. And finally, let's have a look at some animal-based foods. Up first we have the meat. The meat in German is called das Fleisch. Das Fleisch. The fish, on the other hand, is called der Fisch. Der Fisch. So we have das Fleisch, the meat, and der Fisch, the fish. And finally, another animal-based product is the egg, or in German, das Ei. Das Ei. So we have das Fleisch, der Fisch, and das Ei. Awesome! Let's look at that more closely in a few example sentences. Our first example sentence is I'm eating an egg. I'm eating an egg. In German, this means ich esse ein Ei. Ich esse ein Ei. Ich esse is the first person singular of the verb essen, and ein Ei means an egg. Our next sentence is I like bananas. I like bananas. A little reminder, the verb like in German is called mögen. Mögen. And the first person singular of mögen, which we need in this case, is mag. Ich mag. So the whole sentence would be ich mag Bananen. I like bananas. Ich mag Bananen. Let's have a look at two more sentences. Our first sentence is we are eating a salad. We are eating a salad. In German, this sentence would be wir essen einen Salat. Wir essen einen Salat. Wir essen, we are eating, einen Salat, a salad. And finally, our last sentence for today is he likes pretzels. He likes pretzels. In German, this sentence would be mag Brezeln. Mag Brezeln. Pretty German sentence, right? Mag, he likes Brezeln, pretzels. Mag Brezeln. Good! I know that was a lot of new vocab today, which is why I'm encouraging you to do the quiz after this video. Alright guys, that's enough for today. In the next video we will take a look at the German terms for drinks, aka beverages. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to our course. In this lesson we will take a look at the German terms for drinks. So let's go! The German term for drink is das Getränk. Das Getränk. The corresponding verb to drink in German is called trinken. Trinken. It is conjugated like this. Ich trinke, du trinkst, sie es trinkt, wir trinken, ihr trinkt, and sie trinken. As you can see, it's a regular verb, so relatively easy compared to the others that we have had so far. And it's a verb that is used pretty often. So, what can we drink? Probably the most common drink all over the world is water, or in German, das Wasser. Das Wasser, the water. If, for example, you have a bottle of water, in German this would be eine Flasche Wasser. Eine Flasche, a bottle of water, Wasser. Eine Flasche Wasser. In German, we skip the of and simply say a bottle water. Eine Flasche Wasser. Okay, let's move on to our next drink, which is milk. Milk in German is called die Milch. Die Milch. As you can see, in this case, again, we have a bottle. So, eine Flasche Milch. A bottle of milk. Eine Flasche Milch. But we can also have something else. For example, a glass. A glass of milk in German would be ein Glas Milch. Ein Glas, a glass, Milch, of milk. Again, we skip the of and simply say ein Glas Milch, a glass milk. So far we have das Wasser, the water, die Milch, the milk, eine Flasche, a bottle, and ein Glas, a glass. Let's move on to our next drink. Juice, in German, der Saft. The juice, der Saft. For example, we could have apple juice, in German der Apfelsaft, der Apfelsaft. Or we could have orange juice, der Orangensaft, der Orangensaft. So as you can see, if you're looking for the German term for any kind of juice, you just need to use the term of the fruit and then add Saft, as in Apfelsaft, Orangensaft or Ananassaft or whatever. The only difference to English is that in German it's all one word. Apfelsaft, Orangensaft, and they're written together as one word. Okay, let's move on to hot beverages. The most prominent one of all is probably the coffee, or in German, der Kaffee. Der Kaffee. If, for example, you have a cup of coffee, in German this would be eine Tasse Kaffee. Eine Tasse, a cup, Kaffee, of coffee. Eine Tasse Kaffee. Good! Another very popular hot beverage is tea, or in German, der Tee. Der Tee. Pretty similar to English, right? Der Tee. And again, here we can also have a cup of tea. Eine Tasse Tee. Eine Tasse Tee. So we have eine Tasse Kaffee and eine Tasse Tee. A cup of coffee and a cup of tea. Good. Let's move on to some alcoholic beverages. Here we have Germany's favorite, the beer. In German, das Bier. Das Bier. And as you can see in the picture, here we have a large glass of beer. In German, ein großes Glas Bier. Ein großes Glas, a large glass, Bier, of beer. Ein großes Glas Bier. Good. Another very popular alcoholic beverage is the wine, or in German, der Wein. Very similar, right? Der Wein. And here we both have a bottle of wine and a glass of wine. A bottle of wine would be eine Flasche Wein, and as you already know, a glass of wine would be ein Glas Wein. Eine Flasche Wein, ein Glas Wein. Great! Let's practice that in a few example sentences. Our first sentence is, we are drinking a glass of milk. We are drinking a glass of milk. In German, this sentence would be, wir trinken ein Glas Milch. Wir trinken, we are drinking, ein Glas, a glass, Milch, of milk. Wir trinken ein Glas Milch. So far, so good. Let's have another sentence. This time our sentence is, she likes coffee. She likes coffee. In German, this would be, sie mag Kaffee. Sie mag Kaffee. Sie mag comes from the verb mögen, which means to like. Sie mag is the third person singular. So she likes Kaffee, coffee. Sie mag Kaffee. She likes coffee. Let's have two more. Our next sentence is, I'm drinking a bottle of water. I'm drinking a bottle of water. In German, this is, ich trinke eine Flasche Wasser. Ich trinke, I'm drinking, eine Flasche, a bottle, Wasser, of water. Ich trinke eine Flasche Wasser. I'm drinking a bottle of water. And now let's move to our final sentence for today, and it's, you like apple juice. If you like, you can post a video and translate it for yourself. You like apple juice. In German, this sentence would be, du magst Apfelsaft. Du magst, you like, apple juice, Apfelsaft. Du magst Apfelsaft. Great, good job. And that's all for today. In our next lesson, we will move on with the German terms for meals. There you will learn the German terms for breakfast, dinner, aperitif, dessert and many, many more. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our course. In this lesson we will take a look at the German terms for meals. You will learn the German terms for breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert and appetizer. So let's go! We'll start with our title. The German term for meal is die Mahlzeit. Die Mahlzeit. In Germany there are three main meals. Es gibt 3 Hauptmahlzeiten in Deutschland. And just like in English, they are breakfast, lunch and dinner. Es gibt 3 Hauptmahlzeiten. There are 3 main meals in Deutschland, in Germany. Now, as you can probably already guess, the Haupt in Hauptmahlzeiten means main. So Hauptmahlzeiten means main meals. So, as I already mentioned, the sentence Es gibt 3 Hauptmahlzeiten in Deutschland means there are 3 main meals in Germany. Now let's look at them in detail. Let's start with breakfast. In German, das Frühstück. Das Frühstück. In Germany, das Frühstück or the breakfast is something very important. We tend to eat a lot more breakfast than people in other countries do, especially compared to countries like France, Italy or Spain. Our breakfast typically consists of a bread or a bread roll, einem Brot oder einem Brötchen, and for example some cheese, some ham, Käse und Schinken. Fruits are also becoming increasingly popular for breakfast. So we have das Frühstück, the breakfast. Up next we have das Mittagessen, the lunch, das Mittagessen. For most people this is the largest meal of the day, however this is slowly changing. For the older generations, or for example the generation of my grandparents, it's pretty common to have Mittagessen at exactly 12 p.m. For my generation or the generation of my parents, this is slowly changing and we're not really bound to a specific time. This has to do with different lifestyles and it depends on when you actually have time for lunch. But of course it always depends on who you ask. As you can probably see, the word Mittagessen consists of 2 parts. We have the word Mittag, which means midday, and Essen, which means food. So Mittagessen is the food or the meal that you have at Mittag, at midday. Finally, we have our last big meal of the day, which is das Abendessen. Das Abendessen. The dinner. Again, you can see that this is a compound word which consists of Abend, the German term for evening, and Essen, the German term for food. So Abendessen is the food or the meal that you have during the evening. Traditionally, while we eat hot food for lunch, we have cold food for Abendessen. But like I said, due to changing lifestyles, this is changing. Some people, for example, only eat small snacks during midday and then have a large meal in the evening, so the Abendessen is actually größer than the Mittagessen, but traditionally the Mittagessen is the larger meal. So let's repeat the 3 meals one more time. We have das Frühstück, the breakfast, das Frühstück, das Mittagessen, the lunch, das Mittagessen, and das Abendessen, the dinner, das Abendessen. Now that we know the different meals, let's have a look at the courses of which these meals consist. Let's start with the German term for course. It's das Gericht. Das Gericht. So, just like in English, we have 3 main courses, which are the appetizer, the main course, and the dessert. The German term for appetizer is die Vorspeise. Die Vorspeise. Again, this word consists of 2 parts. Speise is basically an older word for food, or also for das Gericht. So Speise and Gericht can be synonyms. And vor means before. So die Vorspeise means something like the course before. Now our second course or main course in English is die Hauptspeise. Die Hauptspeise. Haupt, as you already know, means main, and Speise, as you know, is another term for Gericht, which means course. So die Hauptspeise is the main course. Finally, we have the dessert, or in German, der Nachtisch. Der Nachtisch. Tisch, which literally means table, in this case it's just another word for Gericht, and nach means after. So literally it would be something like the course after. But we also have the term dessert. We just pronounce it das Dessert. Das Dessert. So a little more like the original pronunciation in French, where this word is actually from. Both terms, der Nachtisch and das Dessert, mean exactly the same thing, so you can use whatever term you like. Great, now we know the different meals and the different courses. Let's practice that in a few example sentences. Our first example sentence is, I'm having a bread for breakfast. I'm having a bread for breakfast. In German, this means ich esse ein Brot zum Frühstück. Ich esse ein Brot zum Frühstück. Ich esse ein Brot, I'm having a bread, zum Frühstück, for breakfast. Zum is a mashup of the two words zu and dem, which means to the or for the. So in this case, for the breakfast. Zu dem or zum. Good, let's move on with another sentence. Our next sentence is I like cake for dessert. I like cake for dessert. In German, this sentence means ich mag Kuchen zum Dessert. Ich mag, I like, Kuchen, cake, zum Dessert, for dessert. But we also have another possibility. The sentence could also be ich mag Kuchen zum Nachtisch. Or als Nachspeise, which is a synonym for Nachtisch. So either ich mag Kuchen zum Dessert, ich mag Kuchen als Nachspeise, or ich mag Kuchen als Nachtisch. Great, so we've learned a lot of new stuff today. Now that we know about the different terms for food, drinks and the different meals, in the next lesson we will move on with eating out. There you will not only learn useful words and phrases for eating out in a German-speaking country, it will also give us the opportunity to practice the new words that we've learned in the past few videos. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson our topic will be eating out. You will learn useful words and phrases for eating out in a German-speaking country. So let's go! Let's start with our title. The German term for eating out is essen gehen. Essen gehen. Essen, to eat. Gehen, to go. Essen gehen. Where can you go for eating out? There are many possibilities, but the most common one is probably the restaurant. In German, das Restaurant. Das Restaurant. Or you can go to a pub, for example, which in German would be die Kneipe. Die Kneipe. So we have das Restaurant and die Kneipe. Now, when you're at a bar or at a restaurant, you will likely come across a waiter or a waitress. The German terms are der Kellner for the waiter and die Kellnerin for the waitress. Der Kellner, the waiter, die Kellnerin, the waitress. Now I'm pretty sure that if you go to a bar or to a restaurant that you want to order something. The German verb for to order is bestellen. Bestellen. And if you would like to say, we would like to order please, in German this would be, wir würden gerne bestellen. Wir würden gerne bestellen. We would like to order. And then when you're ordering, you could say, I'd like or I would like to have, which in German would be, ich hätte gerne. Ich hätte gerne. Or you could say, ein or eine bitte. A please. For example, if you want to have a schnitzel, you could say, ein Schnitzel bitte. Ein Schnitzel bitte. Or if you use the phrase from above, you could also say, ich hätte gerne ein Schnitzel. Ich hätte gerne ein Schnitzel. So far so good, but if you don't know what you want to order yet, you might need a menu. The German term for the menu is die Speisekarte. Die Speisekarte. Karte is the German term for map, and Speise, as we already know, is an older word for dish or food. So if you translate it literally, it would be like the dish map. And if you want to ask the waiter for the menu, you could say, for example, die Speisekarte bitte. The menu please. Die Speisekarte bitte. You can use the same structure also in other sentences as well. For example, if you want to have the bill, which in German means die Rechnung, you can say die Rechnung bitte. The bill please. Die Rechnung bitte. Just like die Speisekarte bitte. Or another way to say this in English would be, we would like to pay please. In German, wir würden gerne zahlen bitte. Wir würden gerne, we would like, zahlen, to pay, bitte, please. Wir würden gerne zahlen bitte. Now we'll come to two of the most important expressions when you're eating out in Germany. The first one is pretty odd for English speakers because it doesn't exist in English, and it's the phrase guten Appetit. Guten Appetit, which means something like have a good meal. In Germany, it's common to say this before you start eating. A similar phrase can also be found in other languages like French or Spanish. In German, we say guten Appetit. You just say guten Appetit and then you start eating. Or if you want to sound a little hip, you can also just say guten. guten and leave the Appetit. This is something that especially younger people do. Alright, and the same ritual also exists when you're drinking a drink. In this case, in German, it's called Prost. So before you start drinking, you say Prost. You raise your glass and say Prost, which means cheers. So funnily enough, in English, this ritual exists for drinking, but not for eating. In German, we have it for both. Guten Appetit and Prost. And when you're done with eating and you want to say that your food was really delicious, you can say lecker, delicious, lecker. Or something that is universally understood, and that's Or alternatively, you can put it into a sentence and you can say das Essen war sehr lecker. The food was very delicious, or the food was very tasty. Das Essen war sehr lecker. Alright, that's enough for today. In our next lesson, we will practice everything we've just learned. So foods, drinks, eating out and meals in a little conversation. Conversation 4. There we will also meet our friends Sandra and Max again. And then after that, you will be ready for eating out in Germany. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's conversation video, we will practice everything we've learned so far in this section in a little dialogue. Actually, we have 2 dialogues to be exact. Those dialogues will cover everything from foods, to drinks, to eating out, and everything we've learned so far in this section. So you see, we've got a lot to cover, so let's get started. We'll start with our first dialogue. In this dialogue, we will meet our friends Sandra and Max again. And not only them, we also have another person, the waiter, or in German, der Kellner. Der Kellner. Let's listen what they say.
Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen.
Guten Abend, was würden Sie gerne trinken?
Ich nehme ein Glas Apfelsaft, bitte.
Gerne. Und für Sie, mein Herr?
Ich hätte gerne ein Bier, bitte.
Gut. Wissen Sie schon, was Sie gerne essen möchten?
Also ich nehme ein großes Schnitzel mit Kartoffeln. Und du, Sandra?
Ich nehme einen italienischen Salat und dazu etwas Brot.
Sehr gerne. Did you understand everything they said? Great! We'll now break it down piece by piece. In the first sentence, Max says, Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen. Excuse me, we would like to order, please. Then the waiter comes over and says, Guten Abend, was würden Sie gerne trinken? Good evening, what would you like to drink? Sandra answers, Ich nehme ein Glas Apfelsaft, bitte. I'll take a glass of apple juice, please. To which the waiter replies, Gerne. Und für Sie, mein Herr? With pleasure. And for you, sir? As you can see, gerne means with pleasure, and mein Herr means something like sir. Gerne is a more formal and maybe also more friendly way to say bitte. Max then answers, Ich hätte gerne ein Bier, bitte. I'd like 1 beer, please. To which the waiter or der Kellner replies, Gut, wissen Sie schon, was Sie gerne essen möchten? Good, do you already know what you would like to eat? Gut, wissen Sie schon, was Sie gerne essen möchten? Max answers, also ich nehme ein großes Schnitzel mit Kartoffeln. Und du, Sandra? So I'll take a large schnitzel with potatoes. And you, Sandra? Also ich nehme ein großes Schnitzel mit Kartoffeln. Und du, Sandra? Sandra then says, ich nehme einen italienischen Salat und dazu etwas Brot. I'll take an Italian salad and some bread. To which the Kellner replies, sehr gerne. With pleasure. Sehr gerne. Alright, now with all of that in mind, let's listen to the dialogue again. Try to understand as much as you can.
Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen.
Guten Abend, was würden Sie gerne trinken?
Ich nehme ein Glas Apfelsaft, bitte.
Gerne. Und für Sie, mein Herr?
Ich hätte gerne ein Bier, bitte.
Gut. Wissen Sie schon, was Sie gerne essen möchten?
Also ich nehme ein großes Schnitzel mit Kartoffeln. Und du, Sandra?
Ich nehme einen italienischen Salat und dazu etwas Brot.
Sehr gerne. Awesome. Let's have a look at our second dialogue for today. This one is a little shorter. In this dialogue, again, we have our friends Max and Sandra and the waiter, der Kellner. The dialogue takes place at the end of their dinner, so let's listen to their conversation.
Das Essen war sehr lecker.
Ja, mir hat es auch sehr gut geschmeckt.
Sollen wir zahlen oder hättest du gerne noch ein Dessert?
Nein, danke. Wir können ja zahlen und danach noch in eine Kneipe oder ein Café.
Klingt gut. Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen.
Sehr gerne. Hier ist Ihre Rechnung. Did you understand what they said? This time again we will break the dialogue down piece by piece. We'll start with Max. In the first sentence, Max says, das Essen war sehr lecker. The food was very delicious. Sandra replies, ja, mir hat es auch sehr gut geschmeckt, which means something like, yeah, I also really liked it. Or if you take it literally, yeah, to me it also tasted really, really good. Then Max asks, sollen wir zahlen oder hättest du gerne noch ein Dessert? Should we pay or would you like a dessert? Sollen wir zahlen? Should we pay? Oder hättest du gerne or would you like a dessert? Noch ein Dessert? Sollen wir zahlen oder hättest du gerne noch ein Dessert? Sandra answers, nein danke. Wir können ja zahlen und danach noch in eine Kneipe oder ein Café. No thank you. We could pay and later go to a pub or a café. Nein danke, no thank you. Wir können ja zahlen und danach noch in eine Kneipe oder ein Café. We could pay and later go to a pub or a café. Max answers, klingt gut. Sounds good. And then he says to the waiter, Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen. Excuse me, we would like to pay please. The waiter says, sehr gerne, hier ist Ihre Rechnung. With pleasure, here's your bill. Great! Again, with all of that in mind, let's listen to the dialogue again. Try to understand as much as you can.
Das Essen war sehr lecker.
Ja, mir hat es auch sehr gut geschmeckt.
Sollen wir zahlen oder hättest du gerne noch ein Dessert?
Nein, danke. Wir können ja zahlen und danach noch in eine Kneipe oder ein Café.
Klingt gut. Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen.
Sehr gerne. Hier ist Ihre Rechnung. Alright, this time I'm sure that the dialogue was much easier for you to follow. If you want to have more practice, you can of course also listen to the dialogue again, or you can try to read it out loud. You can also find the dialogue as a PNG file in the additional material to this video. Before our final exam, we will also have a revision session where we will revise all of the words and phrases of this section, so drinks, food, eating out, meals, and so on. The topic of our next section will be traveling, and in our next lesson we will start with transportation. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our course. In today's lesson our topic will be transportation. You will learn the German terms for train, taxi, bus and many more. So let's get started. We'll start with probably the most common type of transport in Germany, which is the car. In German, das Auto. Das Auto. Especially when you're living on the countryside, the car is still mode of transport number one. When you look at the cities, it's different. But I'll get to that in just a second. Another mode of transport that is becoming increasingly popular, especially in the cities, is the bike, or in German, das Fahrrad. Das Fahrrad. Especially in the cities and in the northern part of Germany, this type of transport is very common. So we have das Auto and das Fahrrad. And for both nouns we have the same verb, which is fahren. Fahren. So it doesn't make a difference whether you use the car or the bike, we use the same verb for both of them. In English you would say to drive a car and to ride a bike, but in German you use fahren in both cases. For example, you could say, ich fahre Auto, I'm driving a car. Or ich fahre Fahrrad, I'm riding a bike. We use the same verb for both of them. The same also goes for public transport, but here it's a little different, but we'll see that in just a minute. Let's take a look at 3 examples. The first one is the bus, or in German, der Bus. Der Bus. Another example is the train, or in German, der Zug. Der Zug. And finally, we have the tram or streetcar, which in German is called die Straßenbahn. Die Straßenbahn. This is a compound word. Straße is the German term for street, and Bahn is just another word for Zug or train. So it's something like the street train. But some people also call it Tram, so a Germanized version of tram. So we have der Bus, der Zug, and die Straßenbahn. So as I already mentioned, if you use public transport like der Bus, der Zug or die Straßenbahn, we also use the verb fahren. However, there's a little difference to when you use the verb fahren for das Auto, the car, and das Fahrrad, the bike. And you will see that in our example sentence. Our example sentence is, I'm taking the bus to work. I'm taking the bus to work. In German, this sentence would be, ich fahre mit dem Bus zur Arbeit. So if you translate it literally, I'm driving with the bus to work. Like I said, we use the verb fahren, but we say fahre mit, with. This is due to the fact that you don't drive the bus yourself, that's the job of the bus driver, but you're a passenger. So you're driving with the bus. You're sitting in the bus while somebody else is driving. Ich fahre mit dem Bus zur Arbeit. However, you could also translate the sentence word by word, so I take the bus to work, and then you would say, ich nehme den Bus zur Arbeit, because ich nehme means I take. And the same two versions can also be used for our other two types of public transport. You could say, for example, ich fahre mit dem Zug zur Schule. I'm taking the train to school. Ich fahre mit, I'm driving with, or I'm taking den Zug zur Schule, the train to school. And as I already said, you can also translate it with ich nehme den Zug zur Schule, which would be exactly like the English translation. Good, now all of that was everyday transport. Now let's have a look at traveling. The German term for traveling is reisen. Reisen, to travel. And the corresponding noun would be die Reise. Die Reise. Apart from the fact that you can also use your car, your bike, a bus, a train or whatever to go on holiday, there are two main types of transport for going on holiday. The first one is the airplane. In German, das Flugzeug. Das Flugzeug. The second mode of transport that is pretty common for traveling overseas is the ship. In German, das Schiff. Das Schiff. Very similar to English, right? So we have das Flugzeug for the airplane and das Schiff for the ship. A great example sentence could be, for example, ich reise gerne mit dem Flugzeug. Ich reise gerne mit dem Flugzeug. I like traveling by plane. Ich reise gerne, I like traveling mit dem Flugzeug, by plane. Or if you translate it literally, I like traveling with the plane. Great, now let's practice all of that in a few example sentences. Our first example sentence is, I'm going to school by bike. I'm going to school by bike. If you like, as always, you can pause the video and try for yourself. The correct translation would be, ich fahre mit dem Fahrrad zur Schule. This sentence is actually a little difficult because the word order doesn't match up with English. Because ich fahre mit dem Fahrrad means I'm going by bike and zur Schule means to school. So the word order is a little different here. We're not saying I'm going to school by bike, we're saying I'm going by bike to school. Ich fahre mit dem Fahrrad zur Schule. If you would do it the other way around, so if you would keep the English word order, you would say ich fahre zur Schule mit dem Fahrrad. This would still be easy to understand for a native speaker, but it would sound a little odd. Our next example sentence is, I like traveling by ship. I like traveling by ship. Again, if you like, you can pause the video and try to translate it by yourself. In German, this sentence would be, ich reise gerne mit dem Schiff. Ich reise gerne mit dem Schiff. This time the word order is exactly the same. Ich reise gerne, I like traveling, mit dem Schiff, by ship. Or if you translate it literally, I like traveling with the ship. Ich reise gerne mit dem Schiff. Great! Alright guys, that's enough for today. In our next lesson, we will move on with being at the hotel. There you will learn some useful words and phrases for when you are at the hotel in a German-speaking country. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon! Hi and welcome back. In today's video we will take a look at some useful words and phrases for when you are at a hotel in a German-speaking country. So let's go! Let's start with our title. The German term for the hotel is das Hotel. Das Hotel. And if you're looking for something more low cost, a hostel could be something for you. In German, the hostel is das Hostel or die Jugendherberge. Das Hostel or die Jugendherberge. If you're looking for some more detailed information on hostels, Jugendherbergen, camping and other types of accommodation, I recommend you to visit my brand new course German for Travelers. There you will find useful words and phrases from everything from booking your holiday to different activities and even some useful words and phrases for different cases of emergency. So if you're interested, you can find the link of the course in the bonus section of this course. So, moving on. The first place that you find when you enter a hotel is typically the reception, or in German, die Rezeption. Die Rezeption. At the reception, you can get, for example, your key. The key in German is called der Schlüssel. Der Schlüssel. And you need the key for your room. The German term for room is das Zimmer. Das Zimmer. And in order to find your room, you typically also need to look out for your room number. In German, die Zimmernummer. Die Zimmernummer, room number. So, when we now come back to our example of the reception, when you enter reception, you can say, for example, ein Zimmer für 2 Personen bitte. A room for 2 persons, please. Or a room for 2, please. Ein Zimmer, a room, für 2 Personen, for 2 persons, bitte, please. Ein Zimmer für 2 Personen bitte. The receptionist could then answer, for example, Ihre Zimmernummer ist die 345 or Ihre Zimmernummer ist die 345. Your room number is 345 or your room number is 345. And if the receptionist doesn't tell you your room number, you can also ask for it. You can ask, welche Zimmernummer habe ich? Which room number do I have? Welche Zimmernummer habe ich? Very good. As you can already see, most of the hotel vocabulary is actually pretty close to English. And the same also goes for check-in and check-out. Those terms are actually almost exactly the same as in English. The check-in in German is der Check-in. Der Check-in, and the verb to check in is einchecken. Einchecken. Der Check-in and einchecken. And the same also goes for check-out. The noun, the check-out, in German is der Checkout, and the verb to check out in German is called auschecken. Auschecken. But in order to be able to check in or check out, you first need to book. The German translation of to book is buchen. Buchen. And if the room is booked out, in German this would be ausgebucht. Ausgebucht. Buchen, to book. Ausgebucht, booked out. So if at a hotel you see the sign ausgebucht and you urgently need a room, that's not a good sign. Now let's imagine that you're already staying at the hotel. Then there are many amenities that you can use. For example, the restaurant. In German, das Restaurant. Das Restaurant, the restaurant. And at a hotel restaurant, you can normally eat 3 meals, and you already know these meals. They are Frühstück, Mittagessen, and Abendessen. Frühstück means breakfast. Mittagessen is the German term for lunch, and Abendessen means dinner. And you usually have different options. For example, if you only eat Frühstück and Abendessen, so breakfast and dinner, this would be called Halbpension, half board. Halbpension. On the other hand, if you eat all of the 3 meals, so Frühstück, Mittagessen and Abendessen, you have Vollpension, full board, Vollpension. So half board would be Halbpension and full board would be Vollpension. Some other very important words when you want to find your way around the hotel are, for example, the elevator, der Aufzug, the elevator, der Aufzug, or the stairs, die Treppe, die Treppe, or if you're just arriving at your hotel, also the parking lot, in German, der Parkplatz, der Parkplatz, the parking lot. So we have der Aufzug, the elevator, die Treppe, the stairs, and der Parkplatz, the parking lot. And finally, if you're staying at a hotel that is not low cost, your hotel might also have a swimming pool. In German, das Schwimmbad. Das Schwimmbad. Nowadays, it's also becoming increasingly common to see the term swimming pool also in German. So either look out for a sign for the Schwimmbad, das Schwimmbad, or the swimming pool, swimming pool. Good, let's practice all of those new words. I'll give you 2 example sentences. As always, you can pause the video and try to translate them on your own. Our first sentence is, 1 room for 3 people, please. 1 room for 3 people, please. How would you say that in German? A possible translation would be, for example, ein Zimmer für 3 Personen bitte. Ein Zimmer, 1 room, für 3 Personen, for 3 people. Bitte, please. Ein Zimmer für 3 Personen bitte. Our next sentence is, excuse me, where's the swimming pool? Excuse me, where's the swimming pool? In German, this sentence would be, Entschuldigung, wo ist das Schwimmbad? Entschuldigung, wo ist das Schwimmbad? Entschuldigung, excuse me, wo ist, where is, das Schwimmbad, the swimming pool. Of course, there are also many other words that you can learn for staying at a hotel, but those ones will be a good start. As I already mentioned, if you want to learn more about this topic and other topics that are travel related, I definitely recommend you to check out my new course, German for Travelers. You can find the link in the bonus section of this course. In our next section, we will move on with Eating Out Advanced. There we will dig a little deeper into the topic of eating out. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our German beginner course. In this lesson we will dive a little deeper into the topic of eating out. So let's go! As we've already seen in the last video about eating out, the term eating out in German means essen gehen. Essen gehen. As you know, there are many possibilities where you can go for eating out, and the most prominent ones are probably the restaurant, das Restaurant, the bar or the pub, die Kneipe, die Kneipe, or a food stand, for example. The German term for the food stand is der Imbiss, or the larger version, die Imbissbude. Der Imbiss is the short form, which is something like the bite, and die Imbissbude is the long version. And you could also go to a cafe for eating out. In German, das Café. Das Café. So we have das Restaurant, the restaurant, die Kneipe, the bar or the pub, der Imbiss or die Imbissbude, which means the food stand, and das Café, the cafe. So we have many possibilities for eating out. In this video we will mainly focus on the restaurant. So let's have a look at the people who work at a restaurant. In the last video about eating out you already learned the German terms for waiter and waitress. They are der Kellner and die Kellnerin. Der Kellner, the waiter, and die Kellnerin, the waitress. Apart from that, there are also other professions, for example, the chef. The German term for chef is der Koch for a male chef and die Köchin for a female chef. Der Koch, die Köchin. Both words come from the German verb kochen, which means to cook. Kochen. Now, if you come to a restaurant, you probably also want to order something. As you've already learned in the last video about eating out, to order in German means bestellen. Bestellen. The corresponding noun, so the order, is die Bestellung. Die Bestellung. Now, if you would like to order or to bestellen, in German you would say something like Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen bitte. Excuse me, we would like to order please. Entschuldigung, excuse me, wir würden gerne, we would like to, bestellen. Order, bitte, please. Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen bitte. And then when the waiter is taking your order, you can say, for example, ich hätte gerne, I'd like, For example, you can say, ich hätte gerne einen großen Salat. I'd like a large salad. Ich hätte gerne einen großen Salat. The same, of course, also goes for drinks. Once you have your food, in German it's very common to say Guten Appetit before you start eating. Guten Appetit. It means something like enjoy your meal. And the same goes before you start drinking. In German then you say Prost. Prost, which means something like cheers. Prost. Once you're done with eating and the food was delicious, you can say lecker, delicious, or simply mmm. Or you can put it into a whole sentence and say das Essen war sehr lecker. The food was very delicious. Das Essen war sehr lecker. And once you're done with eating, you may also want to think about paying. To pay in German is called bezahlen. Bezahlen. Or you can use the short form zahlen. Bezahlen is the long form and zahlen is the short form. Now, if you would like to say to the waiter, excuse me, we would like to pay please, in German this would be Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen bitte. Entschuldigung, excuse me, wir würden gerne, we would like to, zahlen, pay, bitte, please. Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen bitte. Excuse me, we would like to pay please. As you've probably already noticed, the same structure can also be used in other sentences that we've already come across. For example, the sentence, Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen bitte. Excuse me, we would like to order please. So the structure stays the same, the only thing that changes is the verb. Now once you've asked the waiter for the bill, he will likely say something like, das macht dann bitte. For example, das macht dann 13,40 Euro bitte. So that's 13.40 please. So das macht dann bitte means so that's please. And just like in many other countries across the world as well, in Germany we also have a tipping culture. The German term for the tip is das Trinkgeld. Das Trinkgeld. Literally it means the drinking money. Trink, which means drink, and Geld means money. So das Trinkgeld is the drinking money, if you translate it literally. In Germany, people usually tip about 10% of the normal price. So for example, if your bill adds up to about 50 euros, you tip about 5 euros. If you would like to tip, you can say something like stimmt so, which means keep the change. Or if, for example, your bill adds up to 12 euros and you only have a 20 euro note and you don't want to tip 8 euros, you can say, for example, bitte. Like, for example, 14 bitte, 14 please. In this case, the waiter will give you 6 euros back as your change and the rest is the tip. So if the waiter would say, for example, das macht dann 12,34 Euro, you say 14 bitte, and then he would answer usually something like vielen Dank. As you know, the euro is the shared currency of most of Europe, including Germany. Good, so now you know how to order, you know how to tip, you know how to pay, you probably also know how to eat. Let's now talk about some other words that are also very helpful to know in German. Let's start with the German term for plate. It's der Teller. Der Teller. Another important term is the German term for cutlery. It's das Besteck. Das Besteck. And das Besteck consists of das Messer, the knife, das Messer, der Löffel, the spoon, der Löffel, and die Gabel, the fork, die Gabel. So we have der Teller, das Messer, der Löffel, and die Gabel. When it comes to drinks, you already know the German term for the glass, which is das Glas, and the German term for the cup, which is die Tasse. Das Glas and die Tasse. And you know the German term for the bottle, which is die Flasche. Die Flasche. For example, if you would like to order a bottle of water, you could say eine Flasche Wasser bitte. A bottle of water, please. Eine Flasche Wasser bitte. Another term that we haven't had so far is the napkin or the serviette. In German, die Serviette. Die Serviette. So if, for example, you would like to ask the waiter for a napkin, you can say Entschuldigung, könnte ich bitte eine Serviette haben? Entschuldigung, excuse me, könnte ich bitte, could I please, eine Serviette haben? Have a serviette or have a napkin? Entschuldigung, könnte ich bitte eine Serviette haben? Very good, so now you know the main words and the main phrases for eating out in Germany. In our next lesson, we will practice all of that in a little conversation. Also practice the content of the previous 2 videos. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our 5th conversation lesson. In this lesson we will practice everything we've learned about traveling, transportation, eating out and so on in 2 little dialogues. So let's go! We'll start with dialogue number 1. In this dialogue we will meet our friends Sandra and Max again. Let's listen to their conversation. Sandra und Max wollen gerne Urlaub machen. Sie schauen gemeinsam nach einem guten Hotel.
Schau mal, Sandra, das Hotel hier hat sogar ein Schwimmbad.
Ein Schwimmbad? Cool. Aber gibt es dort auch Vollpension oder nur Halbpension?
Nur Halbpension, aber das Restaurant soll sehr gut sein.
Klingt gut. Sollen wir mit dem Auto fahren oder Bus und Bahn nehmen?
Hat das Hotel einen Parkplatz?
Ja, aber der ist ziemlich klein.
Dann nehmen wir Bus und Bahn.
Did you understand everything they said? If not, don't worry, we have many new words in this dialogue and we will break them down piece by piece. So let's start with the introduction. The introduction sentence is: Sandra und Max wollen gerne Urlaub machen. Sie schauen gemeinsam nach einem guten Hotel. Sandra and Max wanna go on holiday. Sandra und Max wollen gerne Urlaub machen. Together they are looking for a good hotel. Sie schauen gemeinsam nach einem guten Hotel. So, as you can see, Urlaub means holiday und schauen nach means to look for. To look for. So we have Urlaub and schauen nach. And we can also see that the word gemeinsam means together. Gemeinsam. The dialogue starts with Max saying, Schau mal Sandra, das Hotel hier hat sogar ein Schwimmbad. Look Sandra, this hotel even has a swimming pool. Schau mal Sandra, look Sandra. Das Hotel hier, this hotel, hat sogar ein Schwimmbad, even has a swimming pool. So, as you can see, the word sogar means even. Sogar. Sandra answers, ein Schwimmbad? Cool. Aber gibt es dort auch Vollpension oder nur Halbpension? A swimming pool, ein Schwimmbad? Cool. Aber gibt es dort auch Vollpension? But do they also offer full board? Oder nur Halbpension? Or just half board? Max answers, nur Halbpension, aber das Restaurant soll sehr gut sein. Nur Halbpension, only half board. Aber das Restaurant, but the restaurant, soll sehr gut sein, is said to be very good. So as you can see, the phrase soll sehr gut sein means is said to be very good. And das Restaurant soll sehr gut sein means the restaurant is said to be very good. Sandra answers, klingt gut. Sollen wir mit dem Auto fahren oder Bus und Bahn nehmen? Sounds good. Should we go by car or should we take bus and train? Klingt gut, sounds good. Sollen wir mit dem Auto fahren? Should we go by car? Oder Bus und Bahn nehmen or take bus and train? Max responds by asking, hat das Hotel einen Parkplatz? Does the hotel have a parking lot? Hat das Hotel einen Parkplatz? Sandra answers, ja, aber der ist ziemlich klein. Yes, but it is pretty small. Then Max answers, dann nehmen wir Bus und Bahn. In that case, we take bus and train. Dann nehmen wir Bus und Bahn. You might be wondering why he's saying Bus and Bahn, so bus and train. In German, that's a short form to say public transport. The German term for public transport is öffentlicher Nahverkehr, which doesn't quite roll over the tongue easily. So, Bus and Bahn, public transport. Great, now let's listen to the dialogue again. Sandra und Max wollen gerne Urlaub machen. Sie schauen gemeinsam nach einem guten Hotel.
Schau mal, Sandra, das Hotel hier hat sogar ein Schwimmbad.
Ein Schwimmbad? Cool. Aber gibt es dort auch Vollpension oder nur Halbpension?
Nur Halbpension, aber das Restaurant soll sehr gut sein.
Klingt gut. Sollen wir mit dem Auto fahren oder Bus und Bahn nehmen?
Hat das Hotel einen Parkplatz?
Ja, aber der ist ziemlich klein.
Dann nehmen wir Bus und Bahn.
Alright, let's move to dialogue number 2. This one is a little more difficult because we have some more new words. In this dialogue we have our friends Max and Sandra and the waiter, der Kellner. Let's listen what they say. Max und Sandra sind im Hotel angekommen und gehen zum Abendessen ins Restaurant.
Ich freue mich schon auf das Abendessen. Ich habe so Hunger.
Ja, ich auch. Hoffentlich gibt es in dem Restaurant leckeren Nachtisch.
Oh ja, der Koch soll sehr gut sein.
Klingt gut. Schau mal, da sind wir schon. Und da ist auch schon der Kellner.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend, einen Tisch für 2 Personen bitte.
Sehr gerne. Folgen Sie mir. Alright, this one is a little more difficult, right? Let's break it down piece by piece. Let's start with the intro. Max und Sandra sind im Hotel angekommen und gehen zum Abendessen ins Restaurant. Max and Sandra have arrived at the hotel. Max und Sandra sind im Hotel angekommen and are now on their way to have dinner at the restaurant und gehen gemeinsam zum Abendessen ins Restaurant. As you can see, sie sind angekommen means they have arrived. Sind angekommen, have arrived. The dialogue starts with Sandra saying, ich freue mich schon auf das Abendessen. Ich habe so Hunger. I'm already looking forward for dinner. I'm so hungry. So the phrase, ich habe so Hunger means I'm so hungry. If you translate it literally, it would be, I have so much hunger. I'm so hungry. Max replies, ja, ich auch. Hoffentlich gibt es in dem Restaurant leckeren Nachtisch. Yeah, me too. Hopefully they have some delicious desserts at the restaurant. Sandra answers, oh ja, der Koch soll sehr gut sein. Oh yeah, the chef is said to be very good. So as you learned in the last dialogue, soll sehr gut sein means is said to be very good. Der Koch soll sehr gut sein. The chef is said to be very good. Max answers, klingt gut. Schau mal, hier sind wir schon. Und da ist auch schon der Kellner. Sounds good. Klingt gut. Look, here we are already. Schau mal, da sind wir schon. So as you can see, schau mal, da sind wir schon means look, here we are already. Schau mal, da sind wir schon. And there is the waiter. Und da ist auch schon der Kellner. Der Kellner or the waiter says, guten Abend, good evening. Sandra answers, guten Abend, einen Tisch für 2 Personen bitte. Good evening, a table for 2 please. Or a table for 2 persons please. The waiter replies, sehr gerne, folgen Sie mir bitte. With pleasure, follow me please. So, folgen Sie mir bitte means follow me please. Great, now with all of that in mind, let's listen to the dialogue again. Max und Sandra sind im Hotel angekommen und gehen zum Abendessen ins Restaurant.
Ich freue mich schon auf das Abendessen. Ich habe so Hunger.
Ja, ich auch. Hoffentlich gibt es in dem Restaurant leckeren Nachtisch.
Oh ja, der Koch soll sehr gut sein.
Klingt gut. Schau mal, da sind wir schon. Und da ist auch schon der Kellner.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend, einen Tisch für 2 Personen bitte.
Sehr gerne. Folgen Sie mir. If you need more practice, you can listen to the dialogues again as often as you like. Plus, if you want to practice your pronunciation, you can also use the dialogues and read them out loud. And you can also practice by redoing the quizzes of each of the individual sessions of this section. We will also have a revision session about all of the topic of this section just before the final exam. The topic of our next section will be talking about hobbies, and in our next section we will start with the topic hobbies in general. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to our course. In this lesson we will take a look at the German terms for hobbies. So let's go! So let's start with the word hobby itself. In German, the hobby is called das Hobby. Das Hobby, almost the same as in English. And the plural is also almost the same, but there's a slight difference. Die Hobbys is written with a W instead of IE as in English. So the pronunciation is the same, only the spelling is a little different. Now if you would like to form a question with that, you could ask, for example, was sind deine Hobbys? What are your hobbies? Or which are your hobbies? Was sind deine Hobbys? Another important word that has to do with hobbies is die Freizeit. Die Freizeit, which means spare time or free time. Die Freizeit, the free time. And again, if you want to form a question out of this word, you could ask, for example, was machst du in deiner Freizeit? What do you do in your spare time? Was machst du in deiner Freizeit? Was machst du in deiner Freizeit? So far we have das Hobby and its plural, die Hobbys, and the question, was sind deine Hobbys? What are your hobbies? And we have die Freizeit, the spare time or the free time, and the corresponding question, was machst du in deiner Freizeit? What do you do in your spare time? Now there are many possibilities what you could answer, but let's imagine that you like reading. In that case you could say ich lese gerne. Ich lese gerne. I like reading. Or if you want to make the sentence a little longer, you could say in meiner Freizeit lese ich gerne. In my spare time I like reading. In meiner Freizeit lese ich gerne. Let's have a look at some more activities that you can do in your spare time. For example, the German term for doing sports or to do sports is Sport treiben. Sport treiben. And if you would like to say I like doing sports, in German you would say ich treibe gerne Sport. Ich treibe gerne Sport. In our next video we will dig a little deeper into the different sports, but for this video our focus will be mainly on hobbies. So let's move on with some other hobbies that are not sports related. Another good example could be, for example, drawing. Drawing in German is called zeichnen. Zeichnen. And if you want to say I like drawing, in German this would be ich zeichne gerne. Ich zeichne gerne. I like drawing. Or if you prefer singing, we have the word singen, which is the German term for to sing. So the sentence I like singing would be ich singe gerne. Ich singe gerne. Or if you like cooking, as we've learned in an earlier video, to cook in German means kochen. So the sentence I like cooking would be ich koche gerne. Ich koche gerne. I like cooking. Let's have two more examples. Let's say you like photography. In that case, one of your hobbies would be to take pictures. To take pictures in German is called fotografieren. Fotografieren. And if you want to say I like taking pictures, in German this means ich mag fotografieren oder ich fotografiere gerne. Ich fotografiere gerne. And finally, one of my personal favorite hobbies is to travel. In German, reisen. Reisen. And if you want to say I like traveling, in German this would be ich reise gerne. Ich reise gerne. Great, now let's have a look how to use all of that in a conversation. For example, a typical question could be, for example, was machst du in deiner Freizeit? Was machst du in deiner Freizeit? What do you do in your spare time? Or what do you do in your free time? And then you could answer, for example, ich zeichne gerne, reise gerne und treibe gerne Sport. I like drawing, ich zeichne gerne, traveling, reise gerne, and doing sports und treibe gerne Sport. Ich zeichne gerne, reise gerne und treibe gerne Sport. I like drawing, traveling and to do sports. Or you make it a little shorter and say ich mag zeichnen, reisen und Sport treiben, which would be exactly the same as in English. Ich mag zeichnen, reisen und Sport treiben. I like drawing, traveling and doing sports. Or a different way to answer this question is by first saying my hobbies are, so meine Hobbys sind, and then you add the rest. So meine Hobbys sind Zeichnen, Reisen und Sport treiben, for example. My hobbies are drawing, traveling and doing sports. So overall we have three possibilities how to answer this question. We could either say ich zeichne gerne, reise gerne und treibe gerne Sport. Or the short form, ich mag zeichnen, reisen und Sport treiben. In this case we use the verb mögen in ich mag. Or you can say meine Hobbys sind Zeichnen, Reisen und Sport treiben. Awesome! That was our first glance at the topic of hobbies. In our next video we will move on with all of the hobbies that have to do with sports. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon! Hi and welcome back. In today's video our topic will be sports. In particular, we will take a look at the different hobbies that have to do with sports. You will learn the German terms for football, volleyball, swimming, dancing and many more. So let's go! Let's start with the term sports itself. The German term for the sport is der Sport. Der Sport. And the corresponding verb, so to do sports, in German is Sport treiben. Sport treiben, to do sports. If, for example, you want to say, I like doing sports, in German you would say, ich treibe gerne Sport. Ich treibe gerne Sport. The opposite would be, Ich treibe nicht gerne Sport. Ich treibe nicht gerne Sport. I don't like doing sports. So far so good. Now that we know what the term sport means in German, let's now take a look at different kinds of sports. The most prominent sport in Germany is football or soccer. In German, Fußball. Fußball. And the corresponding verb, so to play soccer, in German is called Fußball spielen. Fußball spielen. Fußball, football, spielen, to play. Fußball spielen. It is by far the most watched sport in Germany and it's practiced by many people. And again, if you like playing football, you can say Ich spiele gerne Fußball. Ich spiele gerne. I like playing Fußball. Football or soccer. And if you want to say the opposite, you say Ich spiele nicht gerne Fußball. Ich spiele nicht gerne Fußball. The Ich spiele nicht gerne means I don't like, and as you know, Fußball means soccer or football. If on the other hand you love soccer and soccer is your favorite sport, you can say Fußball ist mein Lieblingssport. Fußball ist mein Lieblingssport. Football is my favorite sport, or soccer is my favorite sport. The prefix Lieblings means favorite, so Lieblings means favorite, for example, Lieblingsstadt, favorite city, or Lieblingsessen, favorite food. Now let's have a look at some other very popular sports in Germany that involve a ball. First of all, we have basketball. In German, Basketball. Basketball. Almost the same as in English, and the same also goes for our next sport, which is volleyball. In German, Volleyball. Volleyball. So we have basketball and volleyball. Both sports are very popular, and our next sport is also very popular in Germany, but it's not that well known in other parts of the world. Handball, or handball as it's known in English, is a very popular sport in continental Europe. So we have basketball, volleyball and handball. If now, for example, you want to say, I like playing volleyball, you can say, Ich spiele gerne Volleyball. Ich spiele gerne, I like playing, Volleyball, volleyball. The word order is exactly the same as in our example with football, you just insert the term volleyball. And the same also goes for all of the other sports. Another possibility is to say Ich mag and then add the sport. For example, Ich mag Basketball, which would be like I like basketball. In this case, you don't stress the verb spielen, so to play, but you stress the sport, basketball or basketball. So you could also say Ich mag Basketball if you don't play basketball but you like watching it, for example. Ich mag Basketball, I like basketball. Or if you really love it, if you absolutely love it, you can also say Ich liebe Basketball, I love basketball. Ich liebe Basketball. If, however, the love of your life is not basketball but handball, and handball is your favorite sport, you can say Handball ist mein Lieblingssport. Handball ist mein Lieblingssport. Handball is my favorite sport. Great, now let's have a look at some sports that don't involve a ball. Our first one would be swimming or to swim. Swimming in German is called Schwimmen. Schwimmen. Another very popular outdoor sport is cycling. In German, Fahrradfahren. Fahrradfahren. Fahrrad is the German term for bike, and fahren means to drive or to ride. So Fahrradfahren is to ride a bike or cycling. Another very popular outdoor sport is climbing or mountaineering. In German, Klettern. Klettern. So we have Schwimmen, Fahrradfahren and Klettern. What we can see here are the nouns. The corresponding verbs are almost the same. They are schwimmen, Fahrradfahren and klettern. So the main difference is their spelling. As you know, nouns can also have articles in front of them. In this case, it would always be das. Das Schwimmen, das Fahrradfahren and das Klettern. And nouns are also written in capital letters. On the other hand, verbs are written in lowercase letters. The only exception in this case is Fahrradfahren, because Fahrrad is still a noun and fahren is the verb. So Fahrrad is written in capital letters, while fahren, the actual verb, is written in lowercase letters. So das Schwimmen would be like swimming in I like swimming, and schwimmen, the verb, would be to swim. Swimming and to swim. And the same goes for Fahrradfahren and Fahrradfahren, so the noun and the verb. The noun Fahrradfahren would be like cycling in the phrase I like cycling. The verb on the other hand would be, for example, in phrases like Ich würde gerne morgen mit dir Fahrrad fahren. I would love to go biking with you tomorrow. Can you see the difference between the nouns and the verbs? The same, of course, also goes for other sports. Let's take dancing, for example. In German, tanzen, tanzen. The corresponding verb to dance in German also is tanzen, just written in lowercase letters. So das Tanzen is the noun and tanzen is the verb. So you can see that it's actually pretty important in German whether you use capital letters or lowercase letters. The same also goes, for example, for horse riding. The German term for horse riding is reiten or das Reiten, and the corresponding verb is also reiten, just written in lowercase letters. And the same also goes for bowling. Bowling in German is called kegeln or das Kegeln. And the corresponding verb to bowl or to go bowling would be kegeln in lowercase letters. By the way, in Germany it's also not uncommon to see the term bowling in English. So the only difference between the noun and the verb when it comes to their spelling is whether it's written in capital letters or in lowercase letters. So far so good. Let's finally take a look at the kind of sport that is very popular in Germany and maybe a little more popular in Germany than in other countries. And it's winter sports. In German, Wintersport. Wintersport. Winter sports are all the different kind of sports that involve snow. So the sports that you can only do in winter. For example, skiing. Skiing in German is called Skifahren. Skifahren. And if you like skiing, you can say, for example, Ich fahre gerne Ski. I like skiing. Ich fahre gerne would be like I like driving or I like riding. And Ski means ski. As you've learned in our video about transportation, the verb fahren can mean a lot of things. It doesn't only mean to drive or to ride. It can also mean basically anything that has to do with moving forward. That's why it's also used for skiing. And also for our next sport, which is snowboarding. In German, Snowboarden. Snowboarden. And also here, if you want to say I like snowboarding, you say Ich fahre gerne Snowboard. Ich fahre gerne, I like driving or I like riding, Snowboard. Snowboard. Ich fahre gerne Snowboard. Alright guys, that's enough for today. If you have any questions, feel free to write me a message and ask me. You can also use the Q&A section of this course for that. And as always, I'm encouraging you to do the quiz after this video. In our next lesson, our topic will be music, where you will learn about the different hobbies that have to do with music and about musical instruments. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's video our topic will be music. You will learn the German terms for music, singing, dancing and many more, so let's go! Let's start with the term music itself. The German term for music is die Musik. Die Musik. And to listen to music in German is called Musik hören. Musik hören. As you can probably imagine, hören is the German term for to listen to or to hear. So the German verb hören means both to listen to something and to hear something. Now, as you know, you can not only listen to music, you can also make music. In German, to make music is called Musik machen. Musik machen. And again, as you can probably imagine, the verb machen is the German verb for to make. To make, machen. So we have die Musik, Musik hören, and Musik machen. For example, if you like listening to music, you can say Ich höre gerne Musik. Ich höre gerne Musik. I like listening to music. Ich höre gerne, I like listening Musik, to music. Or if you don't like music, you can say Ich höre nicht gerne Musik. Ich höre nicht gerne Musik. Now, as you know, in music there are many genres, and in German those terms for these genres are almost the same as in English. For example, if you take rock music, the German term for rock music is die Rockmusik. Die Rockmusik. It's written as one word and we use a K instead of a C at the end, but apart from that, it's the same word, die Rockmusik. Or you can use the short form, der Rock. Der Rock. So if you like listening to rock music, you can say, for example, ich höre gerne Rockmusik. Ich höre gerne Rockmusik. I like listening to rock music. Or you can use the short form and say, ich höre gerne Rock. Ich höre gerne Rock. And the same also goes for other genres, like pop music, for example. The German term for pop music is die Popmusik. Die Popmusik. Or you can use the short form, der Pop. Der Pop. And if you like listening to pop music, you could also say, ich höre gerne Popmusik. Or ich höre gerne Pop. Ich höre gerne Popmusik. Or ich höre gerne Pop. The same also goes for all of the other music styles out there. For example, hip-hop, in German hip-hop, or electro, in German Elektro, Elektro, or also classical music, in German klassische Musik, klassische Musik. It's always the same structure. You can say ich höre gerne and then you add the genre. For example, ich höre gerne klassische Musik or ich höre gerne Elektro. Now, as you know, you can not only listen to music, you can also make music yourself. For example, you could sing. The German term for to sing is singen. Singen. Or you can also dance to music. The German term for dancing is tanzen. To dance, tanzen. So we have singen, to sing, and tanzen, to dance. But you can also make music by playing an instrument. To play an instrument in German is called ein Instrument spielen. Ein Instrument spielen. Ein Instrument, an instrument, spielen, to play. To play an instrument, ein Instrument spielen. And if you like one of these things, you can say, for example, ich singe gerne, I like singing, ich singe gerne. Or ich tanze gerne, I like dancing, ich tanze gerne. Or ich spiele gerne ein Instrument, I like playing an instrument, ich spiele gerne ein Instrument. So, singen, to sing, tanzen, to dance, and ein Instrument spielen, to play an instrument. Speaking of instruments, let's take a look at some of them. We'll focus on the most popular ones. Take the piano, for example. The German term for the piano is das Klavier. Das Klavier. Another very popular one is the guitar. In German, die Gitarre. Die Gitarre. This one is pretty simple, right? The guitar, die Gitarre. The next one is also pretty close to English. It's the flute, or in German, die Flöte. Die Flöte. So we have das Klavier, die Gitarre, and die Flöte. And as we've just learned, to play an instrument in German is called ein Instrument spielen. So you use the verb spielen if you play one of these instruments. For example, you can say ich spiele Klavier. I play the piano. Ich spiele Klavier. Or ich spiele Gitarre. I play the guitar. Ich spiele Gitarre. Or I play the flute. Ich spiele Flöte. Ich spiele Flöte. I play the flute. In German, you leave out the article in front of the instrument. So we don't say I play the piano, but I play piano. Or I don't play the guitar, I play guitar. In German, ich spiele Klavier or ich spiele Gitarre. Awesome, let's practice that in a few example sentences. Our first example sentence is, in my spare time I play the piano. In my spare time I play the piano. As always, you can post a video and try to translate it on your own. So the correct translation in German would be, in meiner Freizeit spiele ich Klavier. In meiner Freizeit, in my spare time, spiele ich, I play, Klavier, the piano. In meiner Freizeit spiele ich Klavier. Alright, our next sentence is, I like singing and dancing. I like singing and dancing. Again, you can post a video and try on your own. A possible translation could be, for example, ich tanze und singe gerne. Ich tanze und singe gerne. But there's also another translation that would be correct. It's ich mag singen und tanzen. Ich mag singen und tanzen. This one actually comes closer to the English version. So both translations, ich tanze und singe gerne and ich mag tanzen und singen would be correct. Alright, that's enough for today. As always, if you want to practice a little more, I encourage you to do the quiz after this video. In our next lesson, we will move on with another conversation lesson. There we will practice everything we've learned so far in this section. So hobbies, sports and music. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In today's lesson, our final conversation lesson of the course, we will practice everything that we've learned so far in this section. So hobbies, sports, musical instruments and many other things. We have 2 dialogues and we also have a lot to cover, so let's go! Let's start with dialogue number 1. In dialogue number 1, we will meet our friends Max and Sandra again. Let's listen what they say.
Hey Max, was machst du eigentlich in deiner Freizeit?
In meiner Freizeit spiele ich gerne Fußball und Handball. Handball ist meine Lieblingssportart. Was sind deine Hobbys?
Meine Hobbys sind Lesen, Tanzen und Klavier spielen.
Du spielst Klavier? Cool. Ich spiele leider kein Instrument.
Was ist dein Lieblingsinstrument?
Gitarre. Ich liebe Gitarrenmusik.
Did you understand everything they said? If yes, great. If not, don't worry. We'll break it down piece by piece. The dialogue starts with Sandra asking, Hey Max, was machst du eigentlich in deiner Freizeit? Hey Max, what do you do in your spare time? Or what do you do in your free time? The word eigentlich in this sentence is a little like a filler word. Max answers, in meiner Freizeit spiele ich gerne Fußball und Handball. Handball ist meine Lieblingssportart. Then he asks, was sind deine Hobbys? In meiner Freizeit spiele ich gerne Fußball und Handball. In my spare time I like playing football and handball. Handball ist meine Lieblingssportart. Handball is my favorite sport. Was sind deine Hobbys? What are your hobbies? Sandra answers, meine Hobbys sind Lesen, Tanzen und Klavierspielen. My hobbies are reading, dancing and playing the piano. Meine Hobbys sind, my hobbies are, Lesen, Reading, Tanzen, Dancing und Klavierspielen and playing the piano. Max answers, du spielst Klavier? Cool. Ich spiele leider kein Instrument. You play the piano? Cool. Unfortunately, I don't play any instruments. The word leider means unfortunately, and unlike English, we don't only use it at the beginning of a sentence, it can also be in the middle or at the end of a sentence. Sandra asks, was ist dein Lieblingsinstrument? What is your favorite instrument? Max replies, Gitarre. Ich liebe Gitarrenmusik. The guitar. I love guitar music. Great. Now with all of that in mind, let's listen to the dialogue again.
Hey Max, was machst du eigentlich in deiner Freizeit?
In meiner Freizeit spiele ich gerne Fußball und Handball. Handball ist meine Lieblingssportart. Was sind deine Hobbys?
Meine Hobbys sind Lesen, Tanzen und Klavier spielen.
Du spielst Klavier? Cool. Ich spiele leider kein Instrument.
Was ist dein Lieblingsinstrument?
Gitarre. Ich liebe Gitarrenmusik.
Alright, let's now move on with dialogue number 2. In this dialogue again we have our friends Max and Sandra. This time they are talking about their hobbies. Let's listen what they say.
Magst du Wintersport?
Ja, ich fahre gerne Ski. Im Winter fahre ich oft in Skiurlaub.
Cool, ich auch. Fährst du auch Snowboard?
Nein, ich fahre nicht gerne Snowboard, aber ich liebe Skifahren.
Und im Sommer? Was ist dann dein Lieblingssport?
Im Sommer mache ich gerne viel Sport, aber mein Lieblingssport ist Fahrradfahren.
Alright, again, let's break the dialogue down piece by piece. We'll start with sentence number 1. In the first sentence, Max asks Sandra, magst du Wintersport? Do you like winter sports? Magst du Wintersport? Sandra answers, ja, ich fahre gerne Ski. Im Winter fahre ich oft in Skiurlaub. Yes, I like skiing. In winter I often go on skiing holidays. So the word Skiurlaub means something like skiing holiday or skiing vacation. Max answers, cool, ich auch. Fährst du auch Snowboard? Cool, me too. Do you also do snowboarding? Sandra replies, nein, ich fahre nicht gerne Snowboard, aber ich liebe Skifahren. No, I don't like snowboarding, but I love skiing. Max asks, und im Sommer? Was ist dann dein Lieblingssport? And in summer? What's your favorite sport then? Sandra replies, im Sommer mache ich gerne viel Sport, aber mein Lieblingssport ist Fahrradfahren. In summer I do a lot of sport, but my favorite sport is cycling. Great! Now let's listen to the dialogue one more time.
Magst du Wintersport?
Ja, ich fahre gerne Ski. Im Winter fahre ich oft in Skiurlaub.
Cool, ich auch. Fährst du auch Snowboard?
Nein, ich fahre nicht gerne Snowboard, aber ich liebe Skifahren.
Und im Sommer? Was ist dann dein Lieblingssport?
Im Sommer mache ich gerne viel Sport, aber mein Lieblingssport ist Fahrradfahren.
Alright, if you need more practice, you can not only do the quiz after this video, you can also use these dialogues as a tool in order to improve your pronunciation. You can read them out loud and thereby actively use the new vocabulary. Alright guys, that's enough for this session. In our next section, we will move on with 3 new repetition sessions. In each of these repetition sessions, we will summarize one of the new sections that we had after the midterm exam. After all of these 3 repetition sessions, you are ready for the final exam, but more on that in a later video. In our next session, we will start with the repetition session on traveling. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson, we will repeat everything we've learned about traveling. That includes words and phrases about transportation, eating out, being at a hotel, and so on. So let's go! Let's start with the term travel itself. To travel in German is called reisen. Reisen. And the corresponding noun is die Reise. Die Reise, the travel. So reisen is the verb and die Reise is the noun. Now, as you know, there are many different modes of transport that you can use for a Reise, but the 2 most popular ones are das Flugzeug, the airplane, das Flugzeug, and das Schiff, the ship, das Schiff. If you like traveling with one of those, you can say, for example, ich reise gerne mit dem Flugzeug. Ich reise gerne mit dem Flugzeug. I like traveling by airplane, or I like traveling by plane. But of course, there are also many other types of transport that you can use, not only for traveling, but also in your everyday life. For example, das Auto, the car, das Auto, or das Fahrrad, the bike, das Fahrrad. For most modes of transport, in German we use the verb fahren, which has to do with mobility or movement. It can be translated with to drive or to ride, and so on. For example, in English, you would say, I ride a bicycle, but I drive a car. In German, in both cases, we use the verb fahren. Ich fahre Auto and ich fahre Fahrrad. Ich fahre Auto, I drive the car. Ich fahre Fahrrad, I ride the bike. Let's move on with public transport. As you know, they are, for example, the bus, der Bus, or the train, der Zug, or also the tram, die Straßenbahn, die Straßenbahn. For these 3 types of transport, you also use the verb fahren, but you also add the word mit. So you fahren mit. Ich fahre mit dem Bus, for example. This has to do with the fact that you don't drive the bus yourself, because that's the job of the bus driver, but you're just a passenger. That's why we use fahren mit. For example, ich fahre mit dem Bus zur Arbeit. I'm taking the bus to work. Ich fahre mit, I'm driving with, dem Bus, the bus, zur Arbeit, to work. Ich fahre mit dem Bus zur Arbeit. Or ich fahre mit dem Zug zur Schule. Ich fahre mit, I'm driving with, or I'm taking dem Zug, the train, zur Schule, to school. Ich fahre mit dem Zug zur Schule. Once you arrive at your travel destination, you have many opportunities when it comes to accommodation. The most popular one being the hotel. In German, das Hotel. Das Hotel. And if you prefer something more low cost, you can also go to a hostel. In German, das Hostel. Das Hostel. And in Germany, we also have a similar type, which is close to the YMCA in America, which is die Jugendherberge. Die Jugendherberge. Now, when you arrive at your hotel, you usually first go to the reception. In German, die Rezeption. Die Rezeption. And at the reception, you will get your key. In German, der Schlüssel. Der Schlüssel. Which you will need to open your room. In German, das Zimmer. The room, das Zimmer. And at the hotel, a room usually also has a Zimmernummer, a room number. Die Zimmernummer. So we have die Rezeption, der Schlüssel, das Zimmer, and die Zimmernummer. And when you arrive at the reception, you can say, for example, ein Zimmer für 2 Personen bitte. A room for 2 please. Or a room for 2 persons please. Ein Zimmer für 2 Personen bitte. Little side note, the words check-in and check-out are actually the same in German as in English. The only difference are the verbs. So in English you would say to check in and to check out as a verb. And in German we say einchecken and auschecken. So the check-in is der check-in and the check-out is der check-out. But the verbs to check in and to check out are einchecken and auschecken. However, in order to be able to check in the first place, you need to book. The German term for booking is buchen. Buchen. And if the hotel is already booked or booked out, in German this is called ausgebucht. Ausgebucht. So buchen, to book, ausgebucht, booked out. Great, let's now imagine that you're already staying at the hotel. Then, when it comes to food, you have multiple options. You will usually get your food at the restaurant, in German das Restaurant. Das Restaurant. And as you know, there are 3 main meals in German, which are das Frühstück, the breakfast, das Frühstück, das Mittagessen, the lunch, das Mittagessen, and das Abendessen, the dinner, das Abendessen. And if your stay at the hotel includes both Frühstück and Abendessen, so breakfast and dinner, you have Halbpension, half board, Halbpension. If on the other hand, your stay at the hotel includes all of the 3 meals, so Frühstück, Mittagessen and Abendessen, you have Vollpension, full board, Vollpension. So Halbpension includes both Frühstück and Abendessen, and Vollpension includes all 3 meals, Frühstück, Mittagessen and Abendessen. As you know, there are many people working at a restaurant, for example, the waiter, der Kellner, or the waitress, die Kellnerin, der Kellner, die Kellnerin, or also the chef, which in German is called der Koch for a male chef, and die Köchin for a female chef. Der Koch, die Köchin. So we have der Kellner and die Kellnerin, and der Koch and die Köchin. As you can see, in German, when it comes to professions, we always have a male title and a female title. Now, once you are at your seat and you have decided what to eat, you can order. The German term for to order is bestellen. Bestellen. And the corresponding noun is die Bestellung, the order. Die Bestellung. Bestellen is the verb and die Bestellung is the noun. So if you would like to order, you can raise your hand and say, for example, Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen bitte. Excuse me, we would like to order please. Entschuldigung, excuse me, wir würden gerne, we would like to bestellen, order, bitte, please. Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen bitte. And then when the waiter comes to you, you can say, for example, ich hätte gerne, I'd like, For example, you could say, ich hätte gerne einen großen Salat. I'd like a large salad. Ich hätte gerne einen großen Salat. And once you have your food, it's common to say guten Appetit, which means something like enjoy your meal or bon appétit in French. Guten Appetit. And when you get your drinks, you can say Prost, cheers, Prost. And once you're done with eating and the food was delicious, you can say lecker, delicious, or Or you can put it into a larger sentence and say das Essen war sehr lecker. The food was very delicious. Das Essen war sehr lecker. Now, as you know, every good dinner has an end, and usually the end of your dinner is when you pay. To pay in German is called bezahlen. Bezahlen, to pay. Or in short, zahlen. So bezahlen or zahlen. And if you would like to pay, you can say to the waiter, Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen bitte. Excuse me, we would like to pay please. Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne zahlen bitte. As you can see, the structure is exactly the same as in the sentence that we used for ordering, which was Entschuldigung, wir würden gerne bestellen bitte. You first say Entschuldigung, which means excuse me, then you add wir würden gerne, which means we would like to, and then you add zahlen for to pay or bestellen for to order, and then you say bitte, which means please. The waiter will then usually say something like das macht dann bitte. That's please. Like for example, das macht dann 24,89 € bitte. That's 24,89 please. And then in Germany it's also common to tip. The tip in German is called das Trinkgeld. Das Trinkgeld. If you want to translate it literally, you get something like drinking money, the drinking money, das Trinkgeld, the tip. And if you want to tip, you can say, for example, stimmt so, and hand over the money to the waiter. Stimmt so, which means something like keep the change. If on the other hand, the price is something like 12,24 €, and you only have a 20 euro note, and you don't want to tip about 8 euros, which by the way would be really, really much, you can say, for example, 14 bitte, or any other sum, and then add a bitte. 15 bitte, 15 please, or 16 bitte, 16 please. That means, in the case of 14 bitte, that you hand him over the 20 euro note and he will give you 6 euros as a change and the rest is your tip. And then when you tip, the waiter will usually say something like vielen Dank, thank you, vielen Dank. And that's usually the end of your dinner, and it's also the end of our first repetition video in this section. In the next repetition session we will repeat everything that has to do with food and beverages. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hi and welcome back. In this lesson we will repeat everything we've learned about food and beverages in order to prepare you for your final exam. So let's go! Let's start with the German term for food. The German term for food is das Essen. Das Essen. The corresponding verb is essen, to eat. Essen. And as you know, there are many things that you can eat, and we'll start with fruits. The German term for fruits is das Obst. Das Obst. And here we have fruits like, for example, der Apfel, the apple, der Apfel, die Banane, the banana, die Banane, die Orange, the orange, die Orange, or die Ananas, the pineapple, die Ananas. So, das Obst, the fruit, der Apfel, the apple, die Banane, the banana, die Orange, the orange, and die Ananas, the pineapple. Maybe you also remember the German term for vegetables. It's das Gemüse. Das Gemüse. And here we also have many different types of vegetables. For example, die Kartoffel, the potato, die Kartoffel, die Karotte, the carrot, die Karotte, die Tomate, the tomato, die Tomate, and der Salat, the lettuce, der Salat. So, die Kartoffel, die Karotte, die Tomate, and der Salat. And they are all examples for das Gemüse. Now let's move to something less green, like bread for example. The German term for bread is das Brot. Das Brot. And a smaller bread or a bread roll is das Brötchen. Das Brötchen. The suffix or ending chen is always used to make something smaller. It's also called a diminutive. So we have das Brot and das Brötchen. If you're up for something more sweet, a cake could also be something for you. And the German term for cake is der Kuchen. Der Kuchen. And what would be a bakery without Germany's favorite, the pretzel? In German, die Brezel. Die Brezel. So we have das Brot, das Brötchen, der Kuchen, and die Brezel. Finally, when it comes to food, we can also take a look at animal-based products. Here we have, for example, meat. The German term for meat is das Fleisch. Das Fleisch. Fish, on the other hand, is called der Fisch. Der Fisch. Almost the same as in English. We just write it with SCH instead of SH. Der Fisch. And then we also have the German term for egg. It's das Ei. Das Ei. So we have das Fleisch, der Fisch, and das Ei. Alright, enough about food. Let's take a look at beverages or drinks. The German term for drink is das Getränk. Das Getränk. And the corresponding verb, so to drink, is trinken. Trinken. The most popular drink worldwide is water. In German, das Wasser. Das Wasser. For example, a bottle of water would be eine Flasche Wasser. Eine Flasche Wasser. A bottle of water. Another very popular drink, especially in the Western world, is milk. In German, die Milch. Die Milch. And a glass of milk is ein Glas Milch. Ein Glas, a glass, Milch, of milk. Ein Glas Milch. If you like it a little more sweet, juice could be something for you. The German term for juice is der Saft. Der Saft. For example, you could have apple juice, Apfelsaft, der Apfelsaft. Or orange juice, Orangensaft, der Orangensaft. Or basically any juice that you like. You just use the German term for the corresponding fruit and then add the ending Saft. For example, Orangensaft, Apfelsaft, Ananassaft, Kiwisaft, or whatever. You take the fruit and then add the ending Saft. Easy, right? Let's take a look at some hot beverages. A very popular one is coffee, or in German, der Kaffee. Der Kaffee. And a cup of coffee would be eine Tasse Kaffee. Eine Tasse Kaffee. Another very popular hot beverage is tea. In German, der Tee. Der Tee. And again, a cup of tea would be eine Tasse Tee. Eine Tasse, a cup, Tee, of tea. Eine Tasse Tee. If you prefer alcoholic beverages, there are two very popular drinks in Germany. The first one is the beer. In German, das Bier. Das Bier. If, for example, in Germany you order ein großes Glas Bier, you get a large glass of beer. Ein großes Glas Bier, a large glass of beer. And the other very important and very popular alcoholic drink in Germany is the wine. Der Wein. Der Wein. For example, a bottle of wine would be eine Flasche Wein. Eine Flasche, a bottle, Wein, of wine. And a glass of wine would be ein Glas Wein. Ein Glas, a glass, Wein, of wine. So we have das Bier and der Wein. So, enough about drinks. Let's talk about meals. The German term for meal is die Mahlzeit. Die Mahlzeit. And there are three main meals in Germany. Es gibt drei Hauptmahlzeiten in Deutschland. Es gibt drei Hauptmahlzeiten in Deutschland. The first one is das Frühstück, the breakfast, das Frühstück. Then we have das Mittagessen, the lunch, das Mittagessen. And finally we have das Abendessen, the dinner, das Abendessen. So we have das Frühstück, das Mittagessen and das Abendessen. Then, when it comes to dinner, for example, you can also divide the dinner into individual courses. The German term for the course is das Gericht. Das Gericht. And just as in English, there would be three main courses, which are the appetizer, the main plate or the main dish, and the dessert. The appetizer or the starter in German is called die Vorspeise. Die Vorspeise. The main dish is called die Hauptspeise. Die Hauptspeise, and then finally we have the dessert, which in German can either be der Nachtisch, or das Dessert, das Dessert. So we have die Vorspeise, die Hauptspeise, and der Nachtisch or das Dessert. Some other important terms when it comes to eating or drinking are the things that you use in order to eat or to drink. For example, a glass. In German, das Glas. Das Glas. Or if you prefer a cup, the German term for the cup is die Tasse. Die Tasse. Or if you prefer a larger quantity of your drink, you can also use a bottle. In German, die Flasche. Die Flasche, the bottle. And for example, if you would like to order a bottle of water, you can say eine Flasche Wasser bitte. Eine Flasche Wasser bitte. A bottle of water, please. Then there are also napkins or serviettes. In German, die Serviette. Die Serviette. So if, for example, you want to ask the waiter for another napkin, you can say Entschuldigung, könnte ich bitte eine Serviette haben? Entschuldigung, excuse me, könnte ich bitte, could I please get eine Serviette haben? A serviette. Entschuldigung, könnte ich bitte eine Serviette haben? Excuse me, could I please get a serviette? And then there are also the things that you mainly use when you eat. For example, the plate, der Teller. Der Teller. And the cutlery, das Besteck. Das Besteck. And das Besteck consists of das Messer, the knife, das Messer, der Löffel, the spoon, der Löffel, and die Gabel, the fork, die Gabel. So we have der Teller, which means the plate, das Besteck, the cutlery, and das Messer, the knife, der Löffel, the spoon, and die Gabel, the fork. Awesome, that's all about food and beverages that you need to know for the final exam. If you need some more repetition, you can also rewatch all of the videos about food, beverages, eating out, and so on. In our next and final repetition session, we will repeat everything we've learned about hobbies. So hobbies, sports, music, and so on. Until then, danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. Hello and welcome to our final video before the final exam. In this repetition session, we will repeat everything we've learned about hobbies. So useful words and phrases about hobbies in general, sports, and music. So let's go. We'll start with the German term for hobby itself. The German term for hobby is das Hobby. Das Hobby. The singular form is exactly the same as in English. The plural, though, is a little different. It is die Hobbys. Die Hobbys. And unlike English, it is written with a Y instead of IE. So, das Hobby and die Hobbys. And if you want to ask someone what his or her hobbies are, you can ask, was sind deine Hobbys? Was sind deine Hobbys? What are your hobbies? Another term in that regard is die Freizeit, which means the free time or the spare time. Die Freizeit. Now, if you want to ask someone what he or she does in his or her spare time, you can ask, was machst du in deiner Freizeit? What do you do in your spare time? Was machst du in deiner Freizeit? Was machst du in deiner Freizeit? And then this person could answer, for example, ich lese gerne. I like reading. Ich lese gerne. Or in a larger sentence, in meiner Freizeit lese ich gerne. In my spare time, I like reading. As you can probably imagine, the verb lesen means to read. Let's have a look at some more hobbies. For example, singing or to sing. The German term for to sing is singen. Singen. And if you want to say I like singing, you can say ich singe gerne. Ich singe gerne. I like singing. The same also goes for cooking. The German term for to cook is kochen. Kochen. And if you like cooking, you can say ich koche gerne. Ich koche gerne. So we have singen, to sing, and kochen, to cook. Another hobby could be, for example, photography or to take pictures, which in German would be fotografieren. Fotografieren, to take pictures. And if you want to say that you like photography or taking pictures, you can say ich fotografiere gerne. Ich fotografiere gerne. I like taking pictures. Or if one of your hobbies is traveling, to travel in German is called reisen. Reisen. And then you can say ich reise gerne. I like traveling. Ich reise gerne. I like traveling. Let's look at two more. If you like doing sports, for example, to do sports means Sport treiben, you can say ich treibe gerne Sport. I like doing sports. Ich treibe gerne Sport. And another possible hobby could also be zeichnen or to draw. Zeichnen. And if you like zeichnen or drawing, you can say ich zeichne gerne. Ich zeichne gerne. I like drawing. Awesome. Let's now focus on hobbies that have to do with sports. Let's start with the term sport itself. Sports in German is called der Sport. Der Sport. And to do sports, as we've just learned, means Sport treiben. Sport treiben, to do sports. And if you like doing sports, you can say, for example, ich treibe gerne Sport. I like doing sports. Ich treibe gerne Sport. If, however, you don't like doing sports, you can say, ich treibe nicht gerne Sport. Ich treibe nicht gerne Sport. The most popular sport in Germany is football or soccer. In German, Fußball. Fußball. And to play football or to play soccer in German is called Fußball spielen. Fußball spielen. And if you like playing soccer, this would be ich spiele gerne Fußball. Ich spiele gerne Fußball. If, however, you don't like playing football, you can say ich spiele nicht gerne Fußball. Ich spiele nicht gerne Fußball. If, however, you love playing sport and soccer is your favorite sport, you can say Fußball ist mein Lieblingssport. Fußball ist mein Lieblingssport. Football is my favorite sport or soccer is my favorite sport. As you can see, the prefix Lieblings means favorite. So for example, your favorite dish is your Lieblingsessen and your favorite sport is your Lieblingssport. Let's look at some other sports that involve a ball. First of all, we have basketball, or in German, Basketball. Basketball. Almost the same, right? And the same also goes for our next sport, which is volleyball, or in German, Volleyball. Volleyball. And finally, we have handball, or Handball. Handball. If you want to say, for example, I like playing volleyball, you can say ich spiele gerne Volleyball. Ich spiele gerne Volleyball. Another possibility is to say ich mag and then add the sport. For example, ich mag Basketball, which would be like I like basketball. In this case, you don't stress the verb spielen, so to play, but you stress the sport, basketball or basketball. So you could also say ich mag Basketball if you don't play basketball but you like watching it, for example. Ich mag Basketball. I like basketball. Or if you really love it, if you absolutely love it, you can also say ich liebe Basketball. I love basketball. Ich liebe Basketball. If, however, the love of your life is not basketball but handball and handball is your favorite sport, you can say Handball ist mein Lieblingssport. Handball ist mein Lieblingssport. Handball is my favorite sport. Great, now let's have a look at some sports that don't involve a ball. Our first one would be swimming or to swim. Swimming in German is called Schwimmen. Schwimmen. Another very popular outdoor sport is cycling. In German, Fahrradfahren. Fahrradfahren. Fahrrad is the German term for bike, and fahren means to drive or to ride. So Fahrradfahren is to ride a bike or cycling. Another very popular outdoor sport is climbing or mountaineering. In German, Klettern. Klettern. So we have Schwimmen, Fahrradfahren and Klettern. What we can see here are the nouns. The corresponding verbs are almost the same. They are schwimmen, Fahrradfahren and Klettern. So the main difference is their spelling. As you know, nouns can also have articles in front of them. In this case, it would always be das. Das Schwimmen, das Fahrradfahren and das Klettern. And nouns are also written in capital letters. On the other hand, verbs are written in lowercase letters. The only exception in this case is Fahrradfahren, because Fahrrad is still a noun and fahren is the verb. So Fahrrad is written in capital letters, while fahren, the actual verb, is written in lowercase letters. So das Schwimmen would be like swimming in I like swimming, and schwimmen, the verb, would be to swim. Swimming and to swim. And the same goes for Fahrradfahren and Fahrradfahren, so the noun and the verb. The noun Fahrradfahren would be like cycling in the phrase I like cycling. The verb, on the other hand, would be, for example, in phrases like Ich würde gerne morgen mit dir Fahrrad fahren. I would love to go biking with you tomorrow. Can you see the difference between the nouns and the verbs? The same, of course, also goes for other sports. Let's take dancing, for example. In German, tanzen. Tanzen. The corresponding verb to dance in German also is tanzen, just written in lowercase letters. So das Tanzen is the noun and tanzen is the verb. So you can see that it's actually pretty important in German whether you use capital letters or lowercase letters. The same also goes, for example, for horse riding. The German term for horse riding is reiten or das Reiten, and the corresponding verb is also reiten, just written in lowercase letters. And the same also goes for bowling. Bowling in German is called kegeln or das Kegeln. And the corresponding verb to bowl or to go bowling would be kegeln in lowercase letters. By the way, in Germany it's also not uncommon to see the term bowling in English. So the only difference between the noun and the verb when it comes to their spelling is whether it's written in capital letters or in lowercase letters. Alright, enough about sports, let's talk about music. The German term for music is die Musik. Die Musik. And to listen to music in German is called Musik hören. Musik hören. As you can probably imagine, hören is the German term for to listen to or to hear. So the German verb hören means both to listen to something and to hear something. Now, as you know, you can not only listen to music, you can also make music. In German, to make music is called Musik machen. Musik machen. And again, as you can probably imagine, the verb machen is the German verb for to make. To make, machen. So we have die Musik, Musik hören, and Musik machen. For example, if you like listening to music, you can say Ich höre gerne Musik. Ich höre gerne Musik. I like listening to music. Ich höre gerne, I like listening Musik, to music. Or, if you don't like music, you can say Ich höre nicht gerne Musik. Ich höre nicht gerne Musik. Now, as you know, in music there are many genres, and in German those terms for these genres are almost the same as in English. For example, if you take rock music, the German term for rock music is die Rockmusik. Die Rockmusik. It's written as one word and we use a K instead of a C at the end, but apart from that, it's the same word, die Rockmusik. Or you can use the short form, der Rock. Der Rock. So if you like listening to rock music, you can say, for example, Ich höre gerne Rockmusik. Ich höre gerne Rockmusik. I like listening to rock music. Or you can use the short form and say Ich höre gerne Rock. Ich höre gerne Rock. And the same also goes for other genres, like pop music, for example. The German term for pop music is die Popmusik. Die Popmusik. Or you can use the short form der Pop. Der Pop. And if you like listening to pop music, you could also say Ich höre gerne Popmusik or Ich höre gerne Pop. Ich höre gerne Popmusik or ich höre gerne Pop. The same also goes for all of the other music styles out there. For example, hip-hop in German hip-hop or electro in German Elektro, Elektro, or also classical music in German klassische Musik, klassische Musik. It's always the same structure. You can say ich höre gerne and then you add the genre. For example, ich höre gerne klassische Musik or ich höre gerne Elektro. Now, as you know, you can not only listen to music, you can also make music yourself. For example, you could sing. The German term for to sing is singen, singen. Or you can also dance to music. The German term for dancing is tanzen. To dance, tanzen. So we have singen, to sing, and tanzen, to dance. But you can also make music by playing an instrument. To play an instrument in German is called ein Instrument spielen. Ein Instrument spielen. Ein Instrument, an instrument, spielen, to play an instrument, ein Instrument spielen. And if you like one of these things, you can say, for example, ich singe gerne, I like singing, ich singe gerne. Or ich tanze gerne, I like dancing, ich tanze gerne. Or ich spiele gerne ein Instrument, I like playing an instrument, ich spiele gerne ein Instrument. So, singen, to sing, tanzen, to dance, and ein Instrument spielen, to play an instrument. Speaking of instruments, let's take a look at some of them. We'll focus on the most popular ones. Take the piano, for example. The German term for the piano is das Klavier. Das Klavier. Another very popular one is the guitar. In German, die Gitarre. Die Gitarre. This one is pretty simple, right? The guitar, die Gitarre. The next one is also pretty close to English. It's the flute, or in German, die Flöte. Die Flöte. So we have das Klavier, die Gitarre, and die Flöte. And as we've just learned, to play an instrument in German is called ein Instrument spielen. So you use the verb spielen if you play one of these instruments. For example, you can say ich spiele Klavier. I play the piano. Ich spiele Klavier. Or ich spiele Gitarre. I play the guitar. Ich spiele Gitarre. Or I play the flute. Ich spiele Flöte. Ich spiele Flöte. I play the flute. In German, you leave out the article in front of the instrument. So we don't say I play the piano, but I play piano. Or I don't play the guitar, I play guitar. Alright guys, that's all for our repetition session on hobbies. Now the only thing that's separating you from passing this course is our final exam. In our next video, I will tell you everything you need to know before taking the final exam. Don't worry, it won't be as difficult as you think. I'll see you in the next video. Danke fürs Zuschauen, thanks for watching und bis gleich. See you soon. You're almost there. The only thing that's separating you from passing this course is the final test. In this video, I want to tell you everything you need to know before taking the test. So let's go! So our final test will be almost like the midterm test, just a little larger and with a little more content. It's mainly multiple choice questions and you have 30 minutes to complete the test. So 30 minutes for 30 questions. The questions are from a wide variety of topics which we've all covered in this course. We'll have questions about numbers, families, eating out, traveling, different grammar topics and many more. And overall you need about 60% to pass the test. The more, the better. This means that out of the 30 questions you need to answer 18 correctly to pass the test. Don't worry, you can retake the test as often as you like, but if you're already feeling well prepared, I'm sure that you will make it in the first round. In the test, there are some questions where there are multiple answers possible. Wherever that's the case, I've added a note which is showing you how many answers are correct or which answers you can tick. For example, if there are 3 correct answers, I've added a note which says that there are 3 correct answers. So if there's no note at all, there's only 1 correct answer. If you don't feel prepared enough to take the test now, no worries, you can always come back to all of the other lessons and can retake them as often as you want. Alright guys, that's all from me. I wish you viel Glück, good luck, and we'll see each other in the last video. Enjoy, I'm sure you will make it. Congratulations, Glückwunsch, you've passed the final test. By now you should have a basic understanding of basic German words and phrases as well as basic grammatical structures in German. But your journey to the German language doesn't need to end here. What are possible next steps? You could, for example, start a tandem with people who want to learn your language. A tandem is a kind of language exchange where you help others learn your language and in turn they help you learn their language. Or you can look for free German language videos on YouTube. There's some great material out there on YouTube and one of them is our channel German Made Fun. We upload new videos every single week on topics like grammar, vocabulary, conversation and many more. So if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and if you're also looking for great print material like vocabulary images and mnemonic aids, you should also check out our social media pages. We produce daily content in order to make learning German a fun and enjoyable experience. So if you haven't already, make sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram and Pinterest as well. You can find the link at my teacher's profile. Or you could do another language course. Here I can recommend two of my other courses especially. The first one is my German Advanced Beginner course A2. This course builds up on the knowledge that we've covered in this German beginner course and is designed to bring you from the language level A1 to the language level A2. It covers topics like the past forms in German, how to fill out forms in German, the 4 cases, how to give your opinion and many other things. And the other course that I can recommend is my course German for Travelers. It's not as in-depth as the Advanced Beginner course, but it prepares you for many situations when you are traveling to a German-speaking country. I can recommend both courses, so if you haven't already, feel free to check them out. Alright guys, now I want to take a few seconds to say thank you. Danke, vielen Dank. I really enjoy making courses for you guys and I'm thankful for your feedback, for your active participation and also the nice comments and messages that I get from time to time. Vielen Dank, thank you. I hope you enjoyed this course as much as I did and I would be really happy to see you in one of my other courses as well. Take care guys. Hey guys, over the past few weeks, some of you have been asking me about the pronunciation in German. And that's in fact a pretty tough topic. That's why I decided to make an entire video on this, and that's what I'm going to do now. In fact, I'm even going to make an entire course on it. So if you're watching this video after January 2021, the course will most likely already be ready. For now, in this video I'm going to show you some general rules when it comes to the pronunciation in German. We're going to look at the German alphabet, the umlaute, so the letters Ä, Ö and Ü, and the diphthongs. Of course, if you have any other questions besides that, you can always ask me in the Q&A section or you can write me a direct message here on Udemy. And as I already mentioned, the course that I'm gonna make about this topic will be much more detailed. So let's jump right in. We'll start with the German alphabet. On the first glance, the German alphabet looks very similar to the English one. Let's first take a look at the letters that are the same as in English. As you know, in English these letters would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G and so on. And in German they are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y and Z. I know that was probably pretty quick, so let's take a look at each letter. We'll start with A, the German version of A. This is a vowel and it can either be pronounced A, so a long vowel, A, or a short vowel, A. For example, Apfel, long A, or machen, short A. A. Up next we have B, the B sound. It's basically almost the same as in English, B. B. Then we have C, which is also pretty close to English. It can either be pronounced S or K. Just like in English, S or K. C. Then we have D, D. You can find it, for example, in the articles der, die or das, D. The next one is very different from English. It's E. So this is very important. This letter is not E as in English, because E is the German pronunciation of I, but E. Essen, for example, or Esel. E. The next one is easier again. It's F or F. As in fish, for example. This one is pretty close to English. F. Then we have H. H. Although the name is pretty different from the English one, H, the pronunciation is still pretty close. H. H. For example, Hausaufgaben or heißen. So we use the same sound as in words like holiday, for example. H. Then we have another difficult one again. The vowel sound I. Not I, I. As in Information, for example, information. Or Igel, hedgehog. I means I. And then we have J, 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 J. For example, in Jaguar, the German word for jaguar, J, Jaguar. Then we have K, K. As in Kuss, for example, the German term for kiss, K. This one is pretty easy again, as well as the next one, L or L, L. My name is Luca, for example, L, Luca. Then we have M or M, as in mouse, mouse or mama. Then we have N or N, as in Nase, nose. Or nein, no. This one is also fairly close. And then we have O. In German, O. O. Oma, grandma, Oma. Onkel, uncle, onkel, O. And then we have P. In German, P. 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 Papa, dad, papa. The next one is one of the more difficult ones, but it actually appears very, very rarely in German. It's Kuh. Kuh. It's pronounced the same way as the German word for the animal cow. Kuh. Kuh. It only appears in difficult words like Qualität, quality, Qualität. Or Querflöte, cross flute, Querflöte. So this is definitely one of the harder letters, but it appears very, very rarely. Unlike the next one, which is R or R. This sound is different than in English. In English it would be R. In German it's R. We form it more in the back of our mouths. For example, Rucksack, backpack, Rucksack. Or Rücken, back, Rücken. Try it out for yourself. You form it in the back of your mouth. R. Then after that we have S. This is also one of the harder letters, but I'll get to that later again when we talk about the sharp S, the normal S and the BS. So for now we'll leave it out. Let's move on with T, the German version of T, T. It's pronounced the same way as in English, but we call it T, not T, T. Up next we have a vowel sound again, which is U, U. As in U-Bahn, subway, U-Bahn. Or unter, under, unter. Now we only have 5 letters left. So let's move on with the next one. V, V, V. It can either be pronounced like the F, as in Veilchen, Veilchen, or like a V, as in Violine, Violine, violin. This makes V a little more difficult because it can be pronounced in 2 ways, either V or F. But the good thing again is that it doesn't appear too often. The next letter is more frequent again. It's V, V, V. You can find it, for example, in almost all of the question words. Wer, wie, was, wo, warum, and so on. They all start with V. And now the last 3. X, Y, and Z. X and Y almost never appear in German words. The only word that I can think of is xylophone, which has both the X and the Y, the X and Y. Xylophone. So we'll leave them out for now. Far more important is the letter Z. Z, Z. As in Zug, train, Zug, or zu, to, zu. Or ziehen, pull, ziehen. You see, this letter actually appears pretty often. Now let's repeat them one more time, but we'll repeat them in a little song. Maybe you know the ABC song in English? You know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on. And the same song also exists in German. Now I really suck at singing, and that's probably even still an understatement. That's why I'm gonna link you a YouTube video with the ABC song in German down below in the additional material. It's pretty catchy, so I definitely recommend it. If not, let's repeat it one more time in, let's say, normal language. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. If you like, you can pause the video and try for yourself. If not, we'll repeat them one more time. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Great! Let's move on with the so-called Umlaute, so the A, O and U with the two dots on top. Ä, Ö and Ü. I'm sure you've already come across some of them, so let's take a look at their pronunciation because, as you know, those three letters don't exist in English. We'll start with Ä, the A with the two dots on top. Ä. It's pronounced like this. Ä, as in Ärger, the German term for anger. And anger actually contains a sound that comes pretty close. Anger, Ä. Ärger, Ä. Not the same sound but fairly close. Ärger. As with all sounds, practice makes perfect. So listen and repeat. Ä. Ä. Let's move on with the next one, which is a little harder. It's Ö, the O with the two dots on top. Ö, as in Vögel, for example. Vögel. It appears pretty often in the plural forms of different words, like Vögel, birds. Try to pronounce an O, so the German version of an O, and then round your lips. Ö, Ö. And you get Ö. Ö, Vögel. Do you hear the difference? Vogel would be the same thing with the O, and Vögel is with the Ö. Vogel, Vögel. Vogel, Vögel. Ö. And finally, we have probably the hardest one, the U with the two dots on top. Ü. Ü. And we even have a word where there are two Ü's in there. It's the word Frühstück, breakfast. Frühstück. The formation is basically the same. We start with the U, the German version of U, U, and then we round our lips even more and place the tongue a little more at the front. Ü, U, Ü. Do you hear the difference? U, Ü. Frühstück. Frühstück, not Frühstück. Frühstück. Okay, so let's repeat the three Umlaute one more time. We have Ä, as in Ärger, Ö, as in Vögel, and Ü, as in Frühstück. Ärger, Vögel, Frühstück. Ä, Ö, and Ü. Good! Another thing that causes problems are the diphthongs in German. Diphthongs are combinations of two vowel sounds. In German we have three ones that are a little difficult. They are Au, I, and Oi. Let's start with Au, the combination of A and U, A und U. It appears, for example, in the word Auto. Auto. This one is probably the easiest diphthong. It's just the German A plus the German U. So you basically read it as it's written. A-U, Au, Au. As in Auto, for example. K. Auto. A plus U is Au. Au. A plus U ist Au. This one is probably the easiest one. The next one is more difficult. It's E plus I, so E plus I. And we pronounce it I. I, as in Ei, the German term for egg. Das Ei, the egg. E plus I gleich Ei. Or let's take the word leise, the German term for calm. Leise. Here we also have an E plus I which makes the German diphthong I, leise. And last but not least, we have oi, a combination of the German e and the German u, so e and u in English. E plus u ergibt oi, as in heute, for example, today, heute, or Leute, guys, Leute. Unlike the other two, this one is not too intuitive, because if you would combine the e and the u, oi wouldn't be the first thing that comes to mind, but e plus u is always oi. Oi, as in heute. So let's repeat them one more time. We have au, as in Auto, au, Auto, I, as in I or leise, leise, and oi, as in heute, oi. Good, finally let's take a look at the different types of S in German. I'm pretty sure all of you have already seen this letter, which is a sharp S, scharfes S in German. This thing that looks a little bit like a B, but it isn't a B. That's a S, a sharp S. It appears in words like Straße, for example, street, Straße, or ich heiße, I am called, ich heiße, and so on. First of all, the good news, this letter doesn't appear too often, and it's becoming rarer and rarer, but the bad news is it still appears, and it is still used today. I now want to show you the difference between the sharp S, the normal S or Bienen S, and the double S. So the case when we only use a normal S, two normal S's, or the sharp S. In theory, in German, we use one S to make the Bienen S. A Biene is the German term for bee. And what sound do bees make? Zzz. That's why it's called Bienen S, because it's pronounced Z, as in super, for example, or sehr. Super, great. Sehr, very. Z. Compare this with the S in Fluss or Kuss. That's a very different S sound, and that's the S sound that we get if we have the double S, Doppel S. S. Super versus Fluss or sehr versus Kuss. Do you see the difference? And that actually makes a lot of sense. The problem is there are some exceptions, but those are too many to go over them in this video. But if you're interested, in the course that I'm gonna make about the pronunciation in German, we will cover it in absolute detail. So if you're watching this video at the end of January 2021 or later, feel free to check it out. So now there's one question remaining. If the Doppel S is pronounced S and the sharp S is pronounced S, so basically the same, what is the difference? The difference is the vowel sound before the S. If we have a sharp S, the vowel sound before the S is long. For example, in Straße, Straße, or ich heiße, ich heiße. The vowel or diphthong in this case is pronounced long, Straße. If we would write it with a double S instead, it would be Strasse or heiße. Because in front of a double S, the vowel is always pronounced short, as in Fluss or Kuss, for example. If we would take a sharp S here instead, it would be Fluss or Kuss. But it's Fluss and Kuss. Do you see the difference? That's the difference between a sharp S and a double S. The sound they make is the same, but it all comes down to the length of the vowel preceding the sharp S or the double S. And a little fun fact, at the beginning of a word, you will never ever find a sharp S or a double S. Always a single S. So we have the sharp S as in Straße or ich heiße, the Bienen S as in super or sehr, and the Doppel S as in Fluss or Kuss. Okay, I think that's enough for now. I hope I was able to give you a good first glance at the pronunciation in German, and of course there are also some other things that are interesting to know here. That's why I really encourage you to check out my course about pronunciation. If you're watching this video at the end of January 2021 or later, the course will already be ready, and I would really be happy to see you in the course. And as I already mentioned, if you have any questions, feel free to write them in the Q&A section of this course, or write me a direct message via Udemy. If you would like me to make another bonus video on other topics, you can also write me a message there. As you can see, I'm constantly trying to improve my courses, and to provide you with the best value possible. Alright guys, that's it for now. I hope to see you in another video or a different course soon. Ciao, dein Luca. Bye.